Okay. Everything should be live now. Let's copy this. Let's make sure. I'm checking to make sure everything's live. We are streaming, it looks like. Let me refresh over here. Yes, indeed. And let me check over here. All right, that looks good to me. Okay. Now I've got to eat some lunch real quick, so I'm going to mute it. We're going to check out some videos, and then we're going to be recording for the Skyrim music video. We got a lot of stuff we got to get recorded, but it's starting to come together. So just going to eat, and then we're going to hunker down for a few hours. So getting it done. So this one, I really wanted to check this one out. I'm checking out this guy's channel, Eddymon TV. He's got over 250,000 subscribers. AAA gaming is crashing and time is running out. A little clickbaity on the headline, but you know, that's what you got to do these days. I wanted to see this video here. AAA gaming demands you accept not owning your games, and the law just nuked them. So want to check this one out and his other video here about the AAA gaming industry crashing, and it is. I think it's important to talk that it is the AAA gaming industry, not like you know, single developers. You know, that's not crashing, and anybody can make a game these days. But it's the AAA games, like what they're spending all of their money on. You don't need to spend all your money on those things anymore. So. They're like Hollywood. Once again, they are chasing trends instead of setting them again, sadly. Here, let's move this down here. All right, let's give this a watch real quick. I hope it's not too negative. I don't like. It's too easy to have a bunch of negative content out there. So I want to see this one because it says the law just nuked them. And it will be good to see that there's some consumer protection coming in for the games industry. So let's check it out real quick while I eat.
Only call it what it really is, which is that, for lack of a better term, they are opening the gates of oblivion when it comes to what companies can and cannot do against our favorite pastime. From Ubisoft to games about girls playing with horses, just let me explain. I promise you this will all make sense once I'm done here. But let's start with Ubisoft, who has decided to double down in the face of this oblivion and claim that despite everything imploding for them at the seams, that they are now claiming definitively that you in fact do not own your games and never will. Yeah, you heard that right. Those digital copies of Assassin's Creed or Rainbow Six or anything else, they're just a fancy rental according to them. And if that wasn't bad enough, they're now tangled in a lawsuit over the crew shutting down, and this entire thing is, as you'll see, is just one gigantic mess. So let's start with this big one first. Ubisoft's out here cosplaying as the Grinch of gaming. This comes from GosuGaming.com. Ubisoft's response to the crew shutdown lawsuit says players only had limited license. So, in case you didn't know, Ubisoft discontinued and took the 2014 game The Crew offline completely, meaning fans who played the game or bought any microtransactions and whatnot were suddenly unavailable to use any of the things they paid money for. This then led to a lawsuit being filed against Ubisoft, claiming that they can't remove content that customers have spent years playing and buying into like this. The fact that The Crew doesn't have an offline mode that just allows players to enjoy the game and the various season pass style content they've bought, it's actually insane if you ask me. I think it's genuinely crazy that companies believe they can just revoke content from someone's account on a whim or deem it unplayable whenever they see fit. Of course, Ubisoft doesn't think this way, and they make the case claiming the game's storefront made it abundantly clear that any content or online services could be revoked within 30 days before players even bought the game. Ubisoft's lawyers would clap back with this in terms of the lawsuit, frustrated with Ubisoft's recent decision to retire the game following a notice period delineated on the product's packaging. Plaintiffs apply a kitchen sink approach on behalf of a putative class of nationwide customers, alleging 8 causes of action including violations of California's false advertising law, unfair competition law, and Consumer Legal Remedies Act, as well as common law fraud and breach of warranty claims. Ubisoft, like I said, has made it clear in their eyes that you never own the crew, or really any of their games for that matter. As you can see here from a Polygon article about this same topic, Ubisoft cites how they stated the crew needed online connection to be played in the first place. And they could, technically, remove it whenever they wanted to. Ubisoft would respond again to this lawsuit with this. After making their purchases, plaintiffs enjoyed access to the crew for years before Ubisoft decided in late 2023 to retire and shut down the servers of the 10-year-old video game, the filing states. Plaintiffs received the benefit of the bargain and cannot complain now that they were deceived simply because Ubisoft did not then create an offline version of the discontinued video game. Oh wow, okay, so Ubisoft is going with the angle that you should be thanking them for allowing you access in the first place to play their games at all. And that it's not really their problem that you didn't read the terms and conditions when it came to them being able to turn off a 10-year-old game like this. And
That's freaking great. I would love to actually read, like, where is his source? Like, does he provide any sources? Oh, hey, Noob Fever. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm really glad to see you. I'm glad you're here. I was feeling like nobody wanted to talk to me today because I've called three different recruiting places, and talking to recruiters, like job recruiters, that's something you do on like a Monday or a Tuesday. You can't talk to them on Friday. Job recruiters on Friday, they don't exist. They don't work on Fridays. It's like they're like lawyers. Like, excuse me, my food's settling. So though, but it's fine. It's fine. I think I'll do a lot better with a recruiter helping me out. It's so impersonal, just sitting there and looking and hitting the apply button and then moving on to the next thing. Like I'd much rather like talk to a recruiter, because I know there's companies out there that are talking to that recruiter. I just rather do it, especially for a remote gig. It just puts like gone are the days where you just walk in person and apply for a job. Like, things have just changed so much. So anything to introduce more of puts more of the human element back in to play. That's why I'm kind of getting the recruiters back in. Plus I know I'm like highly marketable. Like my resume looks freaking awesome. You know, it's because I've been a hiring manager. Like I've had to hire and fire. Well, it's under 50 people, but it's more than 20. Yeah, so I know if I saw my resume in a pile somewhere, I'd be like, let's see if we can talk to that guy. And I think the recruiter will agree. The problem is I didn't get to talk to any of them. I left a bunch of voicemails and talked to a bunch of like receptionists and stuff, but the actual recruiters, nope, it's Friday. They even one of the receptionists I talked to was even like, yeah, I don't know if it's Friday. I don't know if anybody's even here. So I think we'll just pick it up again on Monday. Okay. All right. Well, that's enough of me waxing and weighing in here. I'm trying to decide if I feel like I'm wondering if I ate enough food or not. I think I'll wait 5 minutes, and if I'm still peckish, I'll go get something. But I've noticed that I eat really fast, so sometimes I can overeat, because it's almost like I don't get the signal that I'm full right away because I eat so fast. so I can overeat. So I'm gonna wait and wait about 5-10 minutes, and then if I'm still peckish, then I'll grab something. I'm gonna don't need to be overeating, especially with my lack of exercise recently. We gotta do something about that. We're gonna start exercising on stream or something when it comes time. So the exercise gets done. We have to get the exercise done. We have to having exercising is part of the perfect day. You can't have a perfect day if you don't exercise.
You should be thankful that Ubisoft allowed you to play The Crew for a discounted price. That's crazy, like actually. As you can see here on screen, Ubisoft also argued that they do not need to reimburse anyone who bought microtransactions with The Crew either, and that you got what you paid for by paying real money, enjoying.
Oh, hey, Flame Edge, welcome to the stream. Was just catching you up. Friday is not the day to talk to recruiters, job recruiters. It's just one of those professions where they just don't do shit on Fridays. It's just one of those blue collar jobs. It's just how it is. But I've got everything lined up to kick butt on Monday, and then today we're checking out this guy's channel, and then we're gonna switch over and I'll start doing some. We'll do some more recording for Skyrim. In fact, I might maybe we just leave this going. Because all I'm doing is I'm lining up. We got to get the character created, and we got to get the shots of the different characters right now. So let's actually load it up real quick, and we can check out videos or something while I'm walking around getting all these shots. We got to do something, to keep you like this is the hard part. This is literally all that background work. Everyone's like, oh my god, this is so amazing, and it's like, yeah, it's only 3 minutes long. It's like 3 minutes. Yeah, it's 3 minutes and the 2 seconds long. And people are going to be like, oh my god, this is freaking amazing. But this part right here, what I'm doing right now, this is the drudgery. This is the work. This is the heavy lifting. This part that I'm doing, like, creating all these visually diverse yet thematic shots. And I like how this is turning out. I'm on the fence about him, like 3 of them in a row. Maybe we split it out, but I can't do that. I need to get at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to get at least 7 more character shots. Is this a character shot? Oh, that does look like a character shot. Ooh, okay. Oh, it's not a character shot. You want to know why it's not a character shot? Because I'm right there. I didn't disable my webcam. We can't keep this because I didn't disable my webcam. Isn't that funny? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I can't. Okay. So we'll have to remember the next time I record for Skyrim to disable my webcam, because it's not gonna look good having like Nexus down here in the bottom corner. That wouldn't look very good, would it? Anyway. Okay. Well, let's get one of the videos rolling, and what I'll try and do is see if we can't work around. We can check out this guy's channel and listen about the video games industry and all that stuff. Interests me, especially I'm interested in the business aspect of things too. And that's something I'm still kind of developing some ideas around, but we've got to get there's got to be like some sort of push or like some sort of movement or whatever to get artists to know that they need to learn some business stuff, right? Because if they don't, then then they can't make some of the decisions, and the people with money need to learn to listen to the artists a little bit better. Like the problem is the people with the money are the ones making all the decisions, and they don't really have a lot of artistic ability. I mean, they're smart and they're successful, and they got a bunch of money, so good for them. But they come up with really, really bad ideas when it relates to something that they would not have made that decision had they any passion or understanding. You know what I mean? Okay, if you've seen a little bit, man, but thanks for hopping in, and I am glad you and Flame Mage, awesome. So glad that you folks are hanging out. And this is just the start. Like I gotta do. I'm finally back to doing it. I think I'll feel better once I get that job. But I don't know what the job's gonna be, but I'll get some sort of gig. Like 6, 9, 12 months to hire. I'll feel a lot better. And then I'll really have like a schedule, because I'll know when I'm expected to work remote, and then I can plan the live streams like right after, and that'll be a good way for me to unwind. I think I could never get any of my projects started when I was working for that other company. So now that these projects are started and things are rolling, I feel like they'll keep moving after my employment resumes. And I do need to kind of get some sort of employment. Like I'm going a little crazy. But let's treat this like a job until then. I've got to treat it that way, because otherwise, nothing's gonna get done. That's why I'm so organized on everything. It got to be organized, or I'm not gonna accomplish any of this stuff. Okay. I don't think we need to watch through it again. I've rambled on enough. I basically need 6 or 7 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's get 7 for now. I need to get 7 different characters. So let's see if I can't get some of this recorded while we check out this guy's channel. I don't think we're gonna need to most of the video is just gameplay, like stock gameplay. He does put some of the text up on the screen and shows like the highlight, but I think it'll be okay that this is kind of something that's on in the background while I'm setting up stuff for the shots in Skyrim. So we'll see if it's one of those things where we actually need the visuals, and maybe I'll find something else. Oh yeah, Flame Age, you learned something? Oh, that's good, man. Could you, I do a bunch of things that one of the reasons I'm so good at like technical support and stuff is because like some things are just like I do things and they seem like normal to me, but other people are just like, hey, that's really great that you're doing that, and I'm glad, but I guess this is my way of saying like, well, what are some of the things that you learned? Because I've had one or two people, multiple people by now have requested that I do some sort of educational content around work processes and organization and things like that. So I'm that's why I ask, is because I'm thinking about continuing to make some content like that. Never dab with video editing or Unreal. Also still interested in those organizational tools. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I dabbled in Unreal back in the day. Like I think Unreal Tournament was it Unreal? I think Unreal Tournament actually came with like the game engine editor, uh I made a couple levels in Unreal like back in the early 2000s. Back when the Matrix was hot shit. Uh, it was like the most popular thing ever at the time. Um, yeah, what a long time ago. Um, oh, let me see if I don't want to dox him. So hold on one sec. Let me see if he replied. Okay, it doesn't look like he's replied yet. The reason that I hid this, I didn't want to show the guy's email, but he's a friend of a friend, and he sent me this. He calls it a laser game, and I was sent him an email wondering if it was okay if I live streamed it, because it's his thing. So if he doesn't want me to live stream it, I won't. But I hope he does, because I played a tiny little bit of it, and I was like, "Ooh, I should be live streaming this." Um, and we could give him some feedback. So we'll see. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Let's.
The content, and now years removed, it is you got what you.
Oh wait. The one thing that I did want to do is see if where is this? We're going to back it up a little bit, because I want to see if it's possible to find what the company actually wrote about, like, oh, they got a good deal. Like, I want to find that language. I want to see if it's possible to find that language.
Also argued that they do not need to reimburse.
Oh, here we go, right here. The court concluded in that case that plaintiffs lacked standing because they did not allege a deficiency in the loot boxes of virtual currency they received in exchange for their real world currency. The plaintiffs failed to establish standing because their complaint made clear that in fact they received what they paid for. Yeah, so the company's arguing that, like, well, you paid to have a loot box, and you got the loot box, and you opened it, and you got what you paid for. Us shutting down the game, the game server that the game runs on is an entirely different matter. That's completely different. Even though you made the entire transaction within the game, and you were on the server at the time. Oh man.
Anyone who bought microtransactions with the crew either, and that you got what you paid for by paying real money, enjoying the content, and now, years removed, it is morally just that they can remove this license to said content from your account now. I think the angle that Ubisoft is going with here is they are viewing their games, these online services, and especially DLC and microtransaction, more so in the vein of you going to the movies or to like a carnival even. You paid to get into the carnival, and then you paid extra to enjoy the games, or maybe you bought some food. And in their eyes, it's not the carnival's fault if they close down at some point and now you were unable to enjoy what the carnival has on offer, even though you, yes, bought a ticket to enter the premise and play the games and whatnot. But this, in my opinion, it's not a sound argument, because they're completely different things. A video game never needs to be finite or expire. You can easily still play Super Nintendo games on your SNES if you both own a SNES and the game. Nintendo can't technically go into your house and take it away from you due to licensing disagreements or something. I guess they could send a bounty hunter to smash your SNES, which wouldn't be very nice, but the point remains that at least back then in the SNES, PS1, N64 era, what you bought, you actually owned. But today, we're entering what can only be described as a fully digital age, so now most content from games, movies, and more can be experienced virtually without having to, go out and buy the thing physically. It's sort of like how companies such as Disney or Netflix can
I see
release a
your
TV
I
show
see
and
your
then
comment
pull
there,
that
man. One
show from
second.
their service, and now nobody can technically enjoy the show anymore. Is it within their right to remove that show? I mean, yes, they own the show and the rights to that media. But does it make it any less scummy that these companies can, on a whim, just remove content that you paid for? I mean, yeah, absolutely. Come on. This is why I'm hesitant a lot of the time when it comes to DLC in games or.
Um, no, you're fine. I wanted to answer you. Yeah, WoW players, that's one of the things that I'm trying to recreate with the game that I'm making. Like, I want to recreate some of that awesome gameplay that we got with WoW. It was so awesome. It's the best thing, like the really twitchy gameplay that I liked was like a mage versus mage, because like back in the day they combined it into like one ward, but back in the day you used to have flame ward and fire ward and frost ward. So one would obviously absorb fire damage, one would absorb cold damage. And the thing that I liked about the mage duel was, like, if you saw them charging up the frostbolt, or you saw them charging up the fireball, you could you could hotkey that shit. You could hit he's getting ready to throw ice at me, so you hit the ice ward, and you get the ice ward up a split second before the frostbolt hits you. Say, like, you typically leave the mana shield up or running, and then like you had your ice shield, and you could hit these right before like a nuke hits you. And then if you see the nuke, the big AP palm pyro coming, this big nuke's about to hit you, just hit ice block and you block it. So like all of these, like, you see something coming and you press something else. It's like more than just blocking something, like you're hitting a hotkey to do something, or reflect it back at them, or that kind of stuff. So, and the fact that and with the mage, there was all kinds of stuff like that like they would do something, and you'd have like three or four different things you could do that was like an instant response to that. And then it kind of vanilla WoW combat was a lot of fun. And it actually got even more fun when later on, when they let mages run. Like this was like 3 or 4 expansions after the fact, but when they let mages run, you could take a talent to cast Scorch while you were moving. Like, yes, that. So anyway, well, I got at a tangent about how awesome, how I want to recreate certain aspects of combat and hotkeys with the gameplay that I'm trying to build. I met Swifty online. Like, I think he was like a well-known warrior on the server, because back in the day, you got to remember, back in the day, they just had the servers. That's one of the things that I think WoW Blizzard really screwed up, and that it kind of goes unnoticed or untalked about. But the server communities for World of Warcraft was a really good idea. Now, back then they limited it because of technology. Like, you could only have X amount of people on a server at a time. They had all these servers that needed to run. So, you'd separate it by people joining in a specific server. And because of that, because they had that, it wasn't like the whole community. So it was small enough. It was big enough for the company and the technology's purpose, but small enough for like humans to kind of like wrap their head around the fact that they were part of a certain community, part of a thing. And back then people were like, oh, yeah, what server do you play on? It was a big deal about which server you played on. Everybody, each server kind of had its own little story. It's like, oh, so and so is the first person to get this, or oh, that server hasn't even done that yet. Those kind of things. So Swifty had been a popular guy on the server for like a while, and I had put out a couple of videos, just like PvP Mage Combat videos or whatever, and I gamed with them and done some battlegrounds with them and stuff like that. Oh, you know, a good guy. And then he had been living in Puerto Rico, where I am now, funny enough, and he was in Florida visiting his brother. And I was in Florida too, and he was only like a 90-minute drive where his brother was. So yeah, he was like, hey, I'm in town. I'm thinking about putting together these videos, this, that, and the other. So it was all his idea to do like the Incredible Warrior Tricks video. He just like, can you help me edit it? And I like editing videos. I love editing videos. I really enjoy it. I wish I could do it all the time, but you know, that's not the way things are set up right now. So maybe one day I can do it full time, but I've got to get out there. I've got to get things produced. I've got to get the Skyrim music video done, and then maybe we can start getting some supporters or something on Patreon. But until then, you know, I can't. I gotta keep working the IT career. The money's really good. But yeah, that's it. He was in town, and he asked me to come down and hang out. And he wanted to make videos and stuff like that. I was like, okay, that's cool. I had never even thought, it was all his idea. I never even thought of it. I just made videos because I thought it was a lot of fun. Learning how to make them and edit them, and I liked making the music videos. I did get bored of WoW though. I got really like I stopped. I didn't even play Burning Crusade. Like I just, when Vanilla WoW was over, I was like, oh, that's it. You know, and then they just kept simplifying it. You know, they really simplified WoW. So it's not the same game. I'm not gonna go back to it, but yeah, it was let's see here. It was awesome at the time. Thanks for hearing the question. Had me entertained and wishing to win a Naga for so long. Oh yeah, the competitions and the giveaways and stuff were a real good move. Razor was really good to us. Yeah, we could we did the best we could with what we had. I look back at it now, and it's like, man, I did not capitalize on anything in that situation. I know a lot more. I have a lot better business acumen than I did back then. There's a lot of missed opportunities, but yeah, I was an inexperienced kid. It is what it is. Oh. But I'm happy to answer your question, Flamage. It's good to hang out and chat with people. I didn't realize, since I got laid off, most of my human interaction was like with people at work that I was working with, and now I don't work with them anymore. And it's like, there's nobody around. I'm alone. So it's good to have friends that you can reach out to. And Phoebus, yes, we gotta mention the Phoebus. We like the Phoebus, and we appreciate the Phoebus, and the Phoebus is typically around, and he shows up to the streams, and he especially does that if I post. And went live 30 minutes ago, and I was talking about Phobos and how great it is to have him around, and realized that I hadn't posted that I'm live yet. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, Noob Fever is taking a shower, and Phoebus is probably working. Phoebus is probably organizing chaos. That's or calmly explaining to people that it is not impossible. Anyway, let's get this going.
Microtransactions. I'm not saying I've never bought any
I'm
content
gonna
that you
back it
paid
up
for.
a little bit. This is, it's interesting. It's like, if you're, it's kind of a dick move that you completely shut the game down, and there's no offline mode, no way to access stuff anymore. If you're going to do that, you need to kind of let people know that can happen up front, and then that changes things, right? But doing it after the fact, right, and then people just not being able to access their stuff, there could have been a much better solution. So it's interesting I think what's gonna, I mean, the video game industry has been making more money than Hollywood since like 2011, 2012, I think, because I remember it being around the time Skyrim was released, was when that milestone happened. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot more stuff like this. A lot more. There'll probably be some more consumer protection stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more news of litigation around video games and stuff, because the big players out there, it's like with Hollywood, they buy up a bunch of things, and then if anybody tries to like make something similar, then they sue them. That seems to be going on in the games industry right now. They're like patenting mechanics that are just like basic things you would think, and the patent office is just none the wiser. So I'd imagine there's going to be some sort of big upheaval. Eventually, there'll be some big landmark case that'll put some of this change the dynamic of things. Hopefully, one of the things that's going really good for us is Steam. Like if Steam wasn't run by Gabe, oh my gosh, like where would we be? So that's a sobering thought. Yeah. What was GG2 though? Like I remember GG1 and it was like, hey, the you said you didn't know the guy that reviewed your game. Why is he in the thank you notes for the beta testers if you said you didn't know the guy before? It's just yeah. So I remember. Yeah, when yeah. Well, that's another aspect of the access media. And I think that's a lot where like that process, where all that thought process comes from. That kind of stuff worked back in the it's worked for like the last couple of decades, but it's finally stopped. Like when you just had the like 3 broadcast channels, and you could control the narrative right? And like you couldn't there was no way for you to get your message out there at scale, right, as a normal person. Now you can. Now you can communicate with the rest of the world simply by posting something on the internet. But before you had the ability to do that, like, how could you defend yourself against a big giant media conglomerate, or if they just decided to ignore you and not publicize you at all? So I think that's why, like, the games industry kind of is and people like still act like that, because you used to be able, I guess they call it canceling. Canceling somebody actually used to work before the internet. Now not so much. But that's a telling aspect of it's an interesting aspect of the whole ecosystem, because you've got a portion of folks in entertainment that view any type of criticism of their work as like in a negative, they assume that any negativity is from some sort of like political slant, and they're completely missing the point of why the criticism is being provided. And instead, and because of that, they instantly dismiss it. So they're not getting better. They're just continuing to make the mistakes over and over again. So you got to keep an open mind.
Absolutely. Come on. This is why I'm hesitant a lot of the time when it comes to DLC in games or microtransactions. I'm not saying I've never bought anything like that. I have. We all have to some degree. But the idea that a company could lose the license to, say, a car dealership in a video game, and they don't want to pay the license to renew that license, so they just end up holding the game featuring those cars, or maybe it's a song that needs to be renewed in like a remaster. A good example actually is Tony Hawk. And instead of renewing it like it was in the original, they just remove it. These things do happen. Like I said, in the remaster for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, that remaster was confirmed to have new songs, and older songs that were already in the game were now being removed. According to Tony Hawk himself, that was his choice to do so, and he wanted players to experience the game with both old tracks that they remember, but discover newer music too. But I have a cynical gut feeling that the music that was removed, which was specifically stated to be from bands like Iron Maiden, Alien Ant Farm, and AFI, I have to wager it's because these bands, especially Iron Maiden, due to how big they are, God, I love Iron Maiden, one of my favorite bands ever. But anyway, they probably had things in their contracts saying, if you want to add our music again and sell this remaster, you gotta pay us this much money. And Activision went, no thanks, we're good, and so it was removed. It still sucks either way, but that's business, I guess. But for Ubisoft to claim you just leased a limited license to play The Crew until they pull the plug on the game entirely, it's just gross in my opinion. The servers went dark for the original Crew game in March 2024, turning your purchase and all your DLC effectively into a paperweight pretty much. Now, I don't know about you, but when I buy a game, I expect to, own it. Not have Ubisoft yeeting it into the void because server infrastructure or whatever other excuse. Imagine buying a car, and then Ford's like, nah, we're gonna take the engine back. You just licensed the ability for your car to function as a car. You would be pissed. But the fact that Ubisoft's lawyers are doubling down on this, saying that players should have known better, like, what, we're supposed to read the 50-page EULA? While we're hyped to play a game that we just bought for real money, players just want to drift and drive really fast, not study for a law degree. This lawsuit has been going on since November 2024. Some Californian gamers pretty much said enough is enough. And then they just slapped Ubisoft with a class action lawsuit. They're mad, and I don't think we can blame them because The Crew wasn't just delisted, man, it was obliterated. Now the physical copies, the digital downloads, it doesn't matter. Once those servers died, the game just became a glorified demo. There isn't even an offline mode, nothing. You literally just now own a disc that can't be played or a digital version that's locked. That's insane to me. I don't know about you, but when I buy a game, I like to think that I can come back to it when I want to, because it's a video game after all. It's not a ticking time bomb. And these guys, they're accusing Ubisoft of false advertising, unfair competition, and get this, breaking California's gift card laws. Because apparently, game codes shouldn't just expire like milk, and yeah, I agree. But Ubisoft just says, you never had ownership rights in the first place. Like, who talks like this to customers? This is 101 to ensure that nobody wants to support you ever again. They're acting like we're peasants that are begging for scraps while they sip wine in their French chateau, but here's where it gets dumber. Ubisoft actually made offline versions for the Crew 2 and Motorfest, but not the OG Crew game. Why? Did they forget how to code, or they just not care? My money's on the laziness. I'm not lying either. Here's an article from IGN in 2024 about this very thing. They actually added offline versions for both Motorfest and the Crew 2, but the original game is just not available. So the reason they did this was actually never fully explained from what I could find online. Maybe Ubisoft believed, well, why would people want to still play the original Crew if the technically better version of the same game already exists in its sequel? But here's the thing, Ubisoft. You can't decide that for players because you're not the person paying for the product in this situation here. Imagine if Ubisoft was a restaurant. They gave you a steak. Oh, you like that steak, don't you? Too bad. We're taking it away from you midway into your meal. Here's a fried eggplant instead. But you really like that steak and you don't want that eggplant. Yeah, but Ubisoft likes that eggplant more, so you're going to eat that instead, okay? Stop being a bigot. That's pretty much what's happening here. This lawsuit's got Ubisoft sweating. They've got until April 29th, 2025 to respond again. And the plaintiffs are pushing for class action status. If they win, it could force publishers to rethink how they handle digital games. So yeah, This ain't just about the Crew. It's about whether we actually own anything in gaming anymore going forward. So if you ask me, this is kind of a big deal. Because if this lawsuit falls through and Ubisoft wins, it opens the gates to oblivion for a lot of these publishers and whatnot to just yank your access to any game they want in the future. And if you ask me, that isn't just disgusting, but disingenuous and morally wrong too, because usually when a free-to-play game goes offline, people who played get reimbursed for their purchases. Well, mostly, not always. That's another issue entirely.
Why does he have...
video games are not tickets to a movie. They are experiences that people buy for higher prices usually so they can enjoy them whenever they want to. And I'm worried that when you take what Ubisoft has done here with their games, then you start wondering how Nintendo is trying to raise prices on everything else too. It kind of just makes me think, where does this all end? Like, did you know that Switch 2 will have a retail version for Tears of the Kingdom?
Why has he got
and that version for Switch 2 won't even have its DLC included, yet it will cost full price anyways? What is happening to video games, man? This is so bad and dumb. Look, this isn't just Ubisoft being Ubisoft. This is a warning shot.
Wait, what did he say?
A bad costume, and that version for Switch 2 won't even have its DLC included, yet it will cost full price anyways? What is happening to video games, man? This is so bad and dumb. Look, this isn't just Ubisoft being Ubisoft. This is a warning shot for the whole industry.
Wait, so they're... The Legend of Zelda Breath of Wind... so they're releasing a new version on Switch 2, and you have to buy the deal, even if you own the DLC and you own the game already. They want you to pay for the same thing all over again on the Switch 2. Well, I can't say that I'm surprised.
Full price anyways? What is happening to video games, man? This is so bad and dumb. Look, this isn't just Ubisoft being Ubisoft. This is a warning shot for the whole industry. Digital gaming's been heading this way for years. Live service games, always online DRM, subscriptions even. Companies like Ubisoft want you to think that you're renting your hobby and not owning it. Remember when we had physical discs and manuals? Oh man, those were the days. Now, they can just flip a switch and your library's gone pretty much. And it's not just old games. Assassin's Creed Shadows, their big 2025 so-called hit with their 3 million players, that could theoretically get the same treatment someday too. With this precedent becoming normalized, what you're seeing is the very fabric of video games just being torn apart by greedy, out-of-touch people who don't even consume the content that they sell. And this is why gamers are understandably pissed off. We're not just fighting for the Crew here.
Wow.
We're fighting for the future of ownership of the experiences that we love. But here's what really grinds my gears.
Okay, so let me show you what I'm troubleshooting while we're looking at this. So for some reason, this sword right there if he see it's you can see it right there. It's like it puts the scabbard on. It's like it's showing the scabbard even when it's not equipped, and I can't seem to figure out how to, excuse me, it's some sort of script issue. All right, whatever. Let's let me. I'll keep playing with it.
Ubisoft's acting like this is normal. Their director of subscriptions, yeah, that's a real job title at Ubisoft, said in 2024 that gamers need to get comfortable not owning anything. Here's what Philippe Tremblay, that's the director of subscriptions at Ubisoft, and what he said about you not owning anything you buy anymore. One of the things we saw is that gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen. They got comfortable not owning their CD collection or DVD collection. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen in games. As gamers grow comfortable in that aspect, you don't lose your progress. If you resume your game at another time, your progress file is still there. That's not been deleted. You don't lose what you've built in the game or your engagement with the game, so it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your game. Like I said in my previous video about No Mercy and giving an inch to activists, this is of a similar vein too. What Ubisoft has done here is laid the foundation down stating that you do not own anything that they make at all, either in the past, in the present, or even the future. But the problem with this subscription director guy's claims is that your save file means nothing if the game that you're trying to play, which in this case would be 2014's The Crew in this lawsuit, doesn't even exist at all anymore. A save file means nothing if you can't use that save to play the game that you bought content in. The actions of Ubisoft and what they've done here versus what this director guy says and the fact that they made offline modes for The Crew 2 and so on, it goes against their proposed position in this lawsuit if you ask me. So you don't own your games, but you own your save file. But if we take away the game your save file is meant to be used for doesn't exist anymore, it's suddenly no longer our problem, and instead you're all stupid because you didn't read the massive agreement we put on screen before playing your game in the first place. It just feels gross if you ask me. Maybe I'm old school, which I am because my knees crack when I walk, but I think if you buy a game, you should be able to play that game whenever you want for the rest of time, especially from a single player perspective. It's disgusting, because games like Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, even the Deadpool game, they all got delisted on pretty much all storefronts. Apparently, according to what I could find, Xbox is trying to restore the licenses, but if these companies don't want to pay Disney Marvel the fees they want, these games just evaporate into the ether, I guess. And
hey,
it
do
annoys me because I bought those Ultimate Alliance remasters. I played them. I love those games. But if I go on PSN right now, I can't re-download those games to keep playing them because I deleted them at
I hope you had a good shower and a good smoke, and you're ready to hang out, because that's what we're doing.
some point for storage reasons. So now they just don't exist for me despite the fact that I paid for them. That's kind of messed up, isn't it? All of it is just gross, and I think players should never become comfortable, or whatever these weirdos want to say, when it comes to game ownership at all. It should be simple. You make the game, you sell the game, people buy the game, and then it just remains like that forever. In terms of games that have licenses like Marvel Ultimate Alliance or maybe even The Crew, those licenses should just be paid one time and then those games can just exist forever. It's ridiculous that these companies need to renew licenses on games that are like 10 years old or more. I know life isn't fair, but I can't help but feel like all of this legal gobbledygook nonsense just ruins everything if you ask me. This then brings me to that horse girl game. It's called Star Stable, a microtransaction heavy horse simulator that is targeted at children. And as the European Union puts it, this game is being made an example of to destroy the chokehold that game companies have when it comes to predatory practices. From EuropeanInterest.com, Commission and national authorities protect children from harmful practices in video games. As you can see here from the official document, the EU is working with authorities to use this Star Stable game as a catalyst to break down what these companies can do with the content that you pay for. The entire mission statement reads below. Following a complaint by the Swedish Consumers Association, the CPC network, coordinated by the Commission,
Yeah, see, that's
has launched a coordinated
bullshit.
action requesting Star Stable Entertainment AB to provide information on commercial practices that children might encounter in their game Star Stable Online. The CPC network's assessment of the reply provided by the company identified a number of practices that violate European Union consumer protection legislation, and that could be particularly harmful to children, such as, and here's what they claim is the problem from, direct appeals to children in the advertisements urging them to buy or persuade adults to buy for them, in-game currency or items, the use of pressuring techniques such as purchase through time-limited practices to unduly influence children to purchase in-game virtual currency or in-game content, a lack of clear and transparent information adapted to children about buying and using in-game virtual currency, leading consumers to spend more than they intend to, failure by the company to ensure that the influencers promoting their products clearly disclose commercial content and do not unduly influence children with their marketing techniques. This also led to Michael McGrath, who's the Commissioner of Democracy, Justice, and Rule of Law and Consumer Protection, that's a hell of a job title by the way, who said this about Star Stable, this horse game, and really to all game companies who are all trying to pull the wool over players' eyes with deceptive tactics like Ubisoft 2. He said, children spend a lot of time online, gaming and interacting on social media. This makes them an attractive target for traders and advertisers. It is crucial to ensure a safe online environment for consumers, particularly children, so they can enjoy gaming without facing unfair practices. I support the efforts of the CPC network and look forward to working with the gaming industry to protect consumers and children. So the reason why I'm bringing this horse game up is because this means that the pushback towards companies like this Star Stable or Ubisoft is only going to intensify. And I need more people to know about these things so that word can get out, so that there's more awareness and pushback, so we can ensure that video games and more don't become completely bastardized by the demands of these insane executives who want you to own nothing, shut up, and kiss their feet in compliance. It's not okay to harm.
Oh, that's the best way to, if you're gonna stink, that's the best way to stink. Stink like a barbecue. Stink like a campfire.
Or target children with predatory practices of any kind, and regulations need to be put in place to ensure the most vulnerable are not getting taken advantage of. But the bigger mission, for me anyway, is that hopefully with enough awareness, these issues can become larger and more prevalent so things can finally change. This could, in a sense, spell doom for AAA gaming, because what these companies want is for you to shut up and just quite literally consume their slop without knowing better. How can we reasonably be okay knowing that we are heading towards a future where everything is just more expensive? You own none of the content that you buy with your own money. That all of it can, at any point, be taken away from you without notice, and then if you try to push back to get the things that you paid for, you have to resort to stuff like actual lawsuits. It's just not normal. It's not okay. AAA gaming is in real trouble, guys, and it's crazy that two of the catalysts that are going to lead to some hopefully big changes are a game about cars that Ubisoft made, and some random mobile game where you can pet horses and buy them cute cosmetics. Not exactly the two examples I thought I would land on in this video, to be real with you guys, but hey, I guess the industry can still be surprising either way, which is cool to me. And another big reason why this is such a big deal is that the European Union wants to remove the predatory microtransactions overspending that many of these games commit. For an example, here's Star Stable again. As you can see, I'm scrolling through their website, looking at all of the horses available in game. Wow, that's a lot of horses. Very cool. But when you click on a horse, you can then see that they cost a certain amount of star coins. So then you go to their shop section of their website here, and you can now see all the various packs that you can buy that give you access to star coins. But then you'll quickly notice that each amount is not really what you need for a single horse. This is a big problem that the EU and the Consumer Protection Act wants to fix. You see, a lot of these companies are making you, let's just say it how it is, overspend so you always have a little bit extra star coins, in this case I guess, for when you buy your favorite horse. This then leads your brain to think, well, I got an extra 200 coins.
Man, that
how much do I need
really
for another, horse, I guess? And then you can see how this can easily snowball into very bad behavior and addictions. And Star Stable, like the crew, can technically
Let
just
me
pull
hide
the
my
rug from
cam.
underneath players whenever they want to in the future.
Do
They
some
could announce
recording.
tomorrow that thanks everyone for playing, I guess. We're disconnecting the game and all your content is void because the game is always online. What, you didn't read the terms and negotiations? And for all the players who spent plenty of money on these virtual horses, cosmetics, and more, they are now just screwed like those Ubisoft crew players. They are SOL pretty much. And you tell me if this is a future that we should be endorsing going forward when it comes to video games. And I guess the question I want to ask is, do you think it's okay for companies to offer their video games or their cosmetic purchases and whatnot in a carnival or movie ticket like fashion? Is it justified that you do not own these games but simply a license to play them? And if you do think that way, why do you think that way? Let me know in the comments if you don't mind, because if you
that was
ask
a really
me,
good
these
shot.
consumer practices will only damage not only the relations between consumer and the publisher, but ruin the very fabric of video games as we know it going forward. None of this is okay. More people need to know about it, and I hope this video informed you to just how sleazy some of these business practices really are. So don't just vote.
Okay, we're gonna check out his video about the AAA games industry crashing because he's talking about a lawsuit that they're in, and yeah, the company's basically arguing in court that we should be able to shut the server off whenever we damn well please, and they should, as long as they tell people up front that that's what the situation is. Not if you sell them a game and it says nowhere on there that service for that game could eventually end. You can't just jerk the customer around like that. Okay, so AAA gaming is crashing and time is running out. Well, I don't know about the time running out part. I think it's a great time to be a game developer. Just not in the AAA industry. They're just too big to succeed. There's too many people that don't have the artistic merit or qualifications that are making the decisions for the people with the artistic merit and qualifications. So that's the problem. I'm sure among others, but that's the one that I'm developing here for this video essay. Flame Age did bring up a good point. Yeah, the games industry, the games journalists are basically being used to discuss price fixing out in the open. Let's see here. They don't say anything bad for fear of losing access to like a premiere. Okay, I was just we're gonna rewrite this. All right, but I need to. I thought there was something else that needed to be said here, or at least a note that I needed to take. But it's all right here. It's fine. I don't need to add anything to it right now. Don't need to complicate things anymore than I already have. Let's just watch the video and keep going on with the recording. We got this really nice shot over here with the sun, but now, like, my subject is oh, maybe we could wait for night and then just drop some torches. No, because then you wouldn't be able to see anything behind him. Well, I guess not. Let's see. Okay, yeah. See, that's really dark. That's too dark. So we can't do something like that. But what if we waited until the morning? Okay, that's good. Let's God, wouldn't it be great to be able to do that whenever you wanted? Just change the sun. Okay, let's see. Well, Zubs, the problem, it's that's a good observation. I've shared it. The thing that I've come to realize is that like these issues are mirrored in the film industry because there's a lot of the same people involved. The think of like WB Games, right? So you've got there's a lot of it all goes back to like the people that are really good with money. They are intelligent. They are creative in their own way, right? But they don't know. There's certain things that they don't really know. And then when they try to make a decision on it, it's the wrong one because they're lacking the context that they need, that one would need. It's like the what's his name, John Riccatello from Unity, thinking that it was a good idea to that we need our company to make more money. Oh, I know. Let's charge people every time somebody installs their game. And let's make that retroactive. So like even the people that made a game with our games engine and are already done, like those people too will owe us money. Oh, he thought that was a good idea. Like let's pull this up. Hold on. Let me I just want to see. Tell me more about Unity wanting to charge folk based on number of installs. Explain like I'm 5. Let's see what it comes up with. All right, imagine you're playing with building blocks and you make a cool toy castle. Now let's say Unity is like a special table that helps you build that castle faster and easier. Lots of kids, think of them as game developers, use Unity's table to build their castles, video games. Now here's where it got weird. Unity said, hey, every time somebody plays with your castle, you got to give us a coin, even if you already gave Unity money to use the table. So if 1,000 people play your game, 1,000 coins. If 1,000,000 people download your game, that's a lot of coins. And the kids were like, wait, what? Even if I already paid you? What if people delete and reinstall the game? What if someone installs it 10 times just to cost me money? Unity didn't explain it very well at first, and lots of people got upset. Developers felt like Unity was breaking a promise and changing the rules after everyone had already used the table to build games. Eventually, Unity backed down and changed the plan because nobody wanted to use their table anymore. Let me know if you want the grown-ups version too. No, I think that's good, but that's my point. Like the people that like the guy didn't make that decision in a silo. He wasn't just like shaving, looking at himself shaving in the mirror. It's like, you know what, I just had an idea. We're there were multiple meetings. Somebody made like a slide presentation to discuss, like this was discussed at multiple echelons in the company. You know what I mean? So it seems that one of the I'm doing a video essay on these observations. So we've got the game development. Ignore the misspelling. The AI screwed it up. But this is the game development industry mind triangle, and there's people that are really passionate, and people with a lot of talent and ability. But sadly, it's the people with the money on the money side that are the ones making all the decisions, and they're actively scoffing and mocking the ideas that the people with the passion, all the talent, and the ability have. They actually look down on them because they're not good with money. That's probably the Achilles heel of people that are really, really good with money. Some of them look down on people that aren't good with money. It's like being really good at basketball and looking down at people that aren't good at basketball. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Let's continue this with the AI real quick. Let me see if the AI can help develop some of these thoughts here. It's like, okay, so that means let me feed it some prompts here. Let's see. Okay. The decision that Unity made to charge for installations was not made in a silo. Someone, whoever came up with the idea, had to present it, and it must have been discussed and agreed upon at multiple levels. So it is telling that the idea made it as far as it did. I mean, there wasn't anyone there who spoke up at what is clearly a bad idea. That, or they were too afraid to speak up, which is even worse. But this shows a huge disconnect between the customers, between the community, that includes the customers, and the folks making decisions. Um, the problem that that I've observed is that you can have people that are really good with money. They're smart, capable, successful, but they come up with ideas like this. And then now let's bring it back around with like what Zub's saying. This appears to be the same problem with Hollywood. You have all the people that are good with money making all of the decisions. You have in entertainment, the games, the video games, and movie industry. You have the what I call the mind triangle. Each point of the mind triangle are as follows: money, passion, and talent / ability. One of the problems is the people who are all on the money side of the mind triangle. Actively mocking those who think differently. Than those on the artistic or creative side of things, on the passion and talent ability side. Are not being consulted when it comes to making the product. The CEO of Unity eventually had to step down over this, and some comments he made where he said developers that don't think of monetization are fucking idiots. Okay. Let's give it some instructions now. Here is a rambling brain dump of me trying to further develop some ideas for a video essay on the entertainment and games industry. Rewrite and rewrite this so better structure. Start with explaining the mind triangle. Yeah, let's see what it comes up with. Okay, here is a refined and structured version of your brain dump. See, this really helps my ADHD brain. I just give it stuff and now it can organize all my thoughts. The mind triangle. Understanding the disconnect in entertainment industry decisions. In both the video game and film industries, I've noticed a recurring pattern of poor decision making at the executive level. Decisions that seem completely disconnected from the creative communities they serve. To explain this, I use a concept I call the mind triangle. Hey Swanty, welcome to the stream. Hazor. Hazor is asking, how can I see how long you've followed me? Oh, I'll probably... I need to like install something so those types of commands work, I think. Let's find out real quick. A viewer in chat on Twitch has said follow age. Is this some sort of command? Do I need a plugin installed for this to work in chat? Yes, it's a common chat command used on Twitch, but requires a chat bot. Like, oh, here's what it does. Chatbot service connected to you. Okay. So I'd have to go to stream elements. What's over here? Oh, it's like, oh. Alerts and overlays. Sponsorship offers. Okay, so I would need to get something like I mean, it looks like they help streamers. I'm not adverse to something like this. Better Twitch. 100% free customizable alerts and widgets for live streamers. Okay. Is this... So I think this is gonna replace 100% free forever. Okay, I like that. YouTube channel engage and grow your YouTube channel. YouTube real-time engagement tools and brand sponsorships for VOD that help you grow. Okay. So it looks like I'll have to start using something like this instead of just OBS. And then there's the chatbot, leveling up your chat. The ultimate streaming chatbot, take your chat to the next level. Jumpstart your chat, let the hype flow. Okay, there's some mini games and stuff. Okay, well, it looks like this looks like a powerful tool that helps streamline some e-commerce stuff with streaming. Okay. Okay, well, let me make a note of this actually. Okay, and we're just gonna say you need to use something that is more refined than OBS. Looks like a good way to upgrade the quality of your stream without too much of a hassle of setting things up. Oh, okay. So, so Zub's asking, maybe I'm jumping the gun. Do you have any conclusions or potential resolutions for this type of dilemma? Like, can something grow past the point where money does not overcome passion or skill, especially in a capitalistic society? Well, the one of the things that needs to happen. Is somebody knocking?
Yes, sir.
Come on in.
I'm gonna need your help mounting some shelves later up there.
Okay.
I don't think it should be that difficult. We just need to make sure it's level, I guess, and move some stuff out of the way, and then just use the laser leveler, and I think we can get it pretty quickly. So yeah.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're ready. Like, there's no urgency or anything. Just want to get it done today.
Okay. Well, let's just. How about we do it now?
Sure. You want to do it right now?
All right. Hey guys, we're gonna help the roommate hang up some stuff now, and then I'd rather do it now instead of like streaming for another hour and then and then stopping. So let's just do it. But I'll finish talking to him, and I'll meet you out there. I guess I can leave the stream running. We could leave some Skyrim background stuff on or whatever. But to finish the thought, Zubs, and this is where the, like, why I'm trying to put this essay together is to, kind of answer that question. So, you've got the people that are really good with the money, and they're making these poor decisions because they don't have any passion or talent or ability. The answer, at least the answer that I think, is that people with the passion and the talent and the ability, they need to get good with money. They need to like learn or at least understand or something. The problem is there's a line, right? And if you're really passionate and creative and you got a lot of talent and all that stuff, you might not be good at money. And the fact that these two sides aren't like talking to each other is the big problem. If money can, like, I think I call it out over here. Let's see. Exceptions to the rule. Oh yeah, mind triangle realignment. So, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a example of everything going right. Like the money was there, the passion was there, the talent, the ability was there. Yeah, the money keeps the lights on, the passion drives the vision, and the talent executes it brilliantly. The problem is when those things get when that all comes together, you get Kingdom Come Deliverance too, right? When it's just the money developing things, you get like Suicide Squad, right? Which it's something developed to facilitate transactions instead of an awesome game that you then make transactions on top of. What do you want, cat? Okay. All right. Well, tell you what. I'm going to. We'll leave Skyrim up for some background some background ambience and the music, and then I will be back in about like an hour, maybe 90 minutes, because I just gotta help out the roommate with his stuff, and then I'll come back and we'll go back to writing this essay and recording stuff for the Skyrim documentary. All right, so. Yeah, I'll give you folks an update in a little bit. No idea how long this is going to take, so see you in a bit. Okay, I am back. Thank you for those of you still hanging out. I hope we enjoyed. Dang, that actually looks like a good view right there. With Skyrim. That looks pretty good. I feel like so the good news is I got everything hung up for my roommate. We were hanging up some is there a way to just go up? Is there a way? Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, that's right. This was we were talking about the unity, the mind triangle. The mind triangle. This is right when my roommate walked in and asked me to help him out. So I never actually got to read this. We just fed it a bunch of mind dump info and then had it organize my thoughts. So let's read this real quick. Here's a refined and structured version of your brain dump. Oh, I need to figure out how long ago it was that I ate. 1, 2. Okay, so at 5 o'clock, I'll take my medicine. Okay. Okay, the mind triangle is made up of the mind triangle. Understanding the disconnect in entertainment industry decisions. In both the video game and film industries, I've noticed a recurring pattern of poor decision making at the executive level. Decisions that seem completely disconnected from the creative communities they serve. To explain this, I use a concept I call the mind triangle. The mind triangle is made up of 3 points: money, people skilled in finance, business, and operations; 2, passion, people driven by love for the art and the medium; and then 3, talent and ability, people with the technical and creative skills to execute a vision. For a successful project, these 3 elements must be in balance, but too often we see the triangle dominated by the money corner, by executives and financiers who, while smart and capable in their domain, lack understanding or appreciation for the creative process. Worse, they sometimes openly mock or dismiss those in the passion and talent corners, treating their insights as emotional or irrelevant. A unity debacle, a case study. A recent and glaring example of this imbalance was Unity's decision to charge developers based on the number of game installs. This wasn't a slip of a tongue or a rogue announcement. It was a policy that clearly went through multiple layers of approval, pitched, reviewed, and greenlit by people who likely believed it was a sound business move. The problem? It revealed a shocking disconnect from the developer community. The very people who rely on Unity's engine. It revealed a shocking disconnect from the developer community, the very people who rely on Unity's game engine to build their games. Either nobody in the room raised objections to this obviously harmful idea, or worse, they did speak up and were ignored or too afraid to push back. Either scenario reflects a toxic imbalance of powers and priorities. The backlash was fierce and swift. Developers, indie studios, and even larger companies condemned the move. The core issue wasn't just the money, it was the betrayal of trust and the apparent lack of empathy or insight into the ecosystem of Unity supports. Eventually, the CEO, John Riccitiello, stepped down. This was the same executive who once famously said that developers who don't think about monetization early on are fucking idiots. The quote alone shows how far removed leadership had become from the passion and talent sides of the triangle. I really like how this is going. The bigger picture. This isn't just a Unity problem. It's emblematic of what's happening across creative industries. When decision making is dominated by those who understand the financial side, who only understand the financial side, the art servers. Products lose their soul, communities lose trust, and businesses ironically lose money in the long run because their most valuable allies, the creators, walk away. If we want healthier industries and better entertainment, we need to rebalance the mind triangle. The best outcomes happen when money listens to talent and respects passion, when creators are included in the conversation, not just treated like interchangeable cogs in a content machine. Because without passion and talent, there is no product to monetize in the first place. Okay. This seems pretty good. It's a good start. I mean, this is all just rough draft stuff. So let's put that up here. With the mind triangle stuff, and we're gonna end up rewriting all this. We just added this section for the media too. Oh, thank you, Noob Fever. Thank you, I appreciate that. Megaopolis. I haven't seen Megaopolis. Mega. Oh, you should. It reminds me of. There's this. What's it called? It's a Cronenberg movie. Cosmopolitus movie. Yeah. Cosmopolitus. There it is. Yeah, this is a Cronenberg flick. It's very, very heavy lifting. It's Cronenberg waxing philosophically about things. It is not the type of, if you're looking for action or, it is not that type of movie. This is, if you're an art critic or an art fan or love film or something like that, this is your movie. If you're not a film fan, you probably shouldn't watch this movie. It's probably not for you. I'm just gonna say this movie's not for everybody. But if you're a huge film nerd, Cosmopolitus is a great movie, and it came out in 2012, and I remember thinking, damn, Robert Pattinson can actually act, and Robert Pattinson is such a good actor that he survived his movie career survived Twilight. Think about it. Everybody else in the Twilight series isn't still making movies, are they? But Robert Pattinson is. A beautiful man. I'm pretty sure the director just because everybody else just kind of like looks. If you watch Twilight, all of the characters are just looking slightly off screen with a blank expression on their face, and they do that so. Either the director was really, really bad at directing, or the director knew that if the characters behaved that way, they would be a blank slate for all of the viewers to project their feelings onto them. And that way, the viewer wouldn't feel any type of like emotional conflict, but a form of emotional empathy constantly with the characters while watching Twilight. This is a very deep distinction, and most people are probably like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Nexius?" That one actress from Twilight, she wasn't the main cast, went on to Pitch Perfect. Anna Kendrick. What's Pitch Perfect? Oh, she's pretty. Looks like she's getting regular work. Getting some TV shows in too. Look at that. Yep. Yeah, maybe I hope she likes men with beards. Okay, so we did write upgrade from OBS. There is this thing. I need to look more into this stream elements thing. I don't want to like use some over commercialized thing though too. I don't want this to turn into like some sort of TikTok thing. Anyway, all right. Um, okay, we are... Let's check out this guy's stuff.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be taking a look at a game called Night is Coming, which has the distinction of having been on my wish list, I think, longer than anything else. I got a lot of things on my wish list, all right? It's a part of my job, but this one has been on there for a good long time. And this is a very dark and atmospheric colony survival game a la RimWorld. And I see it as like, what if you combined The Witcher with RimWorld? So what if RimWorld, or what if Clockwork Empires, or what if any of those games took place inside the Witcher universe, where there's nasty things lurking out in the woods that want to drag you away in the night while you're sleeping. And it does very, very well along those fronts. I've played the game for about 3 hours now. I think I'm about ready to give you my first impressions on this title, so those will be at the end of the video. They'll also probably come up naturally while we're playing the game. But today we're going to dive in, and I'm going to give you a little 30-minute video, probably highly edited. It'll probably be more like an hour, hour and a half of me playing the game, but there's a lot of dead periods in this game where you're not really doing a whole lot, or you're just prepping things. And so it'll be down to like 30 minutes, and hopefully it'll help you decide whether or not this early access is something that you want to support with your money. If after watching this you did indeed want to get the game for yourself, I got a link for you down below in the description. You can check that out. On top of that, you can also take a look down there. You can find a bunch of other Nerd Castle links that are all super fun to clicky click click. But let's go ahead and dive into the game because time is short and night is coming. Here we are. It's the opening day, the inaugural day of our new kingdom in the woods. The rough...
So for those of you just joining us, when you see my webcam go away and then Skyrim come up, that's me just recording stuff for the music video. So we're going to do that a couple more times, about 6 or 7 more times, recording characters like that with the camera flying by. And then we'll throw it in the editor and see what it looks like.
Storyline of this game is that there's an evil king that was corrupted by dark magics or something, and he went on like a genocidal murder spree, and so we have flown into the woods because the woods are kind of like the only thing that that evil king is afraid of. He won't come out here in order to hunt us and murder us all. However, that being said, what exists inside the woods, very, very dangerous. Ancient dark forces and demigods and things like that that don't particularly like you being inside their territory. So today, in order to get started, the game is divided up into basically 2 phases. You've got the RimWorld section of the game, which all of these little guys are playing the RimWorld section of the game. They go around, they deliver resources to have buildings built, they gather up materials and resources, all that kind of fun stuff. And then you've also got the RTS gameplay on this side, where regularly once you have a barracks, you should be able to convert these guys into warriors, and they just play like an RTS game. They never work, they never sleep, they never eat. They are just static soldiers that are here for you to move around and fight with enemies that live out inside of the dark. This is our shrine. If our shrine dies, we lose the game. And this game is particularly nasty and difficult. At least I personally have found it to be on the normal difficulty setting. I got absolutely dookied on my first couple runs, and then like my 3rd and 4th runs went quite a bit better. But we need to protect this altar right here because it is the means by which we, as the player, manifest our god powers into the world. That's right, this game also has a little bit of a black and white thing going on, where I can cast spells onto the battlefield, I can bless people.
Oh, so here I'll show you. This is the only way that you can get to this place that I'm at right now. You have to get here through the console, and the command to get here through the console is COC space QA smoke, And when you press enter, it will teleport you to this place. And the reason that I'm come here is because there are chests with one of everything in them. So there's the chests in there have all the Dragonborn content, and then the chests in here have all the normal item stuff. So here's all the normal clothing that's available, and here's all the normal armor that's available. And what I'm doing is, because I'm recording for a music video, I'm basically picking out different outfits, equipping them. Then I use the console to show the race menu, change the character a little bit, and then I'll record that. And that's what we're doing to put things in the music video. So this gilded elven armor looks pretty good. The glass armor looks pretty good. I think we're going to do a glass character. Well, getting the mod pack installed took quite a while. We've got about 400 different mods installed to make the game run really smooth and look really great. So that part's done, and now we're starting to record to fill in part of the music video. We've got 3 minutes and 2 seconds of music video that we have to have pure awesome of. And that's what we're in the process of doing. Let's see here. I'm not looking at any of this stuff. There's some thieves stuff. Huh. You like the glass armor? Let's do a night. Let's do like a dark elf with the glass armor on. Let's grab the glass armor. 3, 4, and the shield. Why not? Okay. So now, let's put on the armor. And let's do show race menu right there. Okay. And here, this is typical. I have something on in the background. Let's listen to this guy. So I'm going to change into like a night elf or a dark elf and change my look a little bit, and then we're going to go find some place to film wearing this armor. And then I'll show you a little bit of where we're at with the video.
People, I can help them out with their daily tasks. Well, maybe not so much that part, but anyways, you've got god powers. I can summon death rays from the sky. I can summon magical shields to protect my archers from return projectiles, that kind of stuff. For now, we've got a quest that's waiting for us here at the altar, and it's the same every single time we play the game. We need to find copper ore, and we need to find coal. And if we do that, we will get Settlement Spirit. Settlement Spirit is a resource that you get just for your colonists being alive and being happy. It's basically their prayers to you, the player. As this meter fills up, you can spend it for magic spells, you can spend it to get research, you can do all kinds of things with it, and that's going to be important as we go on through the game. For right now, though, I need to find this coal and I need to find this copper so that we can get our free spirit, because getting things rolling, we've got our guys all out doing like random tasks anyways. There's a copper right there, so we found copper. Where do we have coal at down here? There's got to be coal in the vicinity. And there's our coal. So our job is done. The game is very lightweight, so if you've ever played a colony survival game before with randomized...
It's the armor that he's wearing is glass armor. It's in the vanilla game, but it might not look like it because the texture and the meshes have been completely overhauled. So it probably looks like what the glass armor would have been like if Bethesda made the game just for PC with a bunch of high polygons.
events that play while you're fiddling around with the game, you will find that usually there's like a pop-up right here with some art and some text describing what happens when you complete a goal or when you complete some kind of task that you've been undertaking, those kinds of things. This game doesn't really have that, so you're gonna have to pay attention when you complete quests and whatnot, because it's not gonna like play a chime or play a bell or anything else that lets you know you done good, kid. You just gotta kind of be aware of it. Another mechanic you need to be aware of: the forest in this game is alive. As we collect things, you may have noticed in the top right-hand corner, if you're astute, that this little number is going up every single time we gather something from the forest. This is the forest's vengeance. The more things we take from the forest in order to make ourselves stronger and have thicker walls and have more technology, the more the forest kind of gets mad about us being here. And so once this gets up to breakpoints of multiples of 100, that's when it's going to start spawning lairs and sending, Vlodkalax and things like that at us, like werewolves and things, to try to murder us. Hopefully, we don't get up to those heights anytime soon, but for now, our first day, we just need to gather up the basics, and once we have those, we should be able to start building tomorrow. So I'll probably fast forward through the rest of the day, because everybody needs to chop trees, everybody needs to grab berries, all that kind of stuff, and we don't really have any raw materials right now with which to work, and so most of the good stuff is going to happen in the morning. Morning has arrived, and so now it's time for us to actually do some building tasks and get some things laid out for our survival in the future. Okay. The first really big thing that we're going to need is we're going to need a bunch of places for our people to sleep. And until we have that, we're going to have a bad time. So I'll probably just row up some houses over here. My typical start is like 8 or 9 houses. That usually keeps you covered for the first big chunk of the game, and then you can worry about the rest of it later once you have more civilians. But this is going to be the camp area where everyone lives at. On top of that, we could probably make do with a workbench. I'll try to slam that in right there just to keep everything compact and condensed. All of your workers in this game, they seem to do the right thing most of the time. So you'll find that one of the big travails that a lot of these colony survival games have to get across is just the AI in games like this has to be fairly sophisticated, and it needs to be protected against edge cases where certain things are supposed to happen while other things are happening. I haven't seen their AI bug out too much. I've seen it happen a few times where I have a worker that goes non-responsive, but for the most part, it all seems to work. Note how I said that kind of hesitantly. We've got all of our houses built, so that's good. Everybody gets to sleep indoors tonight, which should help out with their tiredness. That'll be really, really nice. We've got another quest over here, and they want me to hire a warrior. That should be easy peasy lemon squeezy, because we're going to need to have 3 or 4 warriors by the time we get to our second blood moon. That's when, regardless of how unhappy with the forest is with you, on blood moon, something absolutely terrible always happens in combination with a big enemy attack. And so we've got ground to cover before we're going to be properly prepared for all of these things that can go wrong. My first build is going to be a barracks. We'll just slap that in right there. And I should have most of the things I need for a barracks except for stone. So I'll send them over there to mine and go grab that. Once they've got the stones, they should be able to pile those on in there, and we should be able to get going with our first couple warrior recruits. They do have incremental building in this game. I like that very much. You can see them adding piece by piece all the different logs and all the little batches of thatching and whatnot. That's a really big deal to me with games like this. I prefer it very, very heavily. I don't like it when you stamp something down and it just like automatically appears. It breaks my immersion, and I'm one of those players that really appreciates immersiveness. And so the atmosphere and also just the general graphical accompaniment for this game all seem to be more or less Johnny on the spot as far as I'm concerned. We've got decent food supplies for right now. We've got a lot of mushrooms and we've got a lot of berries. We should have most of the things that we require in order to
like that, but we need more light.
Another bar that you'll want to be aware of is this one down here. It allows you to set up the priorities for all the various jobs inside of your colony. The only downside to this is that it is buggy. So once again, we're talking about bugs. A number of times I've gone to adjust my priorities, and these little tiles right here, you can actually click and move them around like so. But occasionally one of them will get like stuck somewhere and just like never go back to where it goes, and then as far as I can tell, they just don't do that task. So that's going to be like a week 1 fix that needs to be rolled out, because that is potentially and more than likely game breaking as far as the game is concerned. Let's slow time down. We've got a ghost inside of our base right now. Ghosts, they're kind of a special enemy. They only show up at night, but you can't hurt them with corporeal weapons. This game has a full bestiary, And inside that bestiary, every time you kill an enemy mob, you get research that tells you more and more about them and how you can fight them off. You need a magical weapon to kill ghosts, and as of right now, at this phase of the game, the only way for me to get a magical weapon is to use my infantryman's special ability to pray, which makes his weapon magical temporarily, and then you can kill ghosts. Had we not dealt with that ghost, it gradually... the ghost can't kill anybody, but it will drain their energy down to 0 so that they sleep through the entire day, and it messes with their moods and whatnot. On top of that, unattended ghosts will go after your altar, and they will...
This is the shot I want. Let me undo that. I'm gonna start recording real quick. Click in here. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Let me get it going the other way too. There, we got like a longer hold on the character. Okay, cool.
Will drain your magical power, and since you use that for research, it's bad when they drain your magical power. We do have
here. Since we're at a stopping point, let me show you what we've got with the music video so far. So let me go here. All right, so here's the music video. Let's see, we need character snap 10. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So we got this one. Okay, that's going to be like a nice pan over. So it's going to be Skyrim. Random. Pan over. Okay, what's this one? Here's Skyrim. Yeah, that one's okay. What's this one? Yeah, here's the other one. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be character snap 11. Character snap 11. And this will be character snap 12. Okay. So we're going to cut all 3 of these and we're going to put them in the video projects folder. Okay, and now we'll add them to the project. Okay. Now here is the random flyover part. Whoops. There we go. Okay. That one kind of gives an idea. All right, now let's pull in 11 and 12. Okay, and let us unlink these. Whoops. There we go. And then we want to chop these down. That one. Okay. I actually like this coming out the other way. We're going to do this from here. So right there. Okay, now that we got both of these, we can pull them on over. Come on. Okay, and now we're going to use those. Okay. We'll use this one. Whoops. Okay, there's that one. And then let's delete this one as well. Yep. Okay, now we need the video transitions. Up to color result. There we go. Okay. All right, here. Let me stop this. Quit. Okay, this is what we got so far. There's also these placeholders where it will just flash because I'm trying to make sure that I have my timing right with the music. So here's what it is the very beginning of the music video, and why we're going through the trouble of getting all these shots, and why I will be continuing to do what I'm doing and running around and getting a bunch of different shots for Skyrim. So here we go. So that gives you the idea. And I've already got all the beats figured out. See, change. So I already see everything in my mind. Like I already know what needs to go. I have an idea of what needs to go there. Now I'm just trying to put it all together. And that I think there's enough of it. You can kind of get the idea. So we've got 3 minutes that we just have to just keep doing interesting things that look really good. That's gonna keep everybody entertained. We got to entertain everybody for 3 minutes, right? We got a 3-minute badass song for people to listen to, and let's have some really badass visuals go along with it. And that's what I'm doing. And the reason the reason that I went through the mod guide that I did, where is it, by the way? Right here. We went through a very particular mod guide, because this mod guide actually, here, I'll link it to y'all in chat. This mod guide actually has you recompile files and stuff like that. Once all the mods are installed, it has you recompile things to make it run smoother in the game. Like you compile like a grass cache texture, all this stuff that you have to do for the creation engine. That it's all because Bethesda doesn't want to upgrade their games engine. So well, it's turned out pretty good. I mean, we've gotten some really good shots. The things look really good at a distance. That's one of the main reasons why I stuck with it. And I went through that guide, is because things look really good far away. And it's hard to get things to look good from a distance. Well, the cool thing about that mod guide, let me pull it up here, is where is it? step guide, modding mandate. So the guide that I linked you, like, you first of all, you need to be technically inclined. So if you're technically inclined, use ChatGTP to help it answer questions for you. If you like, you use it as your own personal assistant when you're going through this guide, but you got to be technically inclined. I can't recommend it to people who aren't technically inclined. And then their mandate is basically, step modifications offers complete standalone mod build guides. Step modding guides are about bug fixes and corrections to malfunctioning aspects of vanilla games, interface mods that improve the UI for the PC, modifications to meet realistic expectations of intended game features, modifications that improve continuity and qualitative consistency of all vanilla game assets, behaviors, and content, new content and assets that are consistent with the game's style and lore, as established by game creators and extrapolated on by the step modifications community in accordance with resources. Step guides are not about sex mods, content that conflicts with the game's lore, sound replacement mods that digress from the game's vanilla ambience. So they basically just try to enhance the vanilla game in every way, especially around the UI, because one of the big problems that we have these days is a lot of the user interfaces that we must contend with are actually designed to accommodate one of these, not a mouse and a keyboard, sadly. And nowhere is that more true, with the Skyrim user interface. In fact, I remember they changed they even changed the UI and how you did things in Stellaris. You used to drag and drop stuff in Stellaris, and then they realized, wait, you can't drag and drop things with a controller. How are we supposed to get on Xbox Live if you can't drag and drop? I guess we'll have to just make it for a controller across the board. I feel like the controller is stifling innovation. Well, it's it's easy to do that with Diablo, because you really only need like a certain amount of like spells and hotkeys. That you could never do vanilla WoW on a game controller. I'll tell you that. Too many hotkeys. So I yearn for the days of needing a billion hotkeys to play a game. Bring back that gameplay. Stop this streamlined one button click stuff. Like, if your game plays itself, don't even show it to me. You mean the game has an auto mode so the game plays itself? Don't even show it to me. I don't want to watch a game play itself. I don't want to play a game that can play itself. Yeah, but totally recommend the step guide. Yeah, old WoW. Old WoW was amazing for its time. They got a lot of things right. Okay, I guess. I'm not too enamored with this guy's.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be checking out a title called Valor of Man. I actually think I saw an ad for this around somewhere. This was a weird find for me because it came from an avenue that I didn't initially get a whole lot of stuff from, but I started investigating the game, checking it out. It's a strategy RPG, but what really got me interested is that somebody compared the game to Kingdom Death Monster, which for those of you that don't know, I play a lot of board games. Every Saturday night, me and like 6 to 10 of my friends get together, get trashed, and play board games. And because I'm in the board gaming community, Kingdom Death Monster is one of those games that's very, very highly spoken of, and so that's what made me want to check out the game. So that's exactly what we're doing here today. We're taking a look at a title called Valor of Man. It's got a public demo available. Any of you can go and play this right now. These are going to be my first impressions of the game. I'm jumping in mostly blind, but you know, it's a strategy RPG. It'll probably have a lot of things that are easy to identify. Along the way, I'm going to be doing my best to talk about what I do and don't like about the title, so you can decide whether or not you want to put it on your wish list or give it the old heave-ho pass. So that link is down below in the description, just in case you did indeed want to partake in the game with me. You can also find a bunch of other Nerd Castle links down there, just in case you wanted to give them the old love and touch and squeeze and clicking. But let's go ahead and start the game off and play. So it looks like at the beginning of the game, we get to pick between a number of characters. There's 4 of them, but these are actually grayed out, so we're not getting to pick here. But it looks like there's variants, so let's go ahead and open up this tab right here and kind of see what the difference is. So we've got Alistair, the captain, who apparently his tag is famous. He's good at battle control, and he's good at defense. If I swap that over to there, he goes from a 2-handed sword to a cutlass. I'm going to leave him with the claymore because everybody loves a big-ass sword, man. Entire fan bases have been formed around just guy with big-ass sword. That's a thing that happens, and frankly, I think I'm going to succumb to it today. We've got Ignatius. It looks like he is some kind of paladin or maybe some kind of cleric, and right now he's got Mystic
Let's see the
as
gameplay.
Dragon Zeph. I said on the ground if we want to do so, and so it looks like he's got reactions, and we don't know what they are, and I'm guessing it cycles through these every single time that we hit him, so we need to kind of be careful about this, but in the opening...
Okay, we need something that we can listen to in the background while I work, but we don't have to watch it. What are we going to do? We can close that. Splattercat, I like you, but I feel like we need to actually watch what you're doing. I don't know. Let's surely one of the channels that I'm following has something we can put on in the background while I work. Let's see. Red Letter Medium. Oh, I like Red Letter Medium.
Oh. Do what part? What are you doing, Mike? Yeah, but yeah, it's great. What do you? No, Mike, that's a digital. Mike, there's already a poster there. That's a digital effect. What? There's a digital poster in there. Nobody can see that poster. They can only see the.
It's red. I don't see anything.
It's digital. You're going to put it in post. You've done it before, Mike. They can't even see it. They can see the digital poster that's in front of everything.
These, if I had met these guys when I was a teenager, we would have been the best of friends.
Everything up.
These guys are like they were the nerdy kids that made movies, and they just never changed, and I love them for it.
Star Trek, the motion picture.
Well, now that you've told me that we have a digital poster in there, should we switch it with this one?
Yeah, that's a neat poster.
I bought this off eBay.
What is the story with this poster?
I think this is before the movie came out, and this is maybe concept art of what they thought the redesign was going to be.
It's some of the concept art. Well, you can see the markings are in different spots. The NCC
Yeah,
1701.
Yeah, but this is like the TOS kind of side logo and all that.
Plus the nacelles are further out.
Right. It could be concept art from Phase 2, which we'll talk about. Of course.
Did you ever see the Ralph McQuarrie concept art for the Enterprise?
No. Oh, yes, I have.
The one that looks like it had sex with a Star Destroyer?
Yes, it's really weird.
It's really ugly. I'm glad they didn't go with it.
Right.
So we're here, and I'm a little bit confused because you've already done a Star Trek: The Motion Picture review, and I'm glad to be here because this is my favorite Star Trek movie. It is not the best.
What I didn't appreciate the Next Generation as much as I do now, because I didn't realize that TNG was actually shot on film. Like that's why it looked so good. That's the production budgets were obscenely high for a science fiction television show for Next Generation. That's just they just didn't spend that kind of money on sci-fi TV shows back then.
Best Star Trek movie, but it is my favorite Star Trek movie.
Dare I say it's the only Star Trek movie.
Is somebody knocking? Is that you, buddy? Davin? Okay. I thought I heard somebody knocking on the door.
think you are correct in that assessment. Yes.
Yeah, I did the original motion picture review with Jim, our friend Jim, and you were very salty at me about that.
Hey, because I've always loved this movie.
Yeah, I didn't. I know.
Everyone always says this movie's the boring one. Oh, it's one of the odd-numbered Star Trek, and it's my favorite Star Trek movie.
I love it, and I talked with Jim endlessly about it, but you wanted to talk about it, and the reason why we're revisiting it is because the 4K Blu-ray came out. Mm-hmm. And they haven't messed with this movie since the director's edition in 2001. And so I was like, oh, you know what? I want to watch the 4K version. I actually bought a 4K player. I didn't own one.
Yeah.
To watch it. And I did. This doesn't belong here. One thing we didn't really talk about, maybe we did in our old review, was all the changes. The lengthy history of this movie, from its pre-production even, to the production, the rushed completion of it, theatrical release, then the infamous 1983 TV version.
Yes, of course. Your pre-programming is already set in. It's all on the computer. You'll have no problem with it.
Then the director's cut, and now the final version. What a story! What a history of weird cuts and changes and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm going to kind of bring that to the table.
Yeah.
And you're going to kind of throw in your 2 cents on the movie because.
Yeah, I would like to have my
Jeez.
2 cents on the movie.
Rich is a man who has bought
Books,
this.
spell times.
Rich's favorite ship is the Constitution class refit, and he bought this model, I don't know, 15 years ago?
Technically, it was a present, but I did ask for it.
Okay.
But this ship is one of my favorite objects in fiction. Like, not just vehicle, not just Star Trek ship. Starships in general, I think
know.
this version of the Enterprise is gorgeous. And I got this like 3-4 years ago. One of the things I do before I die, I want to make this model and I want to do it justice and have it look great. And I am terrified to even open the box. I am so intimidated by this. It's the best looking Enterprise.
Yeah. It's tied with the Galaxy class for me, but they're very different things.
If we're talking interiors, the Enterprise D is home. Mm-hmm. But this is the woman that makes me turn my head. Look.
So you're the guy in that famous
I'm the
meme.
guy in the meme, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do a quick Photoshop of that right here. Yeah. So anyways, I did some research, This is the oldest version of Star Trek, the motion picture I could find. This VHS is from 1986.
Okay.
And this is the SLV, as it's known in the community, the special longer version. So I've discovered that there is a group of adults that are
Now she needs a
older than
weapon.
us, if you could believe they exist, who are the theatrical group, the theatrical gang. Saw it in the theaters. I mean, these people are old.
Yeah.
Saw it in the theaters, maybe early versions of home video, Laserdisc, a VHS or two, but then 83 hit, that's us. We are the special
one.
longer version generation.
So I've probably never seen the actual original theatrical cut.
Well,
I
here's,
tried to find it. For this. I wanted to watch the theatrical, like the original, and then the special. Oh, you have it.
well, let me explain.
Yeah.
We're the SLV generation, the special longer version. Up until 2001 comes around,
There we go.
the director's edition, when it's remastered. Robert Wise was still alive. I think he died like 15 minutes later.
Yeah.
But it was like his last project. And he's like, I want to help fix this movie up, and I'll do that. It's on Paramount. I'll tell you what I want to. The list of things that are taken out and put back in and taken out again is, mind-numbing.
There we go.
I attempted to kind of rally and organize some of it. I'm gonna only hit the key ones, okay? But the director's edition is the next one, so you have the theatrical.
Yeah.
They added a ton of
too
footage,
close.
12 minutes or something like that.
Just to get it to fit on the TV runtime.
That's the thing. It was a special event on TV that was going to be 3 hours.
How do I
of
make the
broadcast
camera just
television.
go
So it's
up?
like 2 hours and I don't know, 17 minutes, but 143 minutes, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it is commercials. So then they added stuff back in, and then in this, Robert Wise said, "Oh, that's not bad. Let's put that in the director's version." "Oh, no, take that back out."
E and Q.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blah, 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 blah.
And they also redid some of the effects in that version?
Yeah. That's important. So this is an SLV. This the famous 1996, 95. The famous you put all the ships
spines
together.
and
Yeah,
it
the
would make the
spines,
Enterprise. Yeah.
That's a SLV. Oh God. This is a special longer version. This is 88, so this is after that. And then these ugly ass things. This DVD release, I don't know what year this is, like 2013? For some reason, this is the theatrical cut.
Oh!
Same with this on Blu-ray. Maybe
After the director's cut was a thing.
Q.
the
E.
theatrical cut came back out on, because it doesn't say special longer version or director's version. It should say theatrical version.
Yeah.
But this is 131 minutes. This is
Oh,
143.
TFC 1.
And the director is, I believe, 136. Yep, 136 minutes. I think they reissued these. Perhaps they didn't have the licensing for this one, and they had the licensing for this. Or they found a print of the theatrical and let's scan that.
Or maybe they were thinking,
it.
well, we don't want to pull a George Lucas and bury the original.
That was some of the controversy with this, was that they redid some effects. And some people might say, you're being a hypocrite if you
Yeah.
hate this. Totally different thing. They fixed like 2 shots. They added visual effects for 2 shots that really desperately needed it.
Yeah.
Or 2 or 3 or 4 shots. But
I know Vulcan.
yes, that's a big one. Remastering some of the shots and then fixing a lot of the miniatures, the compositions, stuff like that.
Star Trek, the motion picture. Rated G.
Now, what do you suggest we do? Spank it.
What would you like to talk about first?
Yeah, wherever you want to go. I guess we're already talking about the changes. So let's stick with that.
Let's talk about there's visual effects and then there's like human moments like lines and things like that. So let's talk about the VFX. You mentioned the Vulcan statues, right? So the theatrical cut and the special longer version, because they hadn't done that effect yet, they originally had planned out for Vulcan to have those big statues, right? And they're set where Spock goes up to the Vulcan priestess and is going to be given his
Pullinar necklace. Yeah.
And Spock is like praying on the ground, and then he looks up and he goes like this, like the sun is blinding him. And then the next shot is just like Vulcan, and it's like nighttime.
Yeah.
There's space, and it's like what? For this version, the director's edition, they added the matte painting, the digital matte painting of the big Vulcan guys, and they have they got the thing, the blade on the end.
It was like a head that broke off on the ground somewhere too.
Yeah. That's in the other shot. And then they added like a, sunset-y kind of sky and orange clouds and all that. It looks very nice. They did that in this. When they had to go to 4K, they redid it, upped the resolution, made it better, but kept it basically the same. For this director's edition and the 4K, they upgraded the Starfleet Command stuff, San Francisco, the skyline, the perspective of the bridge, the ships flying around, the establishing shot before Kirk lands and gets off the shuttle. So they added like buildings in the background and, it's kind of spruced that up a little, because really it was just this like really ugly shot of like San Francisco. They just didn't add a matte painting, I don't think, or it was just a very minimal one.
Well, I know they were hugely rushed for time when they made it originally. So yeah. In the theatrical cut, like near the end when V'ger's about to destroy the Earth, I was watching this. They had actual shots of V'ger without the cloud. I don't remember seeing that like originally. Was that something added in the directors?
Just describe the shot you saw.
It's just like just V'ger's exterior over Earth without the space clouds everywhere.
Yes. Well, once V'ger gets towards Earth, there's a shot in the theatrical and the special longer version where you can see Earth approaching, and then you could kind of see some parts of the V'ger ship on the bottom of the screen.
Cloud dissipating rapidly as it approaches.
For the newer versions, they full-on show the robot V'ger space vehicle as the clouds dissipate, and it kind of looks, it's like this weird oblong-shaped ship.
Yeah.
It's like a large spaceship.
Oddly, ironically enough, kind of phallic.
Yes. It's just like a generic like space vehicle.
Yeah.
But it helps contextualize what's happening.
Right.
Which is another minor change, and this falls into dialogue. You might find this interesting. Earlier versions of the film, when Kirk has the crew assembled in the lounge, and they're showing them on the screen. And they're talking to the Epsilon 9 space station people, and the V'ger cloud, it measures.
My God, over 82 AUs in diameter. Must be something incredible inside there generating it.
And
which is insanely big.
You know what an AU
Yeah, it's just between the Earth and the Sun.
It's nice to talk to a fellow peer who understands things. No one knows. The astronomical unit is the distance.
It's very big.
82 AUs is huge.
Yeah.
And so they were like, well, if they're traveling at sublight speeds, it would take years to reach the center of the V'ger. So they cut it down to 2. They cut them, and he's like, my God,
That's the shot right
distances.
there.
And then they cut to like people like listening.
Oh.
2 AUs in diameter. And it's a little clunky, but it works, and it's like, okay.
Measures. My God, over 2 AUs in diameter. Must be something incredible inside there generating it.
Like only super nerds would have even thought about that.
I didn't even notice the cut.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah,
it worked.
I appreciate that. This is coming from the guy who complained that Sauron's steam-powered rocket, wouldn't reach the Viridian 3 sun in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah. when it comes to Star Trek, I hold these things. The Star Trek needs to get science more right than Star Wars does.
The rock bridge.
Oh yeah.
The rock bridge forms. In the specialized versions, when in the original version it just sort of is there.
Does it fade in? Do they do that?
It kind of
Or
goes.
is it-
They,
Yeah.
they sort of like assemble, like,
Oh yeah, in the special edition. I mean, the original, don't they even fade in, or is it
Yeah,
just there?
the guy's walking by.
It
That's
just cuts to
fine.
it.
and it's there. Yeah. Escaping the wormhole ending. So Kirk accidentally creates a wormhole via ignorance.
Yeah.
Because we gotta have warp drive now. The imbalance in the warp engines created the wormhole, and then there's a space rock coming at them. Next mistake he wants to do is fire the phasers. Decker says nope, and then you got to use photon torpedoes. They fire the torpedo, and in the original versions, it just cuts. Oh, and then Chekhov says, "We're out."
We're out of it.
Which was later cut as well.
Okay, spell
But in the
times.
updated versions, director's cut and 4K version, they added a beautiful shot of the
Some
Enterprise
clothing.
firing a torpedo and hitting it with an exterior shot.
Yeah.
A couple of fixes here and there help because it can be a little muddling about what's happening. A good example would be V'ger fires the first offensive weapon at the Enterprise. In the beginning, the V'ger probe kills the 3 Klingon ships, right?
Yeah. And then the station.
And so that gives us we're now in the position of the Enterprise. They're in the same position as the Klingons. That gives us a little tension.
Yeah.
My God, these energy weapons that V'ger's firing at the Enterprise are pretty devastating. First one hits, right? Their shields absorb it, although Chekhov gets some burns on his hands. Shields are gone. Next one's coming. Spock realizes
All these
V'ger's
shots are
communicating in radio
outside.
waves, which was so below the Enterprise's means. They didn't even think about it. He's like, oh. Well. and Spock's working on the transmission, and Kirk's like, Spock, transmit now.
It's great stuff.
Transmit now, Spock. And he's just ignoring him. I'm working. Leave him alone. And then Spock gets the message through. The V'ger decides to stop its attack. And how does it happen? What is
It just fades out. It vanishes.
on the view screen,
Yeah.
right? It almost looks like they have the effect that someone pulled the black sheet up above it. It's just fucking ugly.
We're gonna get a shot in the tavern in Whiterun, I think.
Now, when you watch the special edition, we get this beautiful exterior shot of the CGI Enterprise. Great. Looks great. I could clearly understand what happened. And then similarly at the end, when V'ger launches its probes around the Earth, it sends probes all over the planet to threaten it. Those are kind of spruced up because before they were kind of ugly. One very cute little tiny detail in the 4K version.
There we go.
Okay.
Not the 2001 Director's Edition is when the final approach of the Enterprise inside the V'ger cloud ship, wherever they're at, Enterprise is this big in the frame, and all other versions is just heading straight towards the final destination, which is the actual Voyager probe.
Yeah.
And the thing. They added a little turn.
Oh
The Enterprise is just kind of
yeah. Like drifting.
spinning out of control. And then brother, it's just this flat, two-dimensional shot of the ship from a huge distance, vast distance. And this is, they give it a little 3D spin.
Nice. I'll have to pay more attention to that. I didn't
It's
notice.
Tiny, tiny. And then, the V'ger explosion at the end is extended. So you can see the ship, the V'ger
There we go.
robot ship.
Okay, that's something I don't remember noticing before. So okay.
And that's really it?
You know what I find interesting about all the changes they've made to this movie all the time?
Oh, no.
The one complaint this movie gets is, the pacing. Oh, those long, lingering shots. And I think to their credit, I don't think any of the special editions have been shorter. They've all been longer, slightly longer. They've never cut anything out to fix the pacing.
So I synced up the sequences. The two big sequences that people complain about are Scotty takes Kirk in the shuttle pod on a beauty pass around the Enterprise.
Yeah.
People say that's too long. And then, of course, the big one is traveling into the V'ger probe.
Which that's all important to me because Star
Wait a
Trek
second.
is about discovery, and that's what they're doing.
Right.
The
Oh,
shots,
wow.
they're seeing
I
this
sat down and she
amazing
actually
thing.
came up and asked me
yeah.
something.
Yeah, the pacing is important. Slow pacing is important.
It's only bad pacing if you're not enjoying it. Something can be slow and good.
We'll have an ale.
Well, the traveling to Enterprise, 6 minutes runtime. I timed it with all the versions, and they're all
Thank you.
basically the same. Same with the Voyager sequence from when Kirk gives the order to enter the Voyager probe. 11 minutes. The 2001 and after is 9.
Gonna record.
Okay, so they did cut a little bit out.
A little bit, and there's variations of cutaways, and I think what they cut out were lines, like lines of dialogue when they talk about the power.
The 12th level energy.
Yeah. I think they cut some of
Let's
that
do-
out, and they just cut to different reactions. It doesn't sync up perfectly. It's not really like obvious where it's like half of it is exactly the same. Then there's a line. It's just like they show Ilea here, and then they show Sulu looking, and there's a longer shot of this, and maybe tighten that up. The thing is, though, is like those V'ger effects, I believe, were all like hand-painted glass, like layers and layers and layers and layers of glass.
Yeah.
That they photographed to give all those different motion layers, the parallaxing effect and all that. And it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So I would feel bad just like.
They're all dead now anyway.
That was the shot. It's there. We got it.
So then when you watch, like, I don't know, theatrical, special longer version, thing that always bugged me, the compositing of miniature effects with the live action stuff, specifically the tour around the Enterprise, right? And I don't know if you ever noticed any of this, but some hairs, film dust, like weird things like that. Because I think when they shoot those miniatures, it's a smaller camera. Maybe they're not cleaning it properly. It's just like you get a lot of junk, little film
character
specs
snap,
and all that. No,
13
it's
and
all
14.
clean. And then I think there's some I always thought the Klingon ships in the beginning were a little too they're a little too bright. They stood out too much. Then you have like the ugly outline. And I think they did their best to minimize that. They kind of darkened the ships a little, made them blend in better. Just general digital cleanup. Stabilization, digital cleanup, all of it, that the beauty passes look amazing. Except for one shot where the Enterprise is a little soft in the focus. It's always bugged me. By the way, I wanted to mention, I talked a lot about the sexual nature of this film. It's the sexiest movie ever made.
I want to get back into that because I have an elaboration on that.
Bet you do.
Yeah.
You may proceed.
I noticed one more sexual subtext.
Yeah.
And it's something else. When Kirk gives the order to enter the V'ger orifice, the V'ger probe, we're going in. I forget what he says. Dun 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 dun. The music starts and cuts to Kirk, and he gets in his captain's chair, and then his little headrest.
I did notice that. I did notice that. And he's very satisfied.
His chair gets an erection.
Steady as she goes.
I mean,
Wait.
Now, what do you
is,
suggest?
what is he talking about? Hold on.
the Kirk and he gets in his captain's chair, and then his little headrest.
I did notice that. I did notice that. And he's very satisfied.
His chair gets an erection.
Steady as she goes.
Oh my God, this is actually happening. He's right. The chair, the headrest in the chair does expand.
I mean,
Have you seen this?
Now, what do you suggest we do? Spank it.
to me, if I were to have this film, and Robert Wise is the director, of course, so he had the say in 2001 of what he wants to keep and what he doesn't, because he's a fucking director. But if it were up to me, and I wanted people to like this movie more, I would keep in all the human elements, character elements possible. So here's some simple ones. After the incident with the wormhole, Kirk says, "Come with me, Decker." Right? Come to my quarters.
I'm going to chew you out.
I'm going to chew you out. And Kirk ends up eating some humble pie because Decker kind of lays it down.
He's absolutely right.
You don't know what you're doing, and well, I imagine you'll help me along during this process. And, he says, "You're dismissed, Decker." Decker leaves, and cuts to him running into Eileen in
So
the
I guess
hallway
we're
or
losing
whatever.
this part.
Make your point, Doctor.
In the longer version they added in, and it just cuts to Kirk, and this is the version I always remember, because we are special longer version kids, is it starts off with Bones, and his first line is, "And another thing."
And another thing. Get out of here, Bones.
Get out of here, Bones. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't really remember, but
Get out of here, Bones. And then Bones
Oops.
continues on.
yeah.
So there's that one little moment, and Robert Wise apparently thought it made Jim Kirk seem like an asshole.
He's supposed to seem like an asshole. He's supposed to seem
That's-
like an asshole.
That's their relationship, right? Get out of here, Bones. And I was like, that's great. Got cut from the theatrical. Got
Yeah.
cut from the director's version even. It's only in this. Not
Whoops.
in this. Then there's another moment in the crew lounge when the whole crew's assembled and they're watching the Epsilon 9 space station get destroyed, right? And it gets wiped out. I don't know what camera's still floating in space filming that. I'm not sure.
It's fine. It's fine.
Kirk says,
Oh, you know what it is? It's that one guy you see who's floating away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably on his helmet. That one guy who's just fucked.
Okay. But Kirk says, "Viewer off."
You're off.
There's an awkward pause.
Here, this guy.
Uhura's still looking up at the screen like horrified.
Yes.
Then he goes, "Viewer off."
You're off.
And because everyone looks over to Uhura, it's her job to shut off the viewer. And he goes, "Viewer off." And then she runs over and shuts it off. Perfect, because it gives you that little beat. Uhura is horrified, and that translates to us, the audience, like, if Uhura's horrified after all the shit she's seen on the 5-year mission.
Anytime's a good time.
If a man tells another man, out of my way, he piles up trouble.
This must be pretty bad.
Yes.
Director's cut, special 4K
Was that them
edition.
singing? Oh my gosh.
Out of my way, he piles up trouble.
This
Dude, 60s television was something else.
must be pretty bad.
Yes.
Director's cut, special 4K edition. Kirk says, "Viewer off," cuts to Uhura going and shutting it off.
Is that not in the?
Nope.
Oh wow.
It's because Robert Wise felt also Kirk appeared too bossy and mean. Theatrical cut. Kirk comes on the bridge. You know, he has that moment where he's like, I'm returning to the bridge. He opens the door and it's chaos, right? Blah, blah, blah. Talking. Does Decker know? I don't know. I'm going back down to engineering. Closes the door, cuts to him walking through a hallway.
At least 3 more characters.
Special longer version edition, they added the extra scene. After the doors close and Kirk leaves, that weird guy with the sparkling eyes and the giant forehead.
Yeah.
He's like, Captain Decker's been with the ship for all of its retrofit. He's going to have hurt feelings when, you know. And then Uhura goes, you know, our chances from returning from this mission may have just doubled. Bam. Cut from theatrical, added back in to special longer version, TV version, but then kept the director's version.
Yeah.
Because Robert Wise said, "Man, that's not bad." I can't keep track of this stuff. And then, oh yeah.
That's an important line. I'd keep that one.
That's the thing. And then there's like stuff with Ilea and Sulu. Sulu's like you know, stumbling over himself because he's in love with Ilea. I must remind you of my celibacy. And there's like stuff like that in there. And then there's a big difference. I don't know if you remember this part. This is in the special longer version, but not theatrical.
We need to get some shots
This is our generation. Yeah, let's see if you remember it.
Okay.
Chekhov gets his hand burned when the V'ger probe launches a weapon, and they get zapped.
Yeah.
He screams. Chapel comes to the bridge, is about to spray him with the little spray, and then Ilea goes, "Wait, I can heal his pain." And she comes over, and she doesn't heal the wound, but
she takes his pain away.
Takes his pain away. Only in the longer version. Theatrical, Nurse Chapel just comes over and goes, no Ilea involvement.
Yeah.
Ilea involvement or no Ilea involvement? What would you prefer?
I prefer Ilea involvement.
It beefs up her character a little.
Yes, a little bit character moment.
So then Chekhov is just kind of there. They don't show him leave. And then in the longer version, they added the footage where he comes back. He comes back and he relieves some lady who's at his tactical station. And he goes, "I'll take over now." It really kind of does feel like cut footage. And then the during the initial attack, this always stood out to me in the special longer version, is Uhura is yelling on the Khan so much that her voice gives out.
Starfleet Command, this is the Enterprise. Do you read? Come in, please. This is the Starship Enterprise. Starfleet Command, do you read?
They just have footage of her, and it's like 4 minutes long, and she's like, "Enterprise to Starfleet Command, we are under attack. Enterprise to Starfleet Command. Repeat, we are under attack.
Starfleet Command,
Enterprise
this is
to
the
Starfleet
Enterprise.
Command,
Transmitting
we are
lingua
under
code,
attack.
Friendship messages
Enterprise,
on all channels.
Enterprise,
No reply
raising
to friendship
Starfleet Command.
messages.
We are under
Starfleet,
attack.
do you read? This is the Enterprise. We are under attack.
And it just goes on for way too long. And I don't know what the fate of that shot was. I think they probably cut that out because it was just like, "Hey, here's a point. We gotta get this to 3 hours. Let's use
He's
that."
a chef.
Not for us.
He's a lizard chef.
No, Captain, not for us. For V'ger.
1979 theatrical version scenes.
Okay, there we go.
It's in the.
Okay, it's in the new one.
Was not in the first one, and
Right,
I
where
think
is,
then wisely added to the 4K post.
go to
Director's
that kitchen
edition
in White
2001
Run.
is Spock weeps for V'ger. You remember that?
I don't remember that not being in the movie, so.
It was not in the 1979 theatrical
Okay.
version because
Yeah, I always remember that being in there.
that's one we didn't see because I don't know, I wasn't alive. You were, I was alive, but I was.
I mean, I was like
I was
2.
I was a baby. I was,
I was 2.
Yeah. So we weren't watching Star Trek: The Motion Picture between 1979 and 1983.
Yeah.
We were shitting
Yeah.
our pants. and rolling around on the floor.
I weep for V'ger as I would for a brother.
They thought Spock crying and showing emotion was too much, even though that's the point. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell you the reason for cutting that out. It's a great scene. It's a great shot.
This is another one too. There's an extended sickbay scene when Spock comes back from his mind meld. He's there, and then he talks to Spock, and they do the thing. So this moment, Jim,
He can't comprehend the simple feeling.
This important moment. Then Kirk walks away, and he's like, "I need Spock right on the bridge as soon as possible." And then Chapel, I think she's like, 2 cc's of cortisone. Blah, blah. Then it just cuts to V'ger exterior, but in the theatrical. Kirk and Bones speculate. Kirk says, a machine planet sending a machine to Earth to look for its creator.
I need Spock on the bridge.
Dalphiline, 5 cc's.
A machine
Why is it doing this to me?
planet sending a machine to Earth.
Fatigued. Oh, it's because they got the
looking for its creator.
settings, gameplay.
It's absolutely incredible.
And I was like, okay, that kind of gives away the end.
Survival mode off. There we go.
I don't ever remember hearing that line. So.
That's a cut.
Yeah, yeah.
I think there's a line from Decker when he says,
Oh, there. Now he can move.
we all make God.
Now he can finally run?
Just a couple of things. And, I understand why a
something weird was
filmmaker
going
might
on.
want to remove or add a line. They just feel like it changes something. And, that's not our decision to make.
Okay.
My opinion, as long as it doesn't spoil anything or give away too much, keep every bit of human emotion in here.
Why has the captain ordered self-destruct, sir?
I would say, lass, because he hopes that when we go up, we'll take the intruder with us.
Will we?
When that much matter and antimatter are brought together. Oh, yes, we will indeed.
But the big one is when Kirk leaves the Enterprise. You know about this?
Which is this? Which version is this from originally? And
SLV, special
Okay.
longer version.
I have successfully penetrated the next chamber of the alien's interior.
Okay, so Spock wants to go out and mind meld with V'ger.
Yeah.
He goes into the little hangar bay and Vulcan neck pinches the guy. He steals the suit and heads out.
Now,
and goes and does his thing.
Why is the
And Kirk's
texture
like,
doing
Spock is
that?
out there.
Why does that texture look
and then
like
it
that?
Cuts. Finally, when Spock flies back out, Kirk is there waiting for him to catch him in the little spacesuit, right?
I remember that. Yes.
In the special longer
Anything
version,
else
because they
buggy?
needed more footage, there's a whole sequence where Kirk is getting suited up in a spacesuit, and Bones is there.
I don't want him stopped. I want him to lead me to whatever's
And
out
there's
there.
a
And
big
if that
kitchen all
whatever
the
is
way
taken
back
over his
here.
mind, then he'll still have led me to it, won't he?
And he's like, what are you planning to do, Jim? I'm going to go out and get Spock. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Blah, blah, blah. Then it cuts to Kirk, and there's, the airlock, like kind of a medium shot of the airlock, and Kirk says, oh, I'm going to go out the airlock. and then it cuts to a wide of the airlock, and Kirk he flies out, he's attached to wires, and he's floating around. But it's actually on the TV version. They just threw it in there, and nobody noticed or cared. The shot is unfinished. You could see the Enterprise hull around the airlock, but everywhere else is like wood.
He got a little tail
and
coming out.
sets. It's like light flags and the thing like lifting Kirk on the string. It's all in the frame. It was meant to have a matte painting around it to widen the shot so you could see more of the ship, but it was unfinished, and they just left it in. Oh yeah, that's another thing. This is a very small mention.
Oh damn!
If this was a George Lucas production, remaster,
There's no way to
special edition made by
have him
George
like
Lucas,
cooking and for me to free the cam.
The wall of historic Enterprises.
Damn.
All those vessels were called Enterprise.
In the crew lounge would have added the
NX.
The NX, yeah,
Yeah.
NX-01.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't care. Leave the film the way it is.
Yes.
Now, what do you suggest we do?
Did we get it? Damn. No.
Shall we give the Enterprise a proper shakedown?
I would say it's time for that, sir. Aye.
Oh, well, let's talk about the film now.
Yeah. So let's start.
Okay.
We're talking about. I guess the thing I most want to talk about. Let's start there. Like the whole. We talk about the
Stephen Collins.
No.
There's a new show.
Yeah, the problem.
It's a documentary series. And
here, the problem is, also, like, there's a couple of problems. One is that everything's way too dark at night. So I need to get some really good shots of things at night, but there's not enough light. Additionally, some of the textures and things are a little wonky. There's a couple of problems. I'm avoiding filming in one place because there's a texture problem that I need to troubleshoot. Now, considering the fact that I went through like this huge guide, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to back everything up, and then I'm going to try to install one of these new mod packs somebody suggested, because it's just click and install. It's not 40 hours worth of work like I did with the step guide. We're just gonna save everything, and then we're gonna try one of these big huge mod packs and see if it makes things look great too. I'm at the part with I wanted to try and preserve the vanilla feel of Skyrim, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to get diverse enough shot, because I feel like I'm restricted to only recording or filming when it's really clear out and when it's really bright out. So like there's not a lot of diversity of shots. Like we got to get some shots of like, you know, in the dungeons and that kind of stuff. And because it's like, I love the lighting in this, don't get me wrong, it's very natural. And I would love to play the game with this level of lighting, but from a cinematography perspective, from the fact that you know, I want to be able to show nice landscape shots, distance of things at night. Yeah, it's not too good, but we do have a good shot in here. In fact, I think if we free the camera up and then say we got a nice what I'd like to do. Oh damn, let's wait till she goes back and starts doing that again. What's she doing? Okay. Yeah, see now here she doesn't have enough light on her, so I guess we're going back to here. What, you can't even, I can't even get out of oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right, now he's got that sword on him. Okay, good. No sword on him. Okay. All right, now. Oh my gosh. Oh, this makes me want to make my own game so bad. Stay right there. Okay. Oh, good. Oh, good. She's in the pot now. Okay, hold on. Well, let's hit escape real quick. Let's not waste this chance. Because she's in there. She's using the pot. Okay. Let me hide my thing. This is good. I want to try to get her cooking. All right, now let me click over here. Oh, hold on. I got to start recording. Start recording. Okay, we're recording. Okay, so now we've got to toggle free cam, and we're already going a good speed. So now, all right, so we're already recording. Okay, good. Okay, we just can't have the. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's great. Yes. Okay, that's perfect. That's a good flyby shot. I like that. All right, now let me stop recording. Okay, that was good. So here, let me, and I'll show you the other place real quick. I'm going to get this music video done, and I'll always be working on some sort of music video, but I'm really looking forward to working on Unreal Engine 5. It's so much fun. I can't wait to build the type of gameplay that I have in mind. Yeah, right here's good. This will show you there's something wrong. Oh, that's right. We fixed it. The texture. Well, there is still something kind of wrong, like the grass. The leaves and stuff are floating. See, look. See how those here. Whoa. There we go. See now. See, you can see that the leaves are floating. Something's wrong. Like some of the textures are just, oh, this is an example of this happening. So there's a couple of textures that do this, and it does throw things slightly off. Other than that, it's not too bad. I just the problem is it's just not. I was hoping that it would look more vibrant. I need it looking more vibrant than it does. Yeah, when I'm right on top of it. I mean, toggle free cam. Yeah, like that. That looks a little bit better. It's just, I wish it wasn't, like, I mean, this is really good natural lighting. This is exactly what I would expect it to look like at this time of day with no light coming in on it. The problem is I want to, like, you know, do a shot of this and it needs to be lit up and vibrant. And there's just no way to do that with the way this mod thing handles. So I'm going to try this other mod pack that has an auto installer. Yeah, we're rendering everything around here. So like right around here. So yeah, I'd like to be able to, oh, that actually would be a good shot. Like coming around, coming right around there and then boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so, but it's a little washed out here. Okay. All right, how are we going to do this? We're going to choose another profile, I guess. File, manage instances. Yeah, so there's like a whole new instance. So create a new instance. Full set of mods, downloads, configurations for a game. Each instance is supposed to be managed by its own. Okay, yeah, next. Create a global instance. Create it for Skyrim. Create it for Steam. Special edition. Novus? Question mark? Oh, I can't put any question marks. All right. Use profile specific. Use profile specific. Automatically archive. Okay, that's fine. Finish. Okay. Login successful. Do nothing. Okay, so here's, all right, so now I've just got like a fresh thing for Skyrim. And I bet, let's just see something real quick. So I should be able to come into here. Library. Skyrim. Should just be able to play it. I probably can't load a game. I could probably load the game right after I get out of Helgen, though. Not that one. Yeah, it might load this one. Might.
It's probably best if we split up.
Oh, okay.
Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
Oh, there we go. What time is it? It's 1 p.m.? Oh, the sun's out and everything? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay.
Should go to Solitude and join up with the Imperial Legion. Could really use someone like you. If the rebels have themselves a dragon.
Okay, well, I gotta try something because I'm not happy with what I mean, the interior shots and some of the things that we're getting, I'm happy with. Don't get me wrong, it's working, but I thought that the game would look normal after we did all that. That means that there's still some things that are changed for the game that. Okay, I'm just trying to think if there's. Let me look at this mod pack real quick. Oh, I think things were, so here's what really happened. Like, I went through the big step guide, got everything installed. It worked. Played for like 90 minutes. Then we had our first crash. We troubleshoot the crash, and it basically turns out that like the game's trying to render some sort of mesh that just isn't there. So we ended up running a program that like recompiled the mesh and put it in the right place for us. And then that's when we started seeing these weird problems with the textures. So like we basically ran an application that I didn't fully 100% understand. And it did fix something because the game's been stable and it hasn't crashed on me since, but it's had these weird issues. In addition to that, the lighting at night just isn't doing it for me. Now, you know, like this, I mean, these screenshots look great. Like, oops, I didn't mean to click on Discord. I mean, these screenshots are looking good. You know, if it changes the look of Skyrim too much, then if I end up reinstalling, like I'm not going to go through the step guide all over again. It's taking like way too much time, but I will install a handful of mods. But see, look this, like if I like, this is fucking great. This looks amazing. Can I get, you know, like, let me see if I can get some screenshots like this. Right. So, but before I go getting more footage, because I don't want to look like I recorded it from two different games at the same time. You know what I mean? So I got to find like a mod pack, or a set of mod packs that like I can like change the setting on a little bit. Now I could do these with the thing called ENB. Like there's all these different ENBs, that I can trade out. But the problem is right now, night is always too dark. So let's do Nexus, mods, Skyrim, Anniversary Edition. Yeah, Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Oh, everything we know. Skyrim Special Edition. So we just searched for mods, or ENB. Yeah, so there's a bunch of different EMBs. That's just a collection of a bunch of different settings. So yeah, here's somebody just posting a screenshot. Ultra modded. Now I actually like that camera movement. That walking camera movement. We might actually use that. I like this walking camera movement here. Okay, let's look for that really quick. First person camera movement, Skyrim anniversary edition. Okay, this has got 15,000 endorsements, over 1.5 million downloads. So this has got to be something good.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another Skyrim mods showcase. Today, I'll be introducing amazing first-person mods to enhance your first-person gameplay experience. And yes, all mods mentioned in this video will work perfectly together. If you're into Skyrim mods, you've come to the right place. Anyways, without wasting any more time, let's get right into the video. First up, we have Improved Camera SE.
Okay,
The highly awaited mod that has finally arrived on Nexus and is fully compatible with the latest version of Skyrim. One of the standout features of this mod is the ability to see your own body in first person. With Improved Camera SE, you can now fully immerse yourself in the world of Skyrim, and even see the details of the armor you wear.
Hey DJ, well, welcome to the stream. Really good to see you. We're overcoming some issues with the Skyrim music video. We've got I really like. So where is it? There's this movie. We were just looking at this guy's screenshot, and there's some really great camera movement, like first person camera. Look at that. Some first person camera movement while you're walking around. So I really like that. So I'm trying to figure out what mod I can use to recreate that. We've got a good bit of the music video put together so far. Now the problem is the mods that I've got installed, everything looks really good and it plays great. And I like the light levels. I like them great. In fact, I would love nothing more than to just play Skyrim the way I've got it set up right now. The problem is it's too dark from like a video cinematography perspective. So I want to get some shots. The only time things look good in Skyrim to go in my music video is when it seems like it's clear as day and it's really bright out. See, all these shots look great, but I need some shots of like this shot looks okay, but I haven't been able to get any other shots of anything darker. Like, notice how everything's just okay. Well, that one's pretty good. That one's inside. But the rest of everything, it's okay. The main problem is that I can't really quote unquote film at night. So we're going to and I can't really so we're gonna I'm glad you guys like it. I want to go ahead and do this now before I get any further down the road. We're gonna install this other mod pack because if it looks completely different, I don't want it to look like I'm slapping two different footage from two different games together. So we'll go ahead and install it and see what it looks like. But it looks like I'm gonna have to nuke everything. Yeah, because I need shots at night. That's basically what it is. I can't do the whole music video with just daytime stuff. There's got to be some night. There's got to be some interior shots. So it's got to be done. Okay, and then there's other things that we can do. We don't have to reinstall the whole mod thing again if it comes to it. Okay, so we've got some good footage. Let's see what we've got so far. I just want to watch it real quick. We'll let the music play for like 10 seconds past, but it gives you the idea. Like there's enough here so people can see the vision. Like I can see this stuff happening in my mind every time the music plays. Like every time I've heard this song, like this music video is already playing. So this is, without further ado, here's what we've got so far. We're gonna get more. So you guys get it now. Like all I've got to do is get all the footage and put it together. So let's spend the time get this mod pack installed because it's most of the stuff that I've seen from this mod pack is making me a little jealous. I'm like, man, I was hoping getting the step guide installed. It looked noticeable like this, but they've got to be using a bunch of depth of field and parallax stuff that like, gosh, that looks really good. So I want to see if we can get our Skyrim looking like that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do it because, or there's other mod packs to try. Yeah. I've got to. I've got to do something. The reason I'm hesitating is because I've spent a lot of time installing that mod pack, but I'm thinking now, like, we don't have to do that. I learned a lot from it. We can always reinstall just the basic things that we need. We don't have to. It won't be that big of a time investment to put things back. I've already got all the mods downloaded. And this thing isn't as big of a time investment because it has an auto installer. So that's another point in its favor. All right, well, let me stop hemming and hawing and figure out what we're going to do. So downloads, mods, full mod list, automatic installation. Okay. Dashboard is software designed to install and manage any Novus mod list automatically. This tool can be used by beginners who don't want to learn how to mod, just play modded Skyrim, as well as experienced modders. Novus dashboard includes the following features: compatible with Nexus, fully compatible. Interesting. For everything you have Skyrim already installed, does it safe? Highly recommend you uninstall it and remove manually any files left in the Steam folder before continuing. So in Steam, if you don't own Skyrim yet, buy this version. Okay. Hey, thanks for hanging out. All right, hope to see you around. Come back. We're gonna be working on this, or we're gonna be working and doing some stuff in Unreal Engine, or working on the Star Wars video. So this will be Star Wars game development, or music video making is what we doing. So come in and hang out. Hope to see you again. It was good chatting with him. Oh, good. Yeah, I'd like to see you again. It's good. It's good to have starting to have some regulars around here, like Noob Fever. I know you're over there. You watching, and Flame Mage might be around. He was around earlier, so it's good to know that. And then Phoebus is typically around. He might not be here today, but scroll to the bottom, click agree. Yep, Noob Fever's here. See, I knew it. We're starting to get the regular crew together. Yeah, well, hopefully I'll have a job in the next couple of weeks. I can be putting out some fires too. I gotta talk to those recruiters on Monday. Trying to talk to them on a Friday was not. I called 3 different places. I got 3 different voicemails. Recruiters don't work on Fridays. They work on Mondays. The game's installed on Steam, right? Click on the properties. This stage is really important that all the Creation Club files are installed. Okay. Really important because you have to set this path in the auto installer as we will see it further. Okay. Wait, what? Maximum performance? Wow, they're having you do the settings in the NVIDIA control panel. Okay. Take note of your Skyrim Steam installation directory. Okay, we've done that. What though? C: games, Steam apps, common, Skyrim. Yeah, ENB, local, ENB. And then this one. Okay, I think we're gonna have to uninstall. No, let's restore. We can restore it because we made that backup. Yes, let's do that. So we go to desktop. Okay, this is Skyrim Special Edition. So what we can do is we can click here and delete everything. Delete all of it. There we go. All right, now if we go to this is the backup right here. Now all I got to do is copy and paste. There we go. Yeah, and I did this after the Creation Club stuff was downloaded, so we'll just wait for this to finish, and then we can continue on with the Novus install. I'm going to let this play, since this is going to take a second, I'm going to let this play. And I'll be back
the
in a minute.
subject of the very first episode.
Yeah.
The show is called Hollywood Demons.
Sometimes when I watch this, it does hinder my enjoyment of this movie when he's on screen. Yeah.
What types of recreation does the crew aboard your vessel enjoy?
The examination is a normal function.
So, briefly, we're going to talk about the story of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. It started out as an attempt to reboot the TV series, Star Trek Phase 2. They're going to call it, because the original show ran for 3 seasons, 79 episodes. I believe it was shy of making it into syndication, which you needed 100 episodes, but for some reason
it went in anyway because it was so nichely popular.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge hit, and then in syndication it exploded and got bigger over the years, people watching it over and over and over again. So they said, let's start making a new show called Star Trek Phase 2. They began pre-production, screen tests, casting people. Ilea, Persis Kambata was a character. They had a new Spock, because Nimoy wasn't available.
Right.
Called Zahn. They started to build sets, design ships, which I think...
They had scripts, some of which I think survived into Star Trek The Next Generation.
Correct, yes. As ships design, which that could be pre-production art from that.
Actually, Will Decker and Ilea, they're basically Will Riker and Deanna Troi.
Yes, yeah. So lots of used ideas ended up in this movie, and I think this movie was because Star Wars 77. Yeah. Let's make a movie, and so all that kind of ended up in the movie.
Like, is the script for this basically what the pilot was going to be?
Yeah.
Phase 2? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so the movie, we just kind of like jump into the world of Star Trek again, and we're not like, I like that there's no, it's just like his name is Montgomery Scott. They don't. Every character isn't given like their own like dramatic return. It's just like they're all just there working. That's what I like about Star Trek is this. It's just people working in space, and Kirk is just I don't know how many years were in between.
15. Well, I don't know in universe, but
yeah.
When was it canceled? Like 65, roughly 64.
69. 67 to 69.
Was it 67 to okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So real time is different.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Decker says you haven't logged a single space hour in 2.5 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there were adventures in between that, and then they said we're going to refit the Enterprise. Kirk got pushed up to Admiral, and then they spent 2 years like retrofitting the Enterprise. And I think that's what happened. I don't know for sure, but Scotty's there. Kirk just says, "Oh, hi, Scotty."
I love it that for the most part our characters aren't doing the exact same things they were the last time we see them.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to say to this movie. Here's what I want to add. You'd said that this is the sexiest movie ever made, right? And I think most...
Sorry about that. I'm defrosting some dinner, basically. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to install this mod pack. It's got the auto installer, and we're just going to kick it, and hopefully it's a great visual improvement. I like what we've got so far. I'm a little disappointed that it didn't pop more. So hopefully, going through and installing this stuff will. Let me just bookmark this right here. And just let me leave myself a note in the name. This guy has an amazing first person walking and head bob animation in the video. Where to get it. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I really, really, really want to find that head bob animation. In fact, we'll probably do that before I go to bed tonight. Okay. Okay, are we done? Yeah. It's really important. Download and close the game. If it still doesn't work, start the game, go to Bethesda Creation Club shop and start. Don't go any further. In this guide, you don't have your creation. Do a quick check if subdirectory data and check if you have the Creation Club files like these. Yeah. Yeah, we got them. When everything is okay, please take down your Skyrim. Yeah. Well, that's the installation directory right there. Copy. Okay. Okay. And then it says to check the manage 3D graphics settings. Come on in.
Got a package here for you.
Oh, perfect.
Do you have that light that I could use that for her to cook in there? The light, this light I guess, or the one that's on the. Maybe if you switch them out or something.
What do you need?
She needs a light in the kitchen to cook. So there was that like vertical light that we had. Remember the one that's like a bar?
Oh, it stopped working.
Oh damn! Really? That thing only lasted like less than a couple years.
It did not work well, sadly. I liked it a lot. I wanted to like it very much. You want to use that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Here. I'll trade you.
Thank you.
That should brighten it up enough.
Yeah. I'm gonna use this too.
Oh, good. I know what this is. Thank goodness. Oh, now it's really dark. Now, hold on. There we go. There. There, how's that? Some ambiance. Okay, manage 3D settings. So, NVIDIA control panel. Okay. And then we're going to go to program settings. And there's Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Okay, what does it want me to do? Prefer power management mode. Prefer maximum performance. Apply. Access denied. Failed to apply setting to your system. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Why would it tell me that the access is denied? I'm the administrator of this computer. Alright, well, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I really don't. Don't install this mod on a hard disk drive. Installing on a hard disk will cause you endless loading time. Okay, good. Ultra maxed out preset of the list. Grass in the distance. That's what I want to hear about. I want you telling me you're worried about grass in the distance for rendering. That's good. Oh, I gotta create an account on the Novus website. You are now ready to install the Novus dashboard. Okay, so I've got to create an account too. Okay.
Most people, when they analyze this movie, and they see, the V'ger orifice. V'ger is a space vagina, and they stop there. I don't think people see the forest through the trees. Here's my take. V'ger is not a space vagina. V'ger has a space vagina because V'ger is a space womb.
What video did I leave you guys watching? What have I done? Hey, did I just leave you folks watching this video? I was just like, here guys, watch this. I'll be back. My roommate needs something. And now we're talking about space wombs.
V'ger is a magical space womb.
Never a dull moment here on the Nexius live streaming. Remember that, everybody. Remember that. The next time you're away from the computer and you're not enjoying the Nexius live stream, I want the term space womb to just float into your mind, and you'll think, man, that crazy Nexius
that rebirths things. Okay, and at the start of this movie, Kirk, he doesn't belong on the Enterprise anymore. He's kind of the antagonist. He's the admiral. He's trying to relive his glory days, and he doesn't realize that the truth is, it's gone. It's in his past, and he's desperately trying to put this back together. Spock, the old Spock we knew, completely different personnel. He's not the old Spock anymore. He's the new Spock who has abandoned his humanity. McCoy himself does not want anything to even do with Starfleet. So, the three characters, completely different than how we knew them. The franchise, the Enterprise, the Star Trek franchise is dead. It's been dead for 10 years in real time. And it's not until the ship goes into the magical space womb that everything is magically reborn.
Would you consider the larger visual of the V'ger probe as a space womb and or a space egg, the Enterprise as a sperm?
It's not, it's a sperm. It's a sperm fertilizing an egg, not a penis going into a vagina.
Okay. Although that is part of the reproductive process.
This movie is concerned with sex only so much as sex is necessary for reproduction.
The goal was to have all of our characters be in completely different places in their lives, but then by the end...
Oh, you get to that last scene after the Enterprise is metaphorically born out of the exploding V'ger, and suddenly on the bridge, the tone completely changes. This is a serious movie, and suddenly they're joking around just like old times, because the magic of V'ger has recreated the old Star Trek. The Enterprise is its old self again.
Well, it's been a long time since I delivered a baby, and I hope we got this one off to a good start. I hope so too.
And Kirk very conveniently got rid of his competition.
Magic. Kirk is magically reborn. Kirk did not belong on the Enterprise, but now after going through the V'ger experience, he belongs on that ship again.
It's about finding where you belong.
Yes, it is.
Decker and Ilea, they belong together.
The thing I'm looking at is it says that I need to set up an account, so I'm over on the other monitor putting in my information. That's why y'all can't see me. That's why I look like I'm just looking over at the other screen, not doing nothing.
Decker, don't. Jim, I want this. As much as you wanted the Enterprise, I want this.
Don't. Okay, do you really want to merge with Ilea and the V'ger probe? No, don't. Come back. Bones, let's go. Spock, let's go. Okay.
I've gotten everything I wanted. I've learned nothing. I've learned nothing and prospered.
Kirk knew where he belonged.
Yeah.
He's not a villain per se. He's just trying to get back to where he belongs.
Oh, the thing now that we've done the restore, the thing that we can try is this should look normal again. We should be able to load the save out of here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now that's what I was expecting. Look at that. See, look at that draw distance. Look at that. Look at how clear it is. There's no trees. There's no nothing. All right. That's what I was expecting. All right, this is looking correct. Hadvar, you're a good dude, my dude. See, he's just gonna wait right there for me for the whole time. He's just chilling. Like I said, he's a good dude. See, now this is better. See, this is more like it. Okay, see, you can see a lot further. This is better. It's dark, but like you can still see off in the distance. You can still make out that detail. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, this is what I mean by being able to see at night. Wait, what you need?
Just put this back here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Are you streaming?
Yeah, we're showing the difference of the night cycles and stuff because always something. Okay, well, I kind of lost my train of thought. My roommate was borrowing my mace bell, and he came in to return it. I don't know why that really knocks out my sense of concentration. Anyway, so this is a good example of why. See, this looks great at night. See, that looks good, but it was just too damn dark with the other mod pack installed. So. Alright, so we have confirmed that this system is working. The reinstall did just fine. Or the backup restore did just fine. It works just fine.
Mustache twirling villain, but he is the antagonist. He goes in, he muscles his way onto the ship. At that point, it is rightfully Decker's ship.
Yeah.
And he uses his admiral powers to shove Decker out of the way. Now, the transporter accident. Why does that happen? The accident happens right after Kirk talks to Decker. right?
Yeah.
And Kirk orders Decker up to the bridge. You know what Decker was doing when Kirk went down to talk to him? He was fixing the transporters.
The lithium crystals.
I knew it.
Air supply ducts
The
open.
transporter sensor was not
Air
activated.
equalization automatic.
Kirk is responsible for that.
Report to the bridge, Commander.
Transporter room, come in, urgent.
The Vulcan and that poor lady.
The Vulcan, because he wanted to recreate Spock, because he's desperately trying to relive his glory days.
Report to me in 1 hour.
So he got that guy killed because we need a Vulcan science officer, because I want to be the old days again. And then also the transporter accident because he got rid of the guy who was fixing the fucking ship. Kirk fucks up by causing the wormhole. Decker's the one who knows how to fix that problem because at that point in the movie, the ship is rightfully Decker's. That weird alien with the eyes is absolutely right.
Hold on a sec. So it says, when downloaded, don't directly run from your Windows download location. Create a new folder anywhere except in your desktop, My Documents, Program Files, 86, or Steam Apps folder. Okay, so it just needs its own fucking folder in the C drive is basically what they're saying. So we'll go to C and we'll give it its own folder. Okay, and now we paste it right there. Okay. When done, copy into that newly created folder and execute it from that location. Okay. Okay. Well, here we go.
Decker's been here every moment of this ship's refit.
But Kirk did make a couple of good decisions, you know, in regards to dealing with the V'ger orifice.
I think once they're in the V'ger orifice, that's where the magic starts to happen.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
I think my favorite scene in the movie is when he starts treating V'ger like a child.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk unit, disclose the information.
No. Yeah.
That is the moment in that movie when the old Kirk is like fully back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The motion picture is the best Star Trek movie that could possibly exist if you are a fan of TOS.
They explore a strange, weird, new thing. It has interesting science fiction ideas. It's an exploration of humanity, what it means to be human, why emotions are important.
Change.
And they don't shoot.
Finding your place in the universe.
They don't have a sword fight with a supervillain who's got a scar on his cheek.
That was a bit much.
Captain, I believe that is our destination.
It was a bit much.
It was all downhill from Wrath of Khan on.
I love The Wrath of Khan as a movie, but damn, did it set some bad precedents.
And that's where it started.
Leonard Nimoy knows exactly how to play Spock right, because you can tell he's off when he shows up in the beginning. Like to the stupid layperson, Vulcans don't have emotion. And that's never really been true, because you can tell it just by how off Spock seems in that early part of the movie when he has no emotions guiding him at all.
Yeah.
And it's not until the end when Spock feels like Spock, because there's always somewhere in the back of Spock's head that the humanity like guiding him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a Vulcan. It's like a human-Vulcan merger.
Yeah. Well, he's half human. So
yeah.
It's his inner struggle. It's dichotomy. That's what makes his character. He's not a boring Vulcan. He's suppressing those little human moments. The famous moment is when he thought he murdered Jim in the Vulcan ritual thing. And he just bursts out, "Jim!"
Don't you think you better check with me first?
Captain! Jim!
My hot take is, I don't like 4 all that much. I don't hate 4. I don't like 4 as much as other people love 4. It's just such a gimmick. The gimmick of it's the crew, we're seeing them on Earth at our time. Isn't that cute?
I like the weird plot. the sciencey, bizarro plot of
whales.
An alien probe wants to talk to whales. That's just amazing. They would never do that now.
Yeah, you're right about that.
They would never.
You're right about
they would.
that.
What? What are you talking about? Where's the bad guy with the scar on his face who has a super weapon? What? A probe wants to talk to whales? It's like an indirect antagonist. It's like a completely indirect antagonist.
If J.J. Abrams made that movie, would there on the whale probe, would there be like a whale captain with a scar on his whale face that wants revenge for what humans did to the whales?
There'd be a sequence where the sausage would open up a door and thousands of little spaceships would fly down looking for the whales. And then we have to fire back at them, launch all defense systems, and there'd be a huge battle where they fight all the little ships and explosions, and then the Beastie Boys would play. My drone warriors have failed to locate the whales. You have 1 hour until you produce a whale, or else I will fire my sausage rocket down at the planet and will eliminate every oxygen-breathing creature until I find the whales. I will set your atmosphere on fire.
Release the sperm! Whale ships!
And then Kirk and Spock would have to fly up to the sausage probe wearing like space armor, and they would get on board and they would fight like minions that would run around and blow up things. There'd be 10 seconds till he launches the thing. And
well, there'd be some kind of like, they'd be in a room with like a bunch of like lasers, and then they would like throw people into the lasers and they get vaporized in the energy room.
Yeah. Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Sure. Action.
Rotating lasers that they have to dodge around while fighting hand-to-hand combat.
I think we gave it the ability to create its own sense of purpose. Out of our own human weaknesses.
That's such a good juxtaposition.
And the drive that compels us to overcome them.
Yeah, remember when science fiction was more about just defeat big bad evil guy?
Interrogative from Starfleet. They're requesting damage and injury reports and complete vessel status.
Report 2 casualties.
Vessel status, fully operational.
Did you talk about the music much with Jim?
Alright, we're going to keep going. And listen to these guys in the background while we go through the install.
And now, the conclusion.
My next episode is, we haven't had any matchups so far. So that's good. I'm kind of curious. Do you have on your list Chain of Command?
I do not.
You do not.
All right. I respect it. I like it, but it's not in my rewatchability.
That's fair, but I think it's got some things that are interesting to talk about.
Absolutely.
Which is why I bring it up. This is the famous "There Are Four Lights" episode of The Next Generation, where Picard is pulled from command of the Enterprise. He's pulled out of the captain's chair by Admiral Bicheyev because they want Picard to go on a secret mission in Cardassian space.
Starfleet intelligence believes that the Cardassians are developing a metagenic weapon.
Oh my God.
And they need Picard, because he's got some knowledge on the subject, to go check this out. So they pull him from command, and then they bring in the villain from RoboCop.
Do we do Novus Awakening or Novus Secession? I guess we'll do Novus Secession because this one's in beta. Or we can compare the two. Novus Secession is photorealistic preset using Anniversary Edition Seasons, latest complex parallax features, and next generation combat. Yeah, let's just do that, and then we can see beta later on. Optional CR exterior cities add-on, new revamped combat. Yeah, we'll stick with this for now, unless there's somebody that knows, somebody in the chat right now, if anybody's familiar with it. Don't think so. Yeah. Let's just go with the non-beta one. We can try the beta one later. Okay, so it looks like Nova's instances. Okay. Okay, I think he's happy. Okay. Hardware requirements. We've got all that. LODs ultra. Yeah, we want those to be ultra. Advanced physics on. FPS stabilizer off. Screen ratio. That's fine. That's fine. Nova's version has some performance options. The ultra variant is a graphically maxed out version of the list. Okay. Okay, so we're good.
Commander Captain Jellicoe to take over the Enterprise, presumably permanently.
It's not necessary to give Captain Jellicoe command of the Enterprise just to conduct a negotiation.
The Enterprise will be in a dangerous situation, and I want someone on the bridge who has a great deal of experience with the Cardassians. No offense, Commander, but that's not you.
And so then Picard goes on his mission with Crusher and Worf, and it's a trap. The Cardassians, those evil Cardassians, have set a trap to capture Picard, to extract knowledge from him.
Well, it's a good thing they didn't send 3 nobody Starfleet security guards to go on this mission. Instead of the captain of the flagship.
You know what? It would be a lamer episode if it were just a red shirt being tortured.
Well, that's why you send a 20-year-old Bajoran girl into Cardassian space on a secret mission, because they don't come back.
Okay. Anyway, Picard is captured. Picard is tortured, and it's a two-parter about torture.
Do we enable nudity? Can we? I guess everybody knows it's a mature stream. That's fine. We're gonna enable the nudity. Female skin, smooth or muscular? Babe skin, type or muscular? Let's go with muscular. All right, just we had to pause the. We had to consider that.
I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate. It will make everything clearer.
I think it's David Warner.
Yeah.
Plays the Cardassian.
Yeah. The famous
British character actor.
Yeah, he also does the voice for Ra's al Ghul in Batman the Animated Series.
He's in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country.
Star Trek VI. He was the villain in Tron, but he tortures Picard and interrogates him, and basically he can't get any information out of Picard, and at some point he knows that Picard doesn't have any useful information for him, but he just wants to break Picard for the sake of breaking him.
I've just received word. There's been a battle. The Enterprise is burning in space. The invasion of Minos Corva has been successful.
He just wants Picard to admit there are 5 lights when there are in fact 4.
Tell me how many lights you see.
He wants to dominate him.
He wants to utterly dominate him, and he completely dehumanizes Picard. His daughter comes in the room at some point, and like, oh yeah, how you doing? And didn't even care that his daughter is witnessing this man being horrifically tortured, because Picard doesn't. He's just a piece of meat.
But human mothers and fathers don't love their children as we do. They're not the same as we are.
The torturer, David Warner's character, from what I recall, it's all status for them, but on the inside, they're the weakling, they're the scared one. I think from what I recall,
That happens in the episode.
Picard breaks him, basically, because they say, you've gone far enough, David Warner.
Well, he admits something that happened when he was a child that scared him. Oh no, this is why he's like explaining why the military is good, because before the military took over Cardassia, everyone was starving and things were terrible, and I was just a scared little boy. And then Picard points out, that's all I'll ever see when I look at you now. You're just a scared little boy.
Whenever I look at you now, I won't see a powerful Cardassian warrior. I will see a 6-year-old boy who is powerless to protect himself. Be quiet.
Lashing out.
Yeah.
Just.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and put, because it gives the option for fantasy mode. With this option mode, you'll perform some fantasy combat animations and jumps. This option provides more JRPG features. So we're just going to see. It doesn't have to go into the video, but we're gonna turn it on and see what it's like. I'm really hoping to be wowed and amazed by trying out this mod pack.
Infuriates him even more.
Right.
In spite of all you've done to me, I find you a pitiable man.
Picard, stop it.
Captain Jellicoe takes over, and he is not laid back at all. It's like, things are going to be done like this. I want 4 shifts, and you got to get these shifts ready. I want them ready 4 minutes ago. And we're going to work twice as hard.
I'm gonna look up the different EMBs. Sadly, there's no picture to kind of let you know, so I'm going to have to look up and decide which look that I want.
And everybody on the Enterprise is used to the...
And we can, and this is, the EMBs are where I can change, I can actually swap out the EMB without needing to change anything game file wise. So let me just look that up.
Basically, the Enterprise, like before then, it's just like a luxury cruise liner. Everyone just hanging out in bar and doing jazz, and suddenly there's this harsh taskmaster in charge. But I think what's interesting about it to me is normally in like a Star Trek episode, when the new authority figure comes in, it's usually an admiral, but they're always like the bad guy.
Yeah.
They're always evil, and our heroes have to take charge back from this commander who's just, they're off their gourd and they're doing terrible things. But
the Doomsday Machine episode of TOS.
That's the classic one.
The Admiral's nuts, and he's putting everyone in danger because he's just gone bonkers.
But
it's a twist with Jellicoe.
Chain of Command completely subverts that, because everything that Captain Jellicoe does is fucking right.
Mr. Worf, prepare to detonate.
I will agree to your terms.
Excellent.
This episode makes Riker look like such a fucking asshole, because he butts heads specifically with Riker.
Let's drop the ranks for a moment. I don't like you. I think you're insubordinate, arrogant, willful, and I don't think you're a particularly good first officer.
And Riker just comes off looking like this petulant brat.
Well, now that the ranks are dropped, Captain, I don't like you either. You are arrogant and closed-minded. You need to control everything and everyone.
But the truth is that Captain Jellicoe knows exactly how to handle the Cardassians. He knows when to bluff, how to bluff. We got him in the nebula, we got him right where we want him, we're gonna do this. And the sad thing of that episode is when Captain Jellicoe has to come to Riker, because Riker is the best pilot on the ship, and they need a good pilot to lay the mines around the nebula. And he basically has to beg Riker to do his fucking job.
Will you pilot the shuttle, Commander?
Yes. You're welcome.
It's just a very interesting choice that they didn't make Jellicoe the villain. And I'm wondering why they did that, if they just didn't want to just shake up what we normally do with the evil admiral.
Yeah.
I don't know what the thinking was behind it.
Yeah, normally it would be like a more conventional storyline would be Jellicoe's gone power mad because he has the flagship and he's just blowing everybody up. Riker,
oh no, what Jellicoe's doing is going to start a war. We have Commander Riker has to find a way to stop him from really ruining this situation.
Remove Captain Jellicoe from the bridge. I'm taking over. We're leaving this situation and we're going to rescue Picard.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work. They let Picard go. Jellicoe solves the problem, and Riker realizes that there are different ways to do things.
The salt in the wound is that Jellicoe even manages to save Picard.
I understand you're holding a Starfleet officer named Jean-Luc Picard. I expect him returned immediately.
Even though he doesn't know, we gotta let Picard die. But even after that, he still manages to save Picard. It is a shame he never came back. The other thing I wonder about this episode, why wasn't this the cliffhanger for season 6? The cliffhanger for season 6 was fucking Descent. Yeah. Probably one of the worst TNG episodes or stories. And this would have been such a good cliffhanger because it similar to Best of Both Worlds, it leaves the question open as to whether or not they're going to shake up the status quo.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they are shaping up Jellicoe to be the new captain. Maybe we won't see Picard again.
I think they had a cliffhanger problem, 6 and 7-ish, because they also had Picard.
Hey, Raz.
It gets kidnapped and turned into a mercenary two-parter. I think that was supposed to be the 6 and 7.
Hey, Ken Pasta, welcome.
Two-parter. And then,
I'm sorry I've been focused on this this installer thing. Raz, it's good to see you. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. And then Kenny, if you're still around, I hope you weren't hanging for too long. I just wanted to acknowledge you and see that you said something. So we've got some stuff for the music video. But the problem is the stuff that we did for Skyrim so far is it doesn't look very good at night. So sadly, there's not. We're installing this different mod pack in hopes that we'll get some. It'll pop more. This is looking good, but I'm afraid that it's just it's a little too dark at night, and I can't seem to get any good shots at night. So it's really hard for me to get some shots when it's at nighttime, and because of that, it's kind of like lacking diversity in the different types of shots. So we're going to install Nulvis, which is this huge mod pack, in hopes that it changes things enough to where I can film at night, where it's basically bright enough for me to film at night. But there's enough of the music video here to like give you the idea of what I'm trying to do. So like I'll just play like up to like right over here. I'll play for like the first 42 seconds, and you'll get it. You'll be like, oh, that's what he means by making a Skyrim music video. It's just, here without further ado. So you get it. And I just can't. It's so good. It's so good. I need it. I need the visuals to be as awesome as that song is. And this is okay. These are okay. But hopefully this mod pack is gonna make it pop. Gonna make it.
And they said,
let's. And then I've got the AI pulling screenshots for me because the installer here doesn't really have any screenshots to let you know what kind of mood it is. But we can swap out the EMBs after the install. I'm just trying to see which one they got here. Offers modern lighting overhaul with vibrant colors. Rudy is renowned for the balance between realism and fantasy. Cinematic and immersive, a grittier and more somber. The White Wolf is a crisp and high contrast visual style inspired by fantasy themes. Ooh. Let's take a look at that one real quick. We're joining the White Wolf cut. EMB. Oh, he just played. I'm just playing with it. Okay. Well, then we'll just go with offers a modern lighting style with vibrant colors and stylized visuals. Is renowned for its balance between realism and fantasy. Let's do the Rudy ENB. Oh my gosh, Raz, you had a migraine so bad you went to the hospital? I am so sorry. That sucks. Oh man, I get migraines once in a while. I haven't had one that bad, not in a long time. I hope you're doing okay. It wasn't like wasn't like that. Clearly, it wasn't just a caffeine headache, was it? I hope they took care of you. I used to get them really, really bad when I was working this real stressful job for a while, and I'd grind my teeth at night, and it would cause the side of my jaw to like click, and then it would be really sore in the mornings. I just wake up from grinding my teeth, and then it started giving me migraines. I ended up quitting that job. Just tired. So yeah, it sucks with the migraines. You can't get any sleep. It just, it's not like you're not like 100% out, but it just makes you feel just so terrible. Oh, we got an ad. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me go grab a drink. I'll be back in 3 to 5. Let's go ahead and what were we doing? What did we say? Oh yeah, Rudy. We're gonna go with Rudy. Continue. Page file configuration. To improve and avoid crashes, especially if you only have 16 gigabytes, set your page file size. Oh, we don't have that problem. The page file will require reboot, so you can do this. What is it doing? What is going on here? Page file size. Well, how big do you want the page file size to be? What now? Check automatically. Select the driver Novus is installed and click on custom size. I guess you can just change the performance options. Okay. I'm being told. Let's just talk to the AI about it. I'm being told to change the page file size of my C drive by a guide showing me how to install a modded version of Skyrim. want me to change it. They want me to... They say... So the page file size 27 minimum. Size will be taken as used space on your drive. Okay. Click OK, a reboot will be required. Okay. Size will be taken as used space. Yeah, I get that. So wait. It also says don't forget that the size will be taken as used space on your drive. Click on OK and reboot required. How much RAM are we saving for this new page file? Is it okay to change this in Windows? It's not going to mess anything up. This is a fairly common performance tweak for heavily modded games like so. Yes, it is generally safe to do in Windows as long as you have enough disk space on your C drive to allow. Page file is a reserved portion on your drive that Windows uses as extra RAM when your actual RAM is full. Modded Skyrim can easily use 8 to 16 gigabytes or more. So if you have 16 to 32 gigabytes of RAM and you're pushing that limit with high execution textures, EMBs, and scripts, it helps prevent crashes. I just spilled coffee in my lap. If you set it to 40, Windows will reserve 20 to 40 gigabytes of space on your C drive as virtual memory. This doesn't use your RAM, it supplements your RAM. Okay, so we're just making, oh, that's right, we're making a bigger space for it on the thumb drive, the M.2 drive. Ensure your drive has enough space. Yes, it's safe. Even Microsoft allows manual page file adjustments. However, how to set it? Okay. Well. Okay, so it's going to be undo that, and it's going to be C drive, and it's going to be a custom size. And they want us to from 20 minimum to 40 maximum. Set the page file size from 20 minimum to 40 maximum, and he's got two 40s there, so 40/40. Or does it, or is that like a typo? Should it just be 20 and 20? Okay, the C drive, virtual memory. I guess we can just make it 40. Set the page file size 20,000 minimum. No, I think that's what they mean. Do 20,000. 1, 2, 3. And 40 maximum. Should you do it if the guide you're following says it's required and you're running heavy modded Skyrim? This can reduce crashes and improve stability. Yeah, that's got to be a typo. They meant to have 20 here and 40 there. Initial size, maximum size 40. 1, 2, 3, 40,000. And hit set. Okay, changes you require before they take effect. That's fine. That's okay. And we will restart later. We don't have to restart right now. Okay. before it crashes. Alright, well, let's ask it. Do I need to... do I need to restart right after changing it, or can I restart later? Because I'm still live streaming. Can't I at least install the game before needing to worry about the restart? No, you don't have to restart right away. That's what I thought. Yes. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. Do you want to continue? Yes, I do want to continue. CDN location, download location, only works for Nexus mods and not for other file hosting websites those connects to. Oh, this is the thing, got it. Okay. Yeah, that's the right thing. Continue. Okay, auto installer. We're Nexus Premium user. Stop the installation when 50 errors occurred. Okay. All right, here goes. Oh no. Read this to fix. All automated mod lists use a portable instance. This way you can have multiple lists installed together. If you want to install Novus, you just need to remove this installed to avoid issues. Make a backup before if it's sensitive. To know where your global instances go to Mod Organizer. This folder may be hidden. If you make a backup of your global instance, can you just delete? Don't reactive this global instance after installation. Your Novus Mod Organizer will not work. Okay. So, read the message below to fix. All you need to remove the installed Mod Organizer global instance to avoid issues. Okay, C:*G. Okay. C:*users/ whoops. Nexius. /app data / local. Right. Mod Organizer, there we go. To know where your licenses go to. This folder may be hidden. Just delete the whole folder. Okay. So let's just call this let's back this up. Cannot open the process, cannot access the file because it is used by another. Okay. Oh, it's still being used. Oh, because this is still open. Okay. There we go. Oh, that's oh, that's because these are all the mods and everything for the these are all the files and everything from the step guide. So it's actually you know, it may as well back it up like this, because there's a chance we could restore I'm debating on whether it's worth it to actually go through the trouble of backing this all up. I really don't think it's worth it to go through the trouble of waiting to back this up, because the reinstall, yeah, abort. The reinstall yeah, this is going to be big, isn't it? Yeah, that folder's 53 gigabytes. I know it. Yeah. We don't have to move, we don't have to compress it. Let's just move it. If we move it, should be fine. Let's open it in a new window here, and let's create another folder, and this will be called backups. And we can put this backup file in the backup folder. And now we can call this new, and this will be mod organizer 2 instance. And we move it over there. You're not going to give me a bunch of crap, are you? Okay, good. Moved it over there. Okay. Alright. Installer cannot proceed to the installation because the global mod organizer instance has been detected. Read the message to fix it. Okay. It says now we can delete this folder, so let's do it. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can continue. Error. That's it. We're done. Okay, we're trying it again. Oh, that's right. We've been through all this. Why would they do that? They got me second guessing everything. It's like, yeah. turn everything on. And we decided to go with Rudy. Yep. Okay, read this to fix all automated lists. All automated mod lists use portable instances. This way you can have multiple lists installed together. If you want to, you need to remove the installed mod organizer global instance to avoid issues. Make a backup of it if it's sensitive. Okay. So how do we do this? Okay. Delete. Permanently delete. Close. Close. Okay, how about it? Continue, continue. Continue, yes. Yes. Rudy. Page file says yes, yes. Come on. Come on. All automated mods. Huh. I thought that was gonna do it. Yeah, now it has us creating an instance. Modding tools, mod organizer. C::app data. Let's leave that folder open. So if we go to Nexius app data, Nexius app data, data local / mod organizer. There we go. Folder's empty. Okay, what about portable instances? So that'll be modding, tools, mod organizer. Oh, would there be things in here? Well, here, cancel. Wow, is it, there is no mod organizer, huh? It's not listed. That's funny, okay. Here we go, just want to continue, just delete. C::app data local, delete the folder. Okay. All right, well, let's try it again. C::. I put it in the Novus right there. Okay. Novus dashboard. Here we go. Okay, we want to do that one. Yeah. We like our females buff. Options you selected can't be done. It's fun. And then we're going to do Rudy. And we did the page file thing. And we'll download from that server. Alright, now what the hell is going on here? Why cannot proceed to the installation because mod organizer instance has been detected? The automated mod list uses portable instances. Okay. Okay. I already deleted the folder in local slash app data or app data slash local. And I'm still getting this error. What else can I do? Is there any black magic stuff in here? Not black magic, I mean mod organizer. No, don't see it. Check the registry entries. Restart the PC. Advanced but necessary if stuck. Oh my gosh. You must create a new instance. App data local, blah blah, not found. You must create a new instance. Hit OK. Create a new instance. Yeah, let's create a portable instance. Steam. Next. Okay, that's fine. Do nothing. Okay, so now let's try it again. Okay, so it's still giving me the same damn message. Where are they? Manage instances. Here we go. What is an instance? Oh, well, I didn't need that. Takes us to GitHub. Okay. Folders can't be moved from app data. Okay. So there's got to be a local mod organizer. So it's going to be run. Okay. And there is a folder. With the log in it, and there's nothing else. Okay. Is this what is screwing everything up? Okay. Can I do this now? Okay, it's not giving me any crap now. Let's load this one up now. Let's... Just click through everything real quick. That one. That one. That one. Yes. Okay. This is where the instant stuff is managed. Okay. What is the error message that we're getting specifically? Don't reactivate this global instance after installation. Make a backup before if it's sensitive. So know where your global instances go to. Next to use app data, local mode organizer. This folder may be hidden. Be sure you disable hidden files. Okay, well, let's double check. View options. Properties. Previous advanced. Hidden items is checked off. Okay. So we are showing everything. Okay. Okay. I thought that by deleting the folder, everything would be okay, but it still says that I have an instance. Is it because of the handler.log file? So let me can I make sure all the instances are gone so this Novus seller doesn't give me that error? Okay, well, there's no other mod organizer stuff. We'll just get rid of the whole damn folder. Delete. Okay, we've checked for hidden files. I don't think there's anything in there. Okay, there's some really old stuff here. Okay, clear the registry. Okay. Well, I don't really think, I think editing the registry is a bit extreme. We might just restart. Let's try it one more time that we've completely deleted that whole thing. We've completely deleted the folder. There's nothing there at all. If it's still finding it, then yeah. Oops. Here we go. Oh my gosh, it's working. It's working. I thought we were gonna have to restart. I really thought we were restarting, but it's working. It's working. All right, let's kick it with Mike and Jay.
Descent. And let's just put this in as a two-parter.
Yeah. I'm gonna go grab something.
I think there was a lot of
to drink. I'll be back while this is downloading.
We need something that's really good. What do we got?
You were right, Tamara. The resonator cannot be stopped by phasers and shields.
Yeah, New Fever. We're doing a new mod set. The step mod set's really, really good for a lot of reasons, but bad for a few reasons, and like cinematography bad. It's just way too dark at night. It's way too dark, so I can't get any like really clear night shots, and I need some diversity. I can't just have everything be midday and really bright. You know what I mean? So, and then I can change the tone with different EMBs and stuff. So, I mean, it looks great, and we've got some good footage, but I just want to go ahead and do this now. Before we get any further, I want to see, does it look like two different games, or can I splice this footage in, or should I just use this footage, or does it look bad and I should go back? I don't know. We're seeing what's out there. We're working on the music video. I just want it to look as best as possible. We're gonna try this out. Like I'm not gonna go crazy, and I don't want to get bogged down in this. So there's definitely like things we can do to make sure that we get everything we need. I'm just right now it's like I think just installing this mod pack will be the best thing to do. Later on, like if this doesn't work, that I know exactly what I'm gonna download, exactly what to install, exactly what to do, and then I'll just film with that and be happy. But if I need to change like the look or the mood or something after this thing's installed, I think I'll be able to just like swap out the ENB settings and that'll change it enough. That'll make it look different enough, as if like I installed a whole new mod pack just from switching the ENB file. So, and then I'm hoping that this mod pack makes things look still have a Skyrim look and feel to them. I hope it doesn't remove that entirely or overhaul it too much. Anyway, all right, so let's let this go. I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna check on dinner. I was defrosting some food. And while this mod pack's downloading, we are enjoying Red Letter Media, who I have been a big fan of them ever since they put out a review on Star Wars prequels ages ago. Like, it was like around the housing crisis. And when I saw it for the first time, I loved it. These guys are great. I love their analysis on things. We're just gonna enjoy it. I'll shut up. Here we go. Go on.
Number 4. This is an official guilty pleasure episode. It is called Disaster.
Oh God, that's a very wait.
In fact, let's do Red Letter Media Star Wars. Yeah, see, it's like the top search thing. Let's do the last Plinkett review. Plinkett review, Attack of the Clones, Part 1 to 3. Yeah, let's introduce you folks to what these guys claim to fame. They are the reason we see a bunch of like video YouTube channels out there that very snarkily make fun of what Hollywood's putting out there. These guys paved that way. I know this says it was uploaded 9 years ago, but it's been on the internet a lot longer than 9 years. Like this thing's been in almost 2 decades, really. So here, I'll shut up and we can watch this while we're downloading all these mod packs. We're at mod 277 of 2079. Installing mods 13% done. So we're just chugging along at 75 megabytes a second download. It looks like it's going to take a while.
Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
But we just want to preamble this really quick. These 3 parts of this Attack of the Clones review is basically an entire semester of film school condensed into like this review of the movie. So watch it from that angle. If anything, it really is. It's basically a semester of film school. So let's kick back and watch it. I've seen it a million times. I'll let it start playing. I'll be back after I go check the food.
Is the worst thing ever made by a human, except for the bagpipes. Why is it so bad, you ask? Well, it'll take a little while to explain because basically the answer involves every single thing in the film, except for Natalie Portman's midriff. And that lady. But what I can say for sure is that every one of you out there at one point before watching this movie said to yourself, well, The Phantom Menace was awful, but maybe this one will be better. You attempted to rationalize it by telling yourself that at least this time there wasn't going to be a little kid. Obi-Wan was in it more, and so was Boba Fett. And you think you might have even saw a stormtrooper. So hopes were high that Star Wars could be saved, and maybe we'd all just look back on The Phantom Menace as being that really bad one. But what you didn't realize is how fucking wrong you were. And you couldn't have possibly imagined that even with all the cool Star Wars-y stuff, that Attack of the Clones could actually be worse than The Phantom Menace. That it could be the worst thing since bagpipes. It was at that moment when you left the theater that you learned to never trust your own judgment again. To live the rest of your life plagued with doubt and mistrust of everything and everyone. You didn't realize that the nightmare of your own life had just begun. Well, don't worry, I'm here to help. I'm here to bring closure to everyone, so we can all move on. Let's jump in, shall we?
I hate it when he does that.
Yeah, I bet you do, asshole. Number 1. Everything. Almost everything in this movie is wrong, so I didn't even know where to start. The only way to really describe it was to imagine that someone has dumped out 5 separate puzzles into a pile on the floor, mixed them all up, and told you to put them all back together in 1 hour. Or they were gonna stuff you into an old fridge filled with flesh-eating cockroaches.
Why are you doing this to us?
59 minutes! You know, if you stand back and look at this movie as a whole, it just comes off to the viewer as some kind of assembly line production, devoid of any emotional involvement by anyone.
DEV 290, due 1023.
A film that coldly exploits the works of craftsmen and artists in a sterile, computer-controlled environment, resulting in a series of colorful, crisp images that are played in a sequence. I do understand that big movies like this are basically a business. However, I would say that most movies, not all, but most movies come from some kind of creative spark somewhere. With the Star Wars prequels, I'm just not sure why they were even made.
And action.
It's apparent that Lucas rushed out the scripts on a legal pad in one draft a few months before they started shooting without really thinking things through, and he didn't even seem to care about anything except for trying to shove in as many things as he could make into toys or video games as possible. In the first trilogy, until you got to the Ewoks, of course, all the toys seemed to be a byproduct of the movie. There was a charming simplicity to it all. Not everything sucks. So do the prequels basically expose Lucas as being a shallow, emotionless businessman? I'll let you decide. But the answer is yes. Number 2, the audience is expected to accept too many things that we are and are not told. So this movie, like the last one, still doesn't have a main character. Instead, now it's got 2. Anakin and Obi-Wan. And I'm still not sure which one we're supposed to relate to. I would think people could relate more to Obi-Wan because he's basically a good guy who doesn't murder people. But at the same time, he's also very distant because he's like a weird monk without any personality.
What?
So take your pick, idiots. It doesn't really matter at this point, does it? Anakin's no longer an 8-year-old and is basically a whole new character at this point because it's been so long since we've seen him. And we barely knew Obi-Wan in the first place because he didn't do anything in the last movie. So they might as well just started the entire prequel saga here. I mean, why not? Qui-Gon died, and Anakin and Padme just kind of met each other. So then we're given 60 seconds in an elevator to establish that Obi-Wan and Anakin are friends. And please notice how this is not accomplished by how they act as friends, but rather it's by them recounting things that happened in the past, things we never see. Something about falling into a nest of
I haven't felt you
Gundars.
this tense since we fell into that nest of Gundarks.
Now this may seem trivial, but it establishes an important precedence in the way these films are written. We don't see or feel characters or connections with each other. We have to be told about them. With Luke and Han Solo, we see their friendship grow. At first they don't really like each other. Then they save each other's asses a few times. They go through some rough patches together. And then they grow and change like real people. So when old Obi-Wan says,
And he was a good friend.
you get a sense that it was like a real friendship. But it never seems to have been because Obi-Wan still seems irritated with this brat.
His abilities have made him, well, arrogant. And you will pay attention to my lead. Why? What?
And this is the height of their friendship? All Anakin does is complain about Obi-Wan behind his back, too.
He's overly critical. He never listens. It's all Obi-Wan's fault.
If Master Obi-Wan caught me doing this, he'd be very grumpy.
The boy is dangerous.
He's jealous.
And he was a good friend.
So after we're told that Obi-Wan and Anakin are friends based on all the events that happened that we didn't get to see, we're then expected to know a few things without being told them. 2 very integral components of the film: intergalactic space politics and the Jedi. Now let's talk about what we do know. We know that the Jedi are an order of knights that live in a temple on Coruscant. Then the Galactic Senate is a big collection of representatives from thousands of systems that all meet in a big mushroom and vote on things. A large, corrupt, and impotent United Nations in space. I'll explain the impotence later.
That's what he said.
Hey, you can't do that. Only guys can do that. So it really is kind of amazing how inept and corrupt this space democracy is. It's quite shocking how they can't put something so big to good use. I guess size really doesn't matter. But this topic is a little too tight right now. I'll get deeper into that later. Oh. So here's a couple things that no one understands at all. Apparently anyone can replace a senator, pose as a senator, and propose sweeping legislation in place of a senator. Even a cartoon rabbit that sounds like a retard.
Jello belly.
Apparently Jar Jar did it all on his own without consulting anyone after being obviously guilted into it.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
Then all we know about the Sith is that they're bad guys. That's pretty much it. Are they all ex-Jedis?
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force.
Then what is this prophecy about? What does it say? Who wrote it? When? What does bringing balance to the Force mean exactly?
I don't believe this.
You see, this is when a fish out of water main character comes in handy. All those people know this stuff, so they don't talk about it. But if you're throwing a quick scene where a character called a protagonist has it explained to him, then it's explained to the audience as well.
Aeons ago, our ancestors created our great frontier.
You see, there are very few scenes like this in the prequels. Scene where somebody explains what's going on. Like scenes like this.
For eons, all creatures have dreamt of being starfighters.
Hey, wait a minute, that thing looks familiar. Hey, how did that get in this movie? How was it in there? What's going on? Hey, do those guys have PKE meters? Am I going insane? My brain is collapsing in on itself. Okay, back to the review. Or like a speech like this, where some guy tells us what the fuck's happening.
Star League justice put down your Zurian cult.
They tell us who the bad guys are. We see the bad guys do something bad, so we don't like them. We get a lot of information so that we know what's happening. You see, the audience needs to know who we care about. And we also need to know who our enemies are, and more importantly, why. If you don't tell us why they're our enemies and we don't know why, then we don't care. Oh, I don't think you should be seeing this. Sorry about all this. I'm taping over some of my old VHS tapes, so there might be some glitches in this review. How do I turn this off? Hey, how's it going? How you doing? Email me if you know how to turn this off. Wake up. Post a comment on this web zone if you know how to turn this off. Hey, listen. I was thinking maybe you and I could have a cup of coffee.
Mister, I haven't drank anything in 3 days. I just need some water, please.
I was thinking more coffee, have a nice chat. We can talk about this.
I'll have some coffee. Untie me.
Why do you want me to untie you?
So I can drink the coffee.
No, I got this.
Coffee.
I understand.
I can't keep it by myself.
Number 3, the plot. So with all these complex elements left totally unexplained, George starts throwing the plot at us, which is basically the exact same plot as the last film. Palpatine is creating a crisis to get something that he wants. And again, nothing makes sense. It starts with an explosion. Kablooms! Because, a movie's gotta start with an explosion, or something that gets the plot going.
I guess I was wrong. There was no danger at all.
Guess you spoke too soon.
I failed you, Senator.
How did you fail her? Isn't that exactly what you were supposed to do as a decoy? I thought you took that explosion pretty well. Nice work. Fantastic death scene, too. And you managed not to get horribly burned at all. Wait, how did you die? Wait, Amidala's just a senator, right? Why does she still have a decoy protecting her? I thought that was just a thing for the queen. When Palpatine was a senator, did he have a decoy? Was there like a similar looking old man decoy for Palpatine? Who would volunteer for such a position? So Count Dooku is rallying star systems to align against the Republic. They say Dooku is just a political idealist.
He is a political idealist.
Shut up, I'm talking.
I think the Count Dooku was behind it.
Oh, hold on, little lady. You don't know what you're talking about.
You know, milady, Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
So shut your mouth, little girl. You don't know what you're talking about. So just shut your face. But seriously, Yoda's glad you're okay.
Seeing you alive brings warm feelings to my heart.
I'll get back in the kitchen. Also, let's not forget that nasty business with Darth Maul a couple years back. Business which apparently no one bothered to follow up on. You know, come to think of it, if the Jedi had just sent 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 Jedis back with them to Naboo, they might have actually captured Darth Maul and figured out who he was working for. Can you imagine the look on his face when he opened the door and is all like, I'm a fucking badass, and then he's like, oh. How do you close these doors? Is it this button? Okay, there it goes. Oh god. Why am I even talking about this movie still? Someone help me. You know, they make a magic potion that makes you forget about the Phantom Menace when you drink it. It's called Bleach. Number 4, love and marriage. So let's just get right into this. It's been like 10 years since Anakin has seen Padme. And while he was a Jedi in training and she was active in politics, they never once bumped into each other. Maybe Anakin was spending too much time in Obi-Wan's Outer Rim.
Yes.
I mean in the Outer Rim with Obi-Wan. Oh boy, that didn't come out right.
That's what he said.
Hey, quiet. That ain't funny. I'm gonna get you two. So he knows he's gonna go talk to her now, and he's suddenly really excited. Who wouldn't be? What red-blooded male wouldn't want to dock his canoe in Natalie's port, man? Now, all joking aside, why aren't the Jedis allowed to love? Because we're told they're not allowed to. But it's never really explained. Does anyone get like a creepy vibe from these movies? I guess it's got something to do with like purging emotions to avoid being tempted by the dark side, right? But Obi-Wan, you know, he smiles, he laughs, he gets annoyed.
What? Well, you've lost him.
He enjoys a good sarcastic quip.
Oh, this is going to be easy.
Sometimes he gets really, really pissed off.
You will be expelled from the Jedi Order!
So love leads to the dark side, but getting fucking pissed doesn't?
Come to your senses!
I mean, the Jedis aren't supposed to be Vulcans, right? Even Vulcans took wives and had sex. So really, the only thing that made Obi-Wan different from like a normal person was that he didn't express any interest in chicks.
I was beginning to wonder if you'd got my message.
Lack of sex can drive men crazy, you know. So when they find out that you got a high midichlorian count in your bloodstream, I guess your parents give you to the Jedi as a baby to be trained in this creepy cult-like environment, and you lose all your free will. I guess those parents don't have any emotional attachment to their children either. You see, none of those kids made a personal commitment to follow this rigid lifestyle. You can't make those kind of decisions when you're 2. So unless Yoda injected each Jedi with some kind of serum that makes you not interested in the opposite sex, you'd think the Jedi would have major problems when they all...
Hey, ERPs, welcome to the stream. Let me hit the mute button. There, I didn't want to like cough right in the microphone. Just saying hi to Yar Priest. Noob Fever, are you liking it so far? Have you found it educational? I call this edutainment. This is the type of education and entertainment combined together that I enjoy.
I hit puberty. So then Amidala finally sees Anakin again, and for no reason, she's not allowed to love either.
We can't. It's just not possible.
What the fuck? She's just a senator. Why can't she fucking date a guy?
I'm a senator.
For Christ's sake. Parents don't love their kids, men don't love women, Mace is unmarried, Palpatine don't got a wife. In fact, the only person in the galaxy who's married is Jimmy Smits.
My wife and I will take the girl.
Why is he in this movie? They should have just put Paul Blart Mall Cop in the movie. I mean, why not? Look, I've been through a divorce too. And I had some pretty bad relationships. But really, this is getting kind of creepy, don't you think?
They do decide to give in to their emotions, and ultimately they will suffer all the consequences of that.
And you don't gotta be a sex therapist to figure out what this represents. Now you can see why people hate these fucking movies. Cause the people in them act like weird space aliens and not people. Now technically they are weird space aliens, but we can't relate to their fucking weird, sterile, sexless universe. They seem as cold and lifeless and boring as the computer-generated world they're projected against. Simple, real, genuine moments like this have been replaced by this. Eventually, though, we are forced to endure the most bizarre, loveless, awkward, and forced romance in cinematic history. But I'll get deeper into that business later. Hey, cut it out. Look, I said I'll talk about their love later. I just wanted to touch my briefs on this. Briefly touch on this. Till then, I leave you with the immortal words of Dr. Sigmund Freud. Sometimes a cigar is just a giant vagina in the desert that swallows men whole. Send in the clones. So this movie's called Attack of the Clones, so I guess we should talk about that shit. And what can laughingly be called the plot. So Count Dooku has bugs make robots so that the Republic gets scared and then wants to make clones to fight the robots that the bugs made. But the clones are already being made before the robots are being made by the bugs. If you're confused, don't be ashamed. Even the writer of the film doesn't understand it. So I guess Palpatine's got Dooku talking to evil star systems into joining them, including ones led by Count Chocula, Rosie the Robot, and another racist cartoon.
Oh no.
So makes no sense.
Oh no.
Another racist cartoon. So let's talk about what makes no sense. If the Galactic Republic is made up of 1,000 worlds, then why can't they scrounge up a volunteer army to defend them against the robots? For no reason, a fat racist cartoon knows about Kamino and the fact that they make clones there. But no one else seems to know about this planet or ever heard of it. Even Yoda, who's been alive for 800 years. So Obi-Wan finds the planet where the dart came from, and it belongs to a bounty hunter named Boba Fett who's hanging out there. He's the guy who's trying to kill Padme. Padme is the chief senator opposed to the Military Creation Act. Drawing any connections yet? Palpatine's behind it all. Then Obi-Wan sees all the clones and discovers that the order to make them was placed under suspicious circumstances. This was like 10 years ago, and the exact same time that Palpatine was elected Chancellor. Palpatine's behind it all. So Obi-Wan sends him a message and tells him about the clones. But Mace Idiot still thinks they're looking for Padme's assassin.
Do you think these cloners are involved in the plot to assassinate Senator Amidala?
I think this discovery of the clone army is a little more important than who's trying to kill stupid Padme. Palpatine's behind it all.
Do not assume anything, Obi-Wan.
Hey.
Clear your mind must be.
Hey,
Did the Council
idiot.
ever authorize the creation of a clone army?
No.
Only the Dark Lord of the Sith knows of our weakness.
You don't have to tell him about your diminished use of the Force. Just tell him that Obi-Wan found that clones are suspiciously being made already. And if you think that a Sith is pulling strings in the Senate, just order blood tests done on everyone. What do I mean by that? Well, in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, if they thought somebody was a shapeshifter, they cut open their hand and drip out some blood. And if it didn't change into the shapeshifter, then you were a real person. And it's been established that you can count midichlorians in someone's blood to see how much force they got in them. They find a lot of midichlorians in Palpatine.
Oh, I forgot about this part.
Bright lights, dumb city. You know, I could spend 10 hours talking about just how incredibly dumb this entire sequence is, but I'm gonna try to do it in 9. So the plot is that someone's trying to kill Amidala for no reason, and Anakin and Obi-Wan are assigned to protect her. So she doesn't sleep in an interior bedroom of this building with no window where it would be safer, but rather in a room where the blinds are half open and a city of 900 quadrillion people can see her, especially the robot that's there to kill her. They say they're doing this so she could be bait to catch the assassin.
You're using her as bait.
But she turns off any kind of camera surveillance so she could have her privacy.
I don't think she liked me watching her.
Is that more important than your life, you dumb bimbo? You're gonna at the very least aim the cameras at the windows, because that's the only way in. You see, surveillance cameras are only really useful for some kind of slow attack that you could run in and stop. They won't do any good if someone launched a missile at the building, or perhaps fired a purple space bazooka at her window. Gee, maybe you better rethink this whole bait thing, idiots. In fact, this assassin character actually has a blaster rifle and seems like she's a pretty good shot. She could have just parked her speeder across the street and shot Padme through the window. She apparently knew where she was sleeping because she sent the robot there. Also, what makes him so sure that the assassin's gonna try and kill her tonight? You see, the thing with assassins is they strike when you least expect. Hey. Sorry about that. I had a movie on in the other room. I wanted to go turn it off.
The situation is more dangerous than the senator will admit.
Yeah, the situation is so dangerous. You're walking around in the middle of broad daylight when Padme
almost
is
done
clearly
downloading all the
visible
mods.
through many open windows. And you're the security chief? So instead they're waiting for the assassin to strike tonight. Just like they read the script in advance. But then a floating robot thing cuts a hole in the glass and releases deadly centipedes into the room. You know, if this robot probe was equipped with a blaster, dum blammo, no more Amadama. So anyway, these bugs were given to this assassin by a guy named Boba Fett, who was also an assassin. Who technically is a bounty hunter, but I'm sure he could get the job done. So why exactly did an assassin hire another assassin? Why didn't he just do the job himself if they're his clients?
My client is getting impatient.
Everyone seems to know where Padme's room is anyway, and Boba Fett does have a jetpack that he could launch a rocket out of. Anyway, so because R2-D2 didn't aim his scanners at the window, you know, like the most likely place an attack would occur from, the deadly bugs get in the room.
I sense it too.
Anakin senses this and runs in the room and kills him. Then Obi-Wan goes against his own advice.
Patience. Use the Force. Think.
And then recklessly throws himself out the window at the probe droid. Now, a couple of things here he didn't know. A. He didn't know if he could catch the robot in time before falling to his death. B. If the probe could even support his weight. C. That the probe was not also a small bomb that would have exploded when he grabbed it. This is another case of classic role reversal as well. Anakin really should have been the one that threw himself out the window after the probe droid.
Right.
Obi-Wan would have made like an annoyed face and then went out after him in the Jetsons car. Obi-Wan didn't really seem to have too much interest in this assignment anyways, other than to provide basic protection.
We're here to protect you, Senator. Not to start an investigation.
After getting his gun dart stuck in Anakin's nest, he wanted to just phone this one in. Are you guys sure that wasn't supposed to be Anakin jumping out the window? Did they make a mistake when filming the scene and then just left it? Wait, Amidala's head of security has no depth perception? No, I take it back. Obi-Wan, maybe you should start an investigation. Hey, wait, isn't she dead? Gosh, Padme, you're really burning through these decoys, aren't you? Anyone want to be Padme's next decoy? Everyone's trying to kill her. Step right up. So Obi-Wan's flying around on this thing, and Anakin somehow knows how to find him, even though by the time he gets to the speeder, Obi-Wan's probably 500 miles away. I guess the Force told him where to go so that he could eventually become Darth Vader. What if this assassin had tricked the Jedi into chasing after the probe droid, like using it as bait? Then after they left, he just floated his car up to the window and shot Padme. I guess when you rush off and chase after a probe droid without a moment's hesitation, you can make a pretty big mistake like that.
Patience. Use the Force.
Also, it's revealed in a bit that this assassin is a shapeshifter, which could very well be the most advantageous attribute that an assassin could possibly have. But instead he went with the whole bug through the window approach. You know, the classic. This also leads me to wonder why someone who could disguise their face by changing it would need to wear a disguise. So anyway, they're assuming that this person driving the space car is an assassin, when really they could just be like a getaway driver or maybe like a regular person who's under some kind of mind control to commit the assassination. But despite having almost no information at all, Anakin lands on top of the speeder and then attempts to murder her with his lightsaber. Now, I understand he really loves Padme, but come on, are you even 100% certain you landed on the right speeder? So then they crash land and she runs inside of like a nightclub and Obi-Wan says,
You went in there to hide, not to run.
How do you know that? Hey, I asked you a question. How do you know you ran in there to hide? Did you read the script too? Hey, what's that? What's that on the ground over there? Is that the script? Anyway, maybe the assassin went in there because he knows the owner and there's like a secret backdoor escape route. Or this was like a backup plan in case he got chased there. Maybe there's 10 Nausicaans waiting for the Jedi at the Domjot table.
Play, Domjot, human.
Obi-Wan makes a lot of assumptions, doesn't he? Maybe the Force told him. But when Anakin tells him it's a shapeshifter, Obi-Wan knows to be extra careful.
In that case, be extra careful.
As if they were only being sort of careful before. So they go in there and they look around, and then the assassin does something out of character. He attempts to kill one of the Jedi. This guy's mission was to kill Padme. If he's in a position to where he could sneak up on a Jedi, then why isn't he using this opportunity to escape? Especially when he's not sure where the other Jedi is. These are like amateur mistakes. So Obi-Wan brutally cuts his arm off in a scene that's supposed to mirror the original Star Wars Cantina scene, I guess.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Oh, hey, what's up? Listen, I can't really talk right now. I'm right in the middle of doing my new Star Wars review. We could talk. Oh my God! What's wrong with your face? So then Anakin acts like some kind of undercover thug cop.
Jedi business. Go back to your drinks.
Who hired you? Tell us.
Tell us now!
I thought Jedi were like peaceful guardians of the Republic, not Serpico. Well, I guess when the guy who's training you says this
weapon is your life.
Then you kind of have a distorted view of things. What was it that Yoda once said?
Force not make one great.
This weapon is your life.
But now a weapon is your whole life?
Hey, thanks for hanging out, Swanty.
Train Luke with the lightsaber.
Good to see you.
It seemed like all the other stuff was more important. I guess I just don't understand. This is a bunch of schlock. So then the assassin with perfect assassination skills takes out the other assassin.
Tomorrow we're definitely gonna work on some Unreal Engine stuff because I'm getting antsy to work on that project a little bit more. Oh, and we've got this meeting with Fug about the Star Wars stuff, so we'll see how that's going too.
Assassin, when he should have just killed Amidala himself. Hey guys, there's the bounty hunter responsible for everything. Yup, he's flying away in a jetpack, probably with a limited range. Hey, remember when you guys were somehow able to chase after and locate one speeder among millions? How about you run back to your speeder and chase after this guy now? Sure, he's not gonna get too far in a rocket pack. I bet you're tired though. I'd be tired too. I got tired just walking out to my shed.
Okay, here's part two.
2.
We're still waiting for this one last mod to finish downloading, and it is slowly downloading. And when this is done, we'll see if we can load up the we'll see what happens next. It might need to like install something. I don't know. We'll see. Let me go grab something to drink real quick, and then we'll keep going and trying to get this mod pack working.
Tell me you love me. So this assassination attempt leads us to the completely and utterly implausible and stupid plot of the movie. That Anakin must take Padme to her homeworld in order to protect her. Seriously, it's so dumb. It's like some kind of romance
it's probably
novel
gonna
or
need to
something,
run
or like a
that
late night
Nemesis
cinematic sex
animation
movie.
thing.
For one,
probably.
Obi-Wan knows that
Probably runs
Anakin's
that.
kind of crazy in love with her, so you'd think he'd suggest that they send Padme
After
off
3
with the
tries,
guy
the
that looks
server
like a
returned
squid.
error.
You know, that guy. And they don't call him Kit Fisto because he's into chicks, if you know what I mean. So then the Jedi Council, for no
One
logical
errors
reason at
on
all
50
other than to
allowed
maintain the
maximum
plot,
errors. Click
they
the
think
fix button to
Anakin's
get
ready
home.
and that he should go with Padme.
Escort the senator back to her home planet of
retry to
Naboo.
try
She'll be
again.
safer there.
Two young star-crossed lovers
Retry.
should go on this romantic getaway when romance and love is forbidden
What'd you
and
get
leads to
from
the dark
Miami?
side. Fuck it. Oh wait, I guess Palpatine was the guy that initially suggested the idea, so he might have been like using a trick on him or something. You know, his grand plan was to cloud all their judgment and trick them into letting Anakin go with her because he knew he was gonna fall in love, get Padme pregnant, then have premonitions of future pregnancy complications resulting in her death, so that
What's
Palpatine could tell
going on?
Anakin that he can use the dark side to save her, so that Anakin could become Darth Vader and help Palpatine rule the Empire. You think if this guy could see that far into the future, he just picked the
what's
lotto
Fix do?
numbers. Maybe that's how he paid for the clones. But wait, if that were the case, fuck it. Hey, anybody want to help me milk my cat? It's time to make breakfast. So this movie operates under the logic that assassinations only take place at night, because Padme is packing her things right next to a bunch of open windows in broad fucking daylight. Then there's even robots floating outside the window, and Anakin doesn't even seem to notice this. And the last assassination attempt was by a robot at the window. Fucking Helen Keller could assassinate her at this point. Eventually they go back to Naboo, and we kind of forget about the silly assassination thing. And apparently they do too, because they make absolutely no effort to conceal themselves in any way. She might as well paint a target on her face. You know, if she's so safe on Naboo, then why didn't Anakin just drop her off and come back? I think it's pretty naive to assume that whoever this assassin is couldn't figure out that they went back to Naboo after he sees that Jar Jar Binks has replaced Amidala in the Senate. Then he could just find them and take his
249 right
time
there.
and shoot her when they're, say,
Some files are
sitting in
hosted
an
on
open
Google
field.
Drive,
But
where
I
there are
digress.
too many
This is
concurrent
really
downloads
about
at the same
love,
time.
right?
Google can
And
lock
if
the
love is
drive and you
forbidden,
will get this
then we're
error. In
supposed
this
to
case,
instantly care about
wait
it, right?
and retry
Well,
or try
no,
to download the
not
file
at all.
manually.
Just because you throw obstacles in the way of a romance doesn't mean that we'll care about it. But instead we have to endure this completely implausible
Oh, it's the
premise.
high poly head
It
one
don't
too.
make no
So
sense.
they
Throughout the
know.
film, they're put in these very extreme settings because they're in hiding.
When all ears are listening.
Now, I'm the
Call
last
names
person in the
and
world who you call an expert on love, considering that most of my relationships seem to end up inside
get an
several
error.
different trash bags. But I
Some
think I
files are
might
reserved
actually
for George.
understand it
That's
a
it.
little more than George Lucas. To him, love seems to be only something from like Romeo and Juliet.
See how she leans her
Too
cheek
many
upon her
requests.
hand.
Okay.
Oh, that I were a glove
Retry.
upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
Something like an alien or a robot would view
Trying to get it
human
from
love
Chicago.
as. Like a guy who hopelessly pursues a woman by
Come
saying
on.
cliched love
You know it.
dialogue.
You are in my very soul, tormenting me.
And a
We're gonna have
woman
to
who
manually download
blushes
that
and
picture of me.
smiles, but insists they can't be together because of whatever convenient social
let me get my drink.
implications prevent them from it.
I'm a senator.
And a Montague.
Neither fair maid, if either thee dislike.
And the place death, considering who thou art.
This is movie romance at its most superficial and one-dimensional. Two attractive people in beautiful locations. They must be in love. I did enjoy, however, watching the actors squirm and BS their way through interviews when asked to describe the romance plot. You might call the acting in episode 2 bad, but watch, these people are pros at the whole acting thing.
She really struggles with sort of the career versus romance issue.
You see, the thing is that both characters have no reason at all to love each other, other than the fact that they are simply physically attracted to each other. So instead of making the story about them just fucking like wild rabbits, they imply some kind of deeper emotional connection that has never been established because they don't know each other. It's what they call a contradiction. So a bunch of nerds will argue that it's the will of the Force that they be together, but that's just an excuse for sloppy, shitty writing. This is also yet another example of how these characters are always written backwards in the Star Wars prequels. See, Padme has no reason to not want to be in a relationship. She's not the queen anymore. She's just a senator. She should be on the prowl for some action on the side. Edward style, baby. And Anakin should be trying to keep his composure and stick with what he had just been taught for the last 10 years. Maybe be somewhat resistant at first. I don't know, it just seems to make more sense that way. And it'd be fitting metaphorically, too. She tempts him and begins the process of ruining his Jedi training and causing the destruction of paradise. Apple, anyone?
Therefore thou mayst think my behavior light. But trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange.
I'm a senator.
But while Padme is supposedly against them falling in love, she allows for them to take romantic walks along scenic vistas, dine in elegant settings, frolic in the fields, and roll around with each other in the grass. Then she wears sexy, revealing clothing, oftentimes in front of a fireplace, exposing the contoured details of her sexy-ass body and titties. I still can't decide if this is the worst screenwriting ever, or if this girl is the biggest galactic cock tease.
So I'm just going to have to download this one manually, it looks like.
Since Anjum. It's almost comical how all this is played out. These characters are so flat and uninteresting, and Lucas doesn't seem to know how to write dialogue between two real people.
I wish that I could just wish away my feelings.
That we basically have to be told that they're in love. We can't actually experience it or feel it because I suspect he doesn't know how to convey it. They're both attractive people and smile a lot. They're in love. They rode in on a space gondola, just like in Venice, the most romantic city on Earth. They're in love. There's no substance to any of this. And in the end, this simple moment between two characters had 1,000,000 times more depth and realism than even the biggest fake waterfalls your computer could make. Now you say, maybe they are in love, and maybe I just don't see it because I'm a psychopath who butchers women. Well, yeah. To that I say, let's turn towards further analysis to find our conclusion. Now I've analyzed this film with two experts in the field of true love, porn star Jocelyn James and Tiger Woods. Both have provided me with valuable insights about love and stable monogamous relationships. For most men, and especially Anakin, a 19-year-old male with raging hormones, the list of what he's looking for in a relationship is rather short. Number 1, is she hot? Number 2, seriously bro, how hot is she? And that's it. Now what women are looking for is a little more complex. Their list is as follows.
Does he have a good job? Where does he live and what kind of car does he drive? He needs to be confident without being too arrogant. He needs to be funny, but not like goofy funny. He needs to be tall, but not too tall or like weird tall.
He should be spontaneous, but only when I'm expecting it.
Handsome is a plus, and handsome with good hair is better. No baldies, LOL. He needs to know the exact time to say all the right things.
He needs to know the right time not to say anything.
He really needs to know how to treat me like the woman I am, both in the bedroom and when we're out on the town. He needs to be family-oriented and good with kids, but not too good with
Place
kids,
the file
like
into
in
the
a
folder.
creepy clown way.
He needs to be intelligent, or at the very least, money smart, so we can know how to invest for retirement, the kids' college fund, and our funeral expenses. He can have his friends and do things with them, but only when it's convenient for me.
He needs to care about me, but not be too controlling. You know, sometimes I just want to go out and have fun with the girls, and he needs to be okay with that and not get all like,
stop.
hey, where
Thank
are you
that'll
going?
be all. Then the list goes on to 167, but I'll stop there, you get the point. Now when first courting a woman, she'll be interested in two things. That you don't look like Danny DeVito, and that you say and do all the right things.
What was all that?
Since Anakin looks like a guy from a JCPenney catalog, he's safe in the looks department. But can his actions and words hold up?
In my living room.
Put it to the test. You see, when you say something right...
I just need your help with something. Please.
Okay, I will help you.
Content block. Please turn off your ad blocker. Wow.
After I help you, you let me go home to my baby.
I promise. I need you to help me. I need to show you something. Now this might be quite disturbing to you.
Okay.
But I need you to see it in order to help me.
How does it taste? Salty.
I just need you to see it in order to help me. Please. I need to show you it. called Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
It says stick to the official page.
Star Wars.
And I
I
go
need
here
you
and it
to
goes
see
crazy.
it in order to help me. Just get in the chair that's over by the television
Turn off
set.
your ad blocker.
I'm gonna put the movie on and you're gonna watch it. You understand me? Look at me. You're gonna watch it!
You see, when you say something right to a woman, she smiles, tickles her brain, which in turn sends blood flowing down to her sex hole. But her smile could also be deceptive and could indicate one of 117 different things. Sarcasm, incredulity, condescension, confusion, contemplation, facetiousness. So in the very brief time that Anakin and Padme are together, they decide to get married as well. And don't say it was the will of the Force unless you don't want me to send you a pizza roll. And when I send it to you, I'm gonna shove it up your ass. So other than being a handsome guy, let's analyze what Anakin did to win over Padme. 1.
Yeah,
When
see, look at
Anakin
this
first
crap.
meets
This is a
Padme,
broken
she's like,
website.
Oh, hello. And then she drops an unintentional Freudian phallic reference.
My goodness, you've grown.
Win. Good looks. Then the very first thing that comes out of Anakin's mouth is a very awkward and inappropriately placed compliment.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean.
Inappropriate compliment. She smiles lovingly and dismisses it as nerves. Women don't mind an initial nervousness from a guy. It's complimentary and cute to them. But it gets old real fast. Assertiveness needs to take over quickly. But too much assertiveness and arguing with your boss to impress her comes off as a pathetic and desperate attempt for attention. Inappropriate assertiveness. Next, women like when you ask them questions about things. They like to talk about themselves a lot and don't really care what you have to say. For example, in this next scene,
I don't know what to
Padme
do.
mentions how she's worked for a year on legislation to oppose the
What else do
Military
we do?
Creation Act, or something.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act.
Even if you could care less about this shit, you just pretend like you do. You can say, well, that sounds interesting. Tell me about this piece of legislation. Then she'll start running her mouth, and you could think about sex while she's talking. Occasionally you should nod, and always be prepared with some follow-up questions. Instead, Anakin misses this very obvious lead
I think
and
that's all they
immediately
say to
starts
do.
talking about
I get
himself
error
and his Jedi
429. Some files are
I am
hosted on
truly
Google
thankful
Drive.
to be his
Oh, here.
apprentice.
The problem is I get error 429. Too many requests. Some files are hosted on Google Drive. There are too many concurrent downloads for the same file. Google can lock the drive and you will get this error. In this case, wait and retry later, or try to download the file manually. See the first question. See first question. The installer hangs from downloading, installs, or gives certain error. Download the file manually from the Novus website so the file matches. Oh, okay. Download files manually, click here. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Downloads, mods, full mod list. We're doing a session. Okay, we need to find the high poly. I guess that's going to be under character, maybe? No. Character. Followers. I can't just control F it because I have to expand every single one of these, or at least go through them one by one. Yeah, because I don't even know if that's like an NPC resource. So I have to like find where high poly head count is here. Oh wait, can I even get? Oh, there's not even like a link. I can't even, finding it won't do me any good because there's nothing to click on. I really am just screwed. Like it's this one thing. Okay, we'll give it like a day. Let me search the web real quick. Oh, but that's this one. I think that's it. High polyhead. For playable vanilla races based on vanilla head message, male and female. A simple named for not so simple mod. This is from Nexus Mods. Okay. High polyhead 1.4. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna see if I can download this and put it in that folder. And maybe this will work.
Too much about yourself and your job. She doesn't care. Then it gets worse. He starts bitching and complaining about his job and his boss. Almost to where it seems like he's gonna start crying.
He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand.
Keep in mind that this is
not
only
fair.
like their second scene together. I can only imagine what she's thinking.
Holy shit, this guy is a fucking annoying whiner. I really can't see myself with him. If he's bitching about this, imagine how he'll act when I want him to go see Wicked with me.
And then... creepy sex looks. And if a woman ever says you're making me uncomfortable,
It makes me feel uncomfortable.
it's usually not a good sign. Unless she's into that sort of thing. So now I guess they go to Naboo.
Don't do anything without first consulting either myself or the council.
Hey man, go ask the council first, because I'm sure they'll just agree to whatever. So it's cool. So they're off on their romantic Italian vacation. It's a girl who's under threat of assassination, and a guy whose training was prophesized to bring grave danger. And they're sending them off together, alone. Why? And yet again, the two most logical, clear-minded guys aren't going along, and they just stand there and watch it happen.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
They even place bets on who's gonna make the first move.
I'd be more concerned about her doing something.
Yeah, this guy knows what's up. So when they're on the transport ship, Padme does a little feeler to see if Anakin and her can fuck in the bathroom.
Are you allowed to laugh? Thought that was forbidden for a Jedi.
Anakin responds with an earnest yet clumsy response about a loophole in the Jedi doctrine about love. This kinda pleases her, so we'll give him a point. Finally, they arrive at the most romantic city in the universe, and Anakin scores a few points early on, carrying her luggage,
I was relieved when my two tongues were up, but when the Queen asked me to serve as
listening to her prattle on
so
about
stay
herself.
there.
For a few minutes, it seems like he's learning, but then he goes back to being a prick.
But I was thinking...
Hold on a minute.
Excuse me.
Interrupting,
Excuse me.
losing temper,
Sorry, milady.
forced apology. Then for no reason they take a ride on a Venetian gondola to a romantic location. But did you ever notice how this is like a space gondola? Like it has the same yellow and silver design elements that the Naboo fighters have? Like everything else has this old world charm to it, but the gondola. I mean, can you squeeze any more romantic cliches into this movie? Oh wait, you can. They could have stuck in the Naboo Tower in the background and had them served wine by a waiter in a beret. Oui, Padme, can I take you out to the and give you a and show? And by the way, what in the hell is she wearing? I mean, really? She's kind of just asking for this guy to use the Force, isn't she? I mean, she might as well just show him where the pinball machine is. So then he stammers on, trying to make some kind of analogy about sand.
It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Which could be the dumbest line ever in movie history. And then she kisses him. And it's like,
No.
now go back to looking at my extremely revealing and sexy outfit, you dumb idiot. So their next date is at the waterfall. Anakin tries to discuss politics and admits he supports a fascist dictatorship. Then he rides on a giant pig, and then they roll around.
He's right there.
The ladies like it when you roll around with them.
Oh, we gotta get rid of that.
But only if they're awake.
That's what it's looking
and
for.
not
Okay.
drugged. Later that night, in a romantic fireside setting, Padme is changed into a sexy S&M outfit and teases
let's
this
do it
guy
again.
even
Retry.
more. Then he starts crying.
The closer I get to you, the worse it gets.
Then he starts begging for sex.
I will do anything that you ask.
But she still tells him no because she's a senator?
I'm a senator.
Let the guy get his rocks off. Next, Anakin murders women and children, brings a corpse home, and goes on a psychotic, megalomaniacal rant.
Okay, let's try it again.
I killed them all.
Hi, excuse me.
They're dead.
I'd like to discuss some minor inconsistencies with some of the equipment in this room, and how it's a little different from Episode 4, A New Hope.
Be quiet. This isn't the time.
Okay, I think
What?
it worked.
I hate them.
What's not the right time? What?
This is an emotional moment. Anakin just killed some sand people.
You mean Arabs?
No, you racist, no.
Oh, geez,
Okay, we
sorry.
figured it out.
I wanted to talk about the control panels.
Why'd she have to die? I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. He's jealous. I killed them.
Okay.
They're dead. And the children, too. And I slaughtered them like animals.
To be angry is to be human.
And then, even though Anakin's strikes far outweigh his successes, she still marries the guy after knowing him for only like 3 days. You know what? I take it all back. I take back every piece of criticism I ever said about the guy. George Lucas, I present you with the totally and completely understands women trophy. You've earned it, my friend. You've earned it.
I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
This is awful. Just awful.
But I need to share my pain. I need to make others understand.
Pain. It's just a movie, mister.
No, it's not. It's more than that. It's the most disappointing thing in cinematic history. I have a duty to the human race to explain why in detail.
Wow.
Okay. All right, as much as I love that, that's serious. Okay, so it looks like we got everything downloaded. And boy, do I have a lot of windows open right now. Okay, there we go. How was the day? Hey Gus, well, welcome to the stream. Much better. I'm feeling much better today. I was feeling like dog crap yesterday. Much better today. I got a bunch of stuff taken care of today. I left 3 different voicemails with 3 different recruiting agencies, and it's like Friday is just not the day to try to get in touch with recruiting agencies. The recruiters just ain't working on Friday. They just don't work. It's like they're like lawyers. Try to get in touch with a lawyer on a Friday. Them sons of bitches at the golf course, man. So I've been doing pretty good. We've spent a bunch of time trying to download this Nulvis mod pack that has its own auto installer. So here we go. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's a mod organizer. Yep. It's probably going to take a second. The guy doesn't like the movie. Well, I mean, it's a very tongue-in-cheek way of talking about like good filmmaking versus subpar filmmaking. And it's funny that he uses the prequels as the example of what not to do, and the original trilogy as an example of what you should do. That's basically the whole shtick. I guess it wants me to run Novas. Are there any instructions? I guess it's supposed to be for people who aren't savvy, so I should just be able to hit run, I guess. Oh, here we go. Yep, looks like it's running a batch file, clearly. Skyrim Special Edition. Look, I saw it load the script extender. Should look interesting. If it loads, it could maybe. Okay, there we go. I was loading up the task manager. It says that Skyrim is not responding right now. And that it is a very high power usage. My CPU, it's using 40% of my CPU right now, so that's good. There it goes. Okay, look at that. Yep, it's still compiling stuff. It's probably compiling shaders and all kinds of stuff. It's probably doing a bunch of stuff that I manually did using the step guide. Oh, there we go. It's loading stuff up still. There it goes. There we go. Okay. New. Start new game? Yes. There we go. Survive the Sinister Six. Open the Skyrim Unbound MCM to begin your adventure. Man, begin your adventure. Let's go. Load preset. Load an existing preset. Dragons. Choose whether your character is a dragonborn or non-dragonborn. Dragonborn. You must be dragonborn. Minimum days, delayed dragons, number of days before dragons appear. Number of days before dragons appear. Okay, this is all gameplay stuff. Got it. Random weapons. Okay. The entry level enabled, and the outfit is set to random. The option limits the outfit randomization to clothes and lowest level armor. Okay, it's just gonna spawn us with some random stuff. Okay. We'll leave it at random. Spells random. Spider touch. Okay. Bunch of random stuff. Starting location. Okay. So I'm to do it from here. But I do want to like look around. I can't look. It's just you can't even look around. You're like completely locked. The only thing you can do is hit escape. So it loads you in this room so it can do all this stuff, but it won't let you interact with the room. Okay. So you gotta go mod configuration Skyrim about. Now let me see if it saved the thing. Yes, I am the dragon. Okay, good. So just hit let's go. Oh, here we go. Okay, the book cannot be stored. Dropping it will destroy it. Craft a new one. Attending rank. Okay. I'm sure that's some sort of programming thing. Well, he doesn't look half bad, does he? Let's have him be a Briton. Oh my goodness. Look at that face. Head, face, eyes, brow, mouth, hair. Whoa, there's 260 different hairstyles. Where's the... There we go. We needed that one. We did. And then he's got to have a gray beard. There we go. There we go. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Genitals? Oh, let's not get down. Let's not change the sliders on genitals. We're live streaming. We don't want to. Beast, magic, body scales, face paint, foot paint, hand paint, makeup, expressions, eyes. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to find eyes. I wanted to change the eye color to like a hazel. Ooh, that looks wicked. Okay, well we'll just that looks virtually the same. It's fine. Yeah, let's be this guy, adventurer. Let's be Nixius. Okay, accept. Equip gear. Okay, there we go. So I got all my gear. Is this what I want to be? Yeah, that's fine. What would you like to do? Continue, I guess. Most denizens of Tamriel are religious. You may choose to follow a deity, receiving a minor blessing and learning about their sacred tenets. If you wish to follow a different deity later, find and activate their shrine in the world. Ooh. Okay. Select a deity for more information. Okay. Who's Xerxes? Follow the elven deity, Xerxes, once a mortal scribe to Arel, the historian god keeps track of all elven accomplishments. Receive an additional skill point from reading a skill book. Ooh. Explore new locations. Read the stories of others. Study a wide range of spells. Britons are most... Oh, okay, let's do it. Pray once a day to Zaris. Okay. Special. Adding items to I equip. Your currently equipped items, shout or power, and a few consumables and poisons have been added to your queues. To add more gear into each slot, simply open your inventory, magic, or favorites menu and follow the instructions there. You can enable auto add for any slot so that newly equipped items will automatically be added to the respective queue. Equipped items will always be displayed on the widget regardless of the queue setting. Okay. Pray once a day to strengthen your bond with this deity. Okay. Well, man, the camera feels
Septim for an Argonian down on his luck.
What are you talking about, buddy? Okay. Okay, look at us.
If I've told you
I'm Bonus. My dad is Albekius.
Times,
What's your
the
name?
Chapel of St. Martin does not violate the terms of the White Gold Concordat. There is no Talos worship going on here.
It violates the spirit of the White Gold Concordat. I must urge you to cease and desist at once.
Oh? What is the spirit of the White Gold Concordat?
The spirit of the White Gold Concordat is that men are not and can never be gods. Just as Tiber Septim is not a god, nor is Martin Septim.
But what does the Concordat actually say?
The Concordat forbids Talos worship.
No mention of Martin Septim worship, though?
No, there isn't. I must consult with my superiors. Perhaps we will have to petition for a slight amendment to some unfortunately specific wording within the Concordat. We will keep our eyes on your little cult, however.
Oh, my charger's already next to my bed. I'll just charge my phone when I go lay down. Well, this is looking pretty good. I guess we just play a little bit before I go running off trying to get a bunch of footage and stuff. The sky looks damn good. The fact that I can see the stars and stuff out, and then that hawk. I mean, that looks really good. That's nice. And then I mean, it's nice and smooth. The game is very smooth. It's running very nicely. I gotta say. I also like the camera controls, and the movement has been changed, but it for the better. It has been streamlined. Yeah. It does feel it feels great. Yeah, the controls feel really good. It's nice and responsive. It's not it doesn't have that like Skyrim pause to everything. let's go in and talk to old boy. Apparently religion's a big thing with oh wow, look at all that. Burma. What's a Burma? Oh. Oh. It's the other way to get in because it's a church or a place of worship where multiple people will come in and leave. Okay. Okay. Are there lots of... Oh, can we find the shrine to our deity here? We can find... No, not Akatosh. No, not you. It's Xerxes? Not Xerxes, that's Greek. Xerxes? Something? Mara? Kenneret? No. Ooh, we could steal that. We don't want to. And I like how I like see how the mod the item is like above the when I can mouse over this thing. I could steal this silver pitcher. I could. But I don't want to. But I do like how the text is above it and not just where it was. Oh, and look at all this. I could read that. Read prayers to the 8 divines. Okay. I guess the god that I chose isn't in here. Well, I don't want to take it. Okay, there, you can read it. Okay, well, let's not steal any of this. Oh, these folks are worshiping. No, you guys do that. Don't want to interrupt you. You guys doing alright? Yeah.
Hello.
Just a dude. Okay. It looks like they've added a bunch of NPCs because they just have like. Oh wait, now he has a name.
Excuse me, but have you ever heard of the Champion of Cyrodiil?
No, never.
Champion of Cyrodiil is the recent Tamriel is still intact. And yet you've never heard? The champion fought alongside Martin during the Oblivion Crisis back in the Third Era. They closed the Oblivion Gates and fought alongside the Blades during the Battle of Bruma, where they managed to shut down the Great Gate. The champion also killed Manka Cameron, and with Martin's help saved the Imperial City from Daedric invasion. The champion is my inspiration, second only to Captain Bird. You know, the distant relative. I have a very large collection of Champion of Cyrodiil artifacts. My pride and joy, and I always want to expand it. Perhaps one day you'll aid me in that pursuit, huh? But that day isn't today.
What is
I need
happening?
to track down another artifact first. Anyway, thank you for your time, and sorry for approaching you so abruptly.
Whoa, dude.
Sometimes my passion for the champion can carry me away. Sorry again. Oh, I almost forgot. If you're interested, come to my house. I have a fantastic Champion of Cyrodiil museum tour available. Innumerable Champion of Cyrodiil artifacts. Come, check it out when you can.
Okay, well, he wants to show us his collection. We're not going to let him do it. All I wanted to do was just sit down.
Damn those Stormcloaks. Damn them all to the Deadlands.
Oh.
The Stormcloaks happened. Skyrim's descended into chaos, brother turning against brother. The rebels hunted us, so I eventually came here. At least Cyrodiil remains under stable Imperial rule.
I actually kind of like how it says, like, male Imperial, and then you don't get to see their name until you start talking to them. I would like it even more if you didn't see their name until it comes up in conversation, but that's actually that's a decent caveat. Let me do something really quick. Which is let's put that under the good ideas section. I'm just gonna write that down under the free ideas section. Let's see here. Yeah, additional ideas. These are the ideas that need to be worked better into the overall plan. But here it is. When looking at the world, the names displayed should be like human, imperial, female, human, like old human, Northman male, and then you can get the name in conversation, but you don't know it instantly like you do in Skyrim. This seems like it should be baked in with the character knowledge system. Yeah, because I do for the perfect game that I want to build. That's going to take me forever, and I'm gonna be working on it forever. But it doesn't mean that I can't take notes and plan things and then work on it when I got time. In fact, we're going to start working on it tomorrow. This is just like a distinction that I like to do. Like when I'm playing a game, I always, I'm always thinking about like, is this great? Could it be improved? Whatever. And I'm just taking notes. All here is like a thought exercise, and it really. There are times where I just don't want to play a video game, but I want to do something productive, and it's like, it may as well be making one or working on a music video or something. I just this is just what I like to do, I guess. I don't know. The name of conversation you don't know it instantly like you do in Stars. Yeah, that's a caveat, but it is accounted for, and that doesn't really change any major design plans. It's just something to remember.
Once I've scraped together enough coin for the trip, I'll probably take a carriage to the Imperial City and explain what happened. Hopefully I'll get reassigned somewhere in Cyrodiil and get steady pay once again. But still, such chaos in Skyrim. I can't help but feel like the Empire might be on its last legs. Dark days. Dark days.
See you.
Yep. See ya. Is this how? Oh,
I know you're there. I hope you're not trying to pickpocket me.
Why would you think that? What? What's down here? Oh my, there's oh excuse me, did I hear somebody? Oh, okay. Okay, well, there's we could read all of these books if we wanted to. Spirit of Nerd, Jug, Amulet of Kings. Okay. Steel Weak Potion of Magicka. Okay, well, those potions definitely look different, but that's okay. They look very, very fantasy themed. Very, very fantasy themed. Well, I was hoping to run into the preacher man or whoever. Maybe he's in here. Oh yes. Hello.
Greetings, stranger.
Hello.
Have you come to hear the gospel of Saint Martin?
Sure.
Yes, Saint Martin. Have you heard the tale of how Martin Septim ascended to sainthood? If not, perhaps that would be a good place to begin. Yes, Martin Septim. Are you familiar with his story? Perhaps you would like to hear it. No problem. Thank you for your time, and take this book on the life of Saint Martin in case you change your mind.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how long he was going to talk. Okay, add into your iEquip queues. From within your inventory, magic and favorite menus, you can add items, spells, or shouts to your iEquip queue simply by highlighting an item. You don't need to equip it and pressing the hotkey for the slot you want to add it to. Okay. Well, I just want to read the book. Scripture of St. Martin, Volume 1, The Life of St. Martin. Text written on behalf of the Church of St. Martin by High Priest Nemicus Agrekian. Okay. I really do like stuff like this, to be able to just kick back and read a book that's like in universe. I will definitely have something like this baked into the game. But step one is just going to get that movement system. I think when I get the movement system, people will be like, oh, they'll start to get it. Okay.
What is it? To ask me why I became an acolyte of Saint Martin is to ask why thunder strikes, why rain falls, or why the wolf hunts.
Oh.
It is because this is what comes naturally to me. You seem confused. Allow me to explain further. We all follow a path through life. We all desperately attempt to influence it to go a certain way, or lead us to a certain destination. Others desperately attempt to steer it away from a destination. The amount of influence we can exert upon that path varies, but is invariably limited. In many ways, we must all make the most of what life gives us, and adapt to its trials accordingly. Without boring you with specifics, it would be appropriate to say that my life so far has taught me many lessons of sorrow and grief. I have it is in this that it is because this is what comes naturally to me.
Oh no! Oh no!
It is in this that I am enlightened and hope to be reborn.
There we go. Get away. Okay, good. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get out of it to respond to Yar Priest, and accidentally had him speak twice. That big long thing of text. So sorry about that. Hey, Yar Priest. Yes, we the problem was that the lighting wasn't very good at night, and it was really good gameplay wise, but cinematic wise things weren't bright enough. And then we had one or two little texture issues. So what we've done is we've installed this Nulvis thing. It had like its own auto installer, and it downloaded like over like 250 gigabytes of mods from from the Nexus mod thing. So we're just now getting out. Oh, see, now look at this. See, now I feel justified because that looks freaking great. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe not where he's standing right there, but... Okay. Well, it's very... Oh, I see what they did with the night sky. They actually have the constellations up there. Like when you go to the skill. Like that's the thief. And that's the mage, and then there's the warrior. That's cool. Okay. Well, what? I guess we're just gonna check out this mod pack for a bit. Find a bed to sleep in. Start to sleep upon me. I need to find a place to rest soon. I need to start Sunhelm. Sunhelm can be started in the MCM menu. Okay, inspect a fresh animal carcass. I've decided to go on a hunting expedition. Access the fresh carcass of an animal or use the options. Underborn spell. Okay. To let you know the Sinister 7 is running, it is a side quest aimed at fostering a feeling of being hunted. It is left up to the player's own personal character's history. Choose your own backstory. Did you leave a previous life? Cross someone, powerful amnesia, or is an elaborate case of mistaken identity? Good luck. Survive the Sinister 7. Okay. Well, we got people coming after us, I guess. And other than that, I don't really have any quests. Well, I guess we could just get a bow. Oh, check that out. Combat's really different. Combat feels really different. Yeah, feels a lot more solid. My camera's not moving around. I didn't realize how much I disliked that. Yeah. Well, that definitely feels a lot. I feel like I'm in more control of the character. Okay, well, all of this is looking really good. Where are we? Oh, check that out. Brahma. Skyrim's up north. Oh my gosh. We're not even on the Skyrim world map. We're in some place that the mod wants us to be. So I don't even know anything. Like, we're in a completely new area I've never been to before. It's like we can explore it for the first time. All right, let's do it. I do need to find a bed though, because it's nighttime, isn't it? Yeah, it's midnight. There's got to be a bed laying around here somewhere. Silver Plow House. I got plenty of lock picks. I wonder what lock picking's like in this game. Steal from barrel. Cured pork. You mean to tell me there's 5 cured pork in there and some salt? Don't look at me. Don't look at me when I get all this cured pork. The restful watch. Okay. Okay, well this is quaint. This looks good. Let's take a look at the camera in here. Yeah, there's some nice shots in here. It does look the darker areas. It does look better with the darker areas. You can still see stuff. And with the other mod pack it was just too dark. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. What am I doing? Oh my gosh, why am I... Well, that's a bug. Is there something wrong with me? What is all this stuff? Look at all this new stuff. Okay. Skills. Okay. Magic. Mage's Path. Learn all mage skills. Spells are 10% more effective. Skills are 20% more effective. Scribe's Insight. Dynamic woven movesets? Okay. Well, I guess being on the ground like this is some sort of bug, because I certainly don't have that animation playing when I'm in first person mode. The smoke on that candle looks really damn good though. Look at that. That's pretty damn good, isn't it? That's not bad at all. That's a good job. In fact, oh damn, he's not standing up. I need it. Oh, there. He just all I had to do was jump. Okay, there we go. I just want to see how he's looking. Okay. It's actually a lot brighter. Oh, that's interesting. The light is doing some interesting stuff. Like it gets, it's from this angle, the intensity's higher, right? See? Look. Isn't that interesting? Like there's no light on him now, but we'll come back over, and now there's light on him. I wonder why that is. It's some sort of lighting quirk. So it just depends, I guess. This still looks good. I mean, I'm not complaining. That's what they had to do to get the lighting to work. But this is fine. That means we just line things up like, yeah, I just line stuff up like this. See, this would look fine. Okay. Have a good one, Noob Fever. Okay. Oh, I need, like, a quest or something, I guess. Oh, that's right. We were going to try to find a place to sleep. Cut above. It's locked. Oh, did people just leave stuff? People just leave their goods laying out like this? Everybody trusts everybody, I guess. Oh, here we go. Look at this. There's a board.
Scholar, streaming anew into
This looks pretty good. It's a little too clean.
to which it is streaming. For the boss man, they love the sinew.
Stop. Stop.
The sinew, the Bosmer love.
Stop. Okay, we're leaving. I can't deal with that. Okay, well I guess let's just go outside. Well, let's actually see what everything looks like during the day, so we'll wait for what, 11 hours. Let's see what it looks like. When does the sun get up? Okay, so the sun, alright, 1 more hour. Okay. The time change is really smooth. I was just, okay, so the lighting for the morning and stuff. Okay, now it's starting to look like morning. There we go. Okay. Who are you? You're just a female Imperial, huh? Okay, well you can see decently far. Yeah, look at all that. Get the F out of here. Oh, I know what this is. I'm on the Oblivion map. This is the map to Oblivion. This is Skyrim's up here. So if I go north, Skyrim border gate, so we've got to head up there. Yeah, mark it on the map. So we got it. We just have to make it up there in the first. That's funny. Okay. So somebody had fun. Did it? Maybe they. I bet they ported it. I don't think they made it all from scratch. They most definitely. I gotta head north, right? Oh. So we gotta... Okay. Well, the graphics are looking good. The distance stuff is looking really good too. And there's a little bit of flickering, but it's not bad. And it's kind of a cloudy day, so the weather looks right. What doesn't look right though is I don't think it shouldn't really be surrounded by water like that. There's like something something ain't right. Yeah. Oh, I guess it is supposed to be around the water like that. Oh, it's some of that's missing. I get it. See, there is some of this stuff. There shouldn't be that much water everywhere. Yeah. Okay, these are all the long range assets. These are okay. All right, well then let's get to Whiterun. See, Whiterun. Let's see if this works. Okay, this is Whiterun. Wonder what the hell that is. Okay, there's like bridges and stuff. Wow, this is really different. This is very, 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 very different. Province of Skyrim. Wow, look at all that. Flowers look great. Lavender. He's looking good. Except for that cloak clipping through the shield. So this doesn't really have, I mean, well, it's an interesting feeling to have all these trees here. Okay, now I know where we are. They really changed it up. I mean, the river's in the same spot. But like they really leaned into the, oh my, what's going on here? Well, I guess he had it coming. There's a guy just hanged up there. I guess that's what you get when you steal from the Honeybrew Mead. Honeybrew Meadery. I was like, what's going on? The water effects dripping on the screen, or what's going on? I thought I was tripping for a second. I was like, what? Oh, see, and there's a guy in a cage here too. Stormcloak. Oh, he got Stormcloak stuff on. Let's take all the Stormcloak stuff and see what happens if I put on the Stormcloak stuff. There we go. Okay, I got my Stormcloak stuff on now. Hopefully nobody attacks me. Wow, this looks pretty good. I feel like we can definitely use some things from this mod pack. There's other shots that I think I'll want to get on a more vanilla version, but yeah. Yeah, we can work with this. They really did do a good job of blending things together. The movement feels great. They really did change up a lot of stuff, though. This is very, very different. Like, I know that we're going to Whiterun.
By Easmere, it's true. A jester, funny suit and all. Just north by the Loria's farm.
And that's the
Fool had a
Dawn Guard
coffin in a cart
content.
with a broken
Damn, look at
wheel.
that
I'd like to
parallax.
see him laugh his way out of that.
Look at that. Look at the ground.
Well,
See all the mud?
Sounds like you've had quite the journey, Uthgar.
That looks good.
But you were gone longer than usual. I got to thinking maybe you weren't coming back.
You sound like my ma. Figured I was lying dead in a field somewhere. Is that it?
Thought did cross my mind, yeah. War brewing, talk of a riot in Helgen. Up now jesters. Skyrim's gone mad, girl.
Man, that looks really good.
Careful out there.
Careful, huh? Thanks, Skullbar. I'll remember.
Okay, I like what they've done with the place. We've got those wooden ramparts. Yeah. Through the portcullis. Okay, the changes that they've made make sense. I can't wait to see what the inside of it looks like. What have they done with the place on the inside? If the outside was that changed, what's the inside look like? Okay.
We'll pay whatever it takes, but we must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
I just can't fill an order that size on my own. Why don't you swallow that stubborn pride of yours and ask Yorland Greymane for help?
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric's Stormcloak. Besides, Greymane would never make steel for the Legion.
Have it your way. I'll take the job, but don't expect a miracle.
Chicken. Oh dang, look at her hair. She looks like she belongs on the cover of a magazine. With that hair. Get out of here. Oh, that looks great. Okay. Yeah, I think I installed a mod one time that put a bunch of trees in Whiterun. He looks like one angry dude. Okay, that's interesting. She got the character faces have been unBethesdaized. Bethesda was making some derpy character faces. Like Morrowind, you'd make some really derpy characters. Fallout, you could make some really derpy faced characters. Okay. Oh look, now there's letters on the board. Okay, that's great. I like how you can cut. This is a very good idea to like come up here and you see these things are up on the board. Deliver letter to so and so. Hunt vampire in Whiterun. Really? That's crazy. I don't think we want to hunt any vampires right now, do we? Well, it's getting late. Okay. Let me just go outside real quick. I didn't get a chance to, oh, you can't really take in, there's not like much of a field to go to. Like there's not a, like normally we'd go out this door and we could see like a field, but they've changed so much of the level, that's not really, I mean, there's all those trees, there's just more and more and more trees. Yeah, look at all that. It's like, it's completely different with all those trees. What the hell are we doing? What the hell's going on? Oh my gosh. Yeah, look at all that. Yeah, this sadly just doesn't have the, like, don't worry, we're gonna use this. We're gonna use footage. But this does not have that Whiterun feel, I'll tell you that. I mean, it looks great. There's the giant, and he got him. The elk is trying to run away. Oh, it's a female giant. And they are clearly glitched out. So that's okay. And there's some interesting fade in going on here, but don't know how it works just yet. And these folks are all glitched out too. Is it because I toggle the collision? Oh, it is. Oh, things get wonky when I turn it off. Oh, look. Now the things get running away. Okay. Alright, so just running with the collision off breaks the whole game world. Got it. And this is the tower where you fight the first dragon, so wow, that actually looks pretty good. You up there looking around.
It'd be good.
Oh wow, that's
A fight?
There we go.
Get him. Kill him.
okay. He's looking good. That's a big mama. We'll go back up. Oh no, did we really aggro her? I hear the battle music. Oh wow. Oh, they're gonna fight. Oh, it's like the adventurer party is just like, please don't hurt me. Okay, we stole everybody's stuff that got killed by the giant. Wait, they're all buck naked in the grass now. But we have their stuff. They didn't need it anymore. Hide armor, hide boots, hide helm. Common mage hood, iron armor. Okay, well we can wear all the heavy armor. There we go. Now we just need a decent weapon. But this dagger and this shield will do just fine. Okay. I feel like there should be a shove or something. Maybe I don't have the skill points for it yet. That's one thing that I don't like about some RPG games is like you could have more complex combat, but you have to put levels into it. All right, let's put all that down. Okay. I think we're actually gonna call it here for the day. But I'm excited to pick this up again tomorrow, and we'll do a bunch of exploring, and we'll get plenty of footage. In fact, let's just check real quick if we can go to COC QA smoke. This should work. Yeah, here we go. And then this should have the crates with everything in it. Yeah, so search all books, search all spell tome. Yep. Clothing and jewelry, all standard armors right here. Okay, so this way we can dress all of our characters up the way we want. Oh man, that looks really awesome. We're gonna have to find a good spot to dress somebody up in that and get a picture of them doing something. Probably killing something. That's what we gotta do. We'll have to spawn a bunch of mobs and just wail until we get badass footage. Oh, the Imperial armor looks really good too. I think what we'll have to do is spawn a bunch of Imperial and Stormcloak guys. Maybe there'll be a way for us to fix it to where they only do like 1 damage. These dragon masks are looking crazy. That looks funny. It looks like he has a tiny hood, but it's just the neck part. Okay, the night glow. Ooh. Shadow of Avari underwear. Ooh. Shrouded armor. I'm just checking out what all the outfits are. Okay. Well, those are all the normal ones. And I'm sure we can spawn in some other stuff. And then we've got, that's just the armor. And then here's the clothing and the jewelry. So we got plenty of other stuff. Yeah, we got the jester stuff. Circlets. Helmet. Oh, yeah, some interesting helmets in here that we'll have to remember to use. Masks, circlets. Got it. Okay. And then here's all the night look. Here's all the stuff. Yeah, this is all the enchanted stuff, though. Okay. All right. Well, I'll call it for the night. We will come back. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. We'll get lots and lots of footage based off of this, using this new mod pack, and then we'll get more footage for the video, and by doing that, we'll be even closer to having the video finished. So I'm tired. I'm starting to ramble and repeat myself and stuff. So it's just time to go. I will definitely be live streaming tomorrow. We'll see you folks. See you folks then. Hope to see you around. ERPs. Thanks for coming by and stopping by and saying hi and stuff. Can't wait to pick this up again tomorrow when I'm fresh. We'll have a great time. Take it easy, y'all.